I watch basketball more than I watch football. Well, I kind of am, but I want them to win, but they're not like one of my favorite teams. Yeah, I mean, he'll go down as a top 10 player of all time if he keeps going like this. And top 10 of all time, you can't dispute greatness as much as I hate the Warriors. You can't just best to ever do it.
But yeah, no, Jordan's still better. Because
On court, no.
so guys.
We're live?
Oh,
Awesome.
okay, awesome.
Welcome everybody to the Aztec Spring Games 2025. We're so happy to have you guys here. I'm Wild.
I'm Zeki. I'm Takio KL, and let's get ready. We're gonna have some games coming up right now for Overwatch, and it's gonna be lit.
Yeah, we got some fun games of Overwatch here. With the addition of perks has really spiked. I mean, not spiked, but it's kind of shown a resurgence. Of a little bit of player base here. It's definitely made the experience a little bit more original. With so many cool interactions and new interactions that Overwatch has really been desperate for years.
Yeah, what do you think of some of the perks though? Like which one, like your favorite, or are there?
I mean, I got to be biased. Probably just the Reinhardt perks. In my heyday, I was a Reinhardt player, competing out there. So good to see, Reinhardt getting some love and, really kind of going back to the state where he can dominate games like back in Overwatch 1, through these perks.
That's right. I'm also a Reinhardt player, which is actually really funny that you said that. But for me, I think like my favorite perk is the Torbjorn one, where he like throws his turret on a wall, and it's just like
Yeah, I
sniping.
saw that.
That's so
They can go in the
funny.
ceilings and stuff,
Yeah,
too.
it's hilarious. Like so, you can get some crazy kills with that. Like I love that one.
And like, yeah, the one, because it's kind of like the reversion. I don't know the name, I don't know the exact name of it, but the reversion kind of, Overwatch 1 Molten Core, the turret goes crazy and starts doing a ton of damage. Like, Torbjorn for sure a fun character to see. I'm not sure how much Torbjorn we will see today, but we can hope. We can hope.
Yeah, I mean he's pretty good right now, but like, want to like go into like what characters we're probably gonna see. Probably gonna see a lot of Sojourn. He played Tracer, Hazard, Wrecking Ball. Those are like, because right now the meta is like so weird, where it's like everything is kind of playable. It's just really map dependent.
I think it just depends, what teams are most comfortable practicing with at a certain point. So, I think that we can see a very wide variety of things here, which is exciting, because generally, within Overwatch metas, you kind of just see, maybe one or two tanks, 3 or 4 DPS and 2 supports. Generally, there's a pretty set meta going on where teams are trying to match each other, but being in something where we can see so much variety, it's again that kind of goes back to perks, kind of increases that kind of playable interactions. It's just so much going on. It definitely does add to some more flavor to the game.
Yeah, and especially because like I was saying before, everything's kind of map dependent right now. So like for example, like we got Ilios, so we might see some Wrecking Ball, we might see some Roadhog, we might see some Orisa. It's really just dependent on what the team with.
Totally, yeah. I mean, Ilios, one of the most iconic maps in Overwatch. You got the well. You got the lighthouse. So many opportunities just, for shenanigans to go on with, booping characters like the Lucio, like the Ball, the Winston ultimate. A lot of just opportunities for really fun things to happen. So Ilia's, definitely a fan favorite map for good reason.
Yeah, like back in the day during GOATs, I used to always like insta-lock Lucio on that map and just try to knock people off into the well. Like,
yeah, that is, I've had opportunities where that's one game and opportunities where Lucios are just hard feeding into the back line and losing games. So, it goes both ways, which, it's we have to see. It depends, if that team, if that's the play style they want. You can definitely run a more more aggressive play style with the Lucio. Maybe get a Bridge, get an armor pack or Ana, to help support him from afar. Or, maybe a slower Lucio also exists, to exist behind a shield, kind of help with rotations and stuff. So, just, again, it's another example of, different playstyles we've seen.
yeah, I'm kind of hoping that we do get to see some Reddit Lucio and just go into the backline trying to knock people into the well. But
I'm sure these Lucio players won't be able to resist it. I think at some point, they're going to feed. I think that's kind of a given. But in our first game here today, we've got Riverside Gold here versus CSUN Black.
Yeah, and both teams like yesterday won 2-0 against their previous matchup to get into the LAN tournament. So we'll see how it goes. I'm low-key thinking that it's going to be a pretty close game here.
Yeah, definitely one of the more competitive first-round matchups, I would say. I didn't get a chance to watch all the games as of yesterday, but, Overwatch, one day you could have it. You could have the magic touch. You're clicking heads. You're winning. The next day you are, I don't know. It's a very streaky game, which is why consistency is so important. So I think the team that will be able to play most consistently will probably take it.
Yeah, I agree. I think Overwatch is like one of those games that is super streaky, but we'll just see if they're able to keep the streak alive.
For sure, yeah, I'm super excited. This is kind of the bracket we have going up here for today. 8 teams competing. It is going to be double elimination, so we're going to have a losers bracket. We're going to go, hopefully some teams are going to get some redemption there and make it all the way to finals. But definitely got some very interesting teams here, some very good teams.
Yeah, that's going to be exciting if we do get to see some crazy comebacks. But
yeah, it's been a while for me since I've casted, much less casted an insane comeback. So we can only hope that we get some intense, really fun games here.
Yeah, that's the one thing that I find really interesting about esports compared to like regular sports is a lot of the times you just see like complete like stomps and it's just not even close. And you're like, how did that happen? Like, how did we get here? But
also, something that we can see is because, it's map dependent, you're able to you could lose a map, you could lose it terribly, just get stomped and still win the series, but if, like let's say, in basketball, there's a period where you go down 20 points, that's a lot harder to come back. Whereas, in a game like Overwatch, you lose a map, then it's there is, the attitude and the mindset, we've just lost, but, it is, it's a reset. It's a clean slate, They don't have all that extra time and seconds that they had, they reserved from the last map, and they get to go for it, at a clean slate.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing I find so interesting, too, is, like, all these teams, they have to practice and scrim every single map, every single point. So, like, for example, if they get, like, King's Row, second point, and the enemy team's playing something that's not meta, like, they have to try to adjust it, like, mid-game. And so I think that's, like, what's so interesting about esports.
Oh, yeah, there's obviously mid-game adjustments within real sports too, but this time, you can completely change your strategy at the, on a whim. You're running Winston dive or Diva, and then you just completely switch over to, Orisa or Reinhardt and just completely change up your play style, and you can completely change the momentum and, of the game. It's definitely, Overwatch is notoriously known as being kind of rock, paper, scissors, where, you switch to one thing, and then, that counters what they're running, and then the other team switches to the other thing, which counters what you're running. You don't really see that in regular sports. Regular sports, there's a very limited amount of play styles you can choose, where this is a lot of adapting and, being quickest to the punch.
Yeah, and that's the thing really about, like, the last, like, couple years of Overwatch, where it's been 5v5. It's kind of been, like, counterwatch in quotations, where it's like, oh, someone's playing Reinhardt. Oh, okay, I'm going to play a poke character, poke him out. Oh, okay, they're playing poke. I'm going to play dive. But now with, like, the perks being added in the game, it's kind of changed it a little bit, where it's like, because you don't keep your perks if you switch characters. Like, let's say I get level 1 or level 2 on Reinhardt and I switch to Orisa, I don't get level 2 on Orisa. So it's like, okay, maybe I want to keep this character because I have the perk. So it kind of changes the entire dynamic of the game a little bit.
Yeah, and that's another advantage of perks. Yeah, I mean, switching, it has more of an effect now than it would in the past. Just because I mean, you would forfeit your ultimate percentage. Besides that, perks have kind of brought another level to that. So, yeah, I'm expecting to see some really dynamic and fun games here.
Because it's one of those things now where it's you see this way less in rank, especially where it's like you just have both tanks and spawn like counter picking each other. I don't know if you've ever experienced that, but it's
Oh,
genuinely
of
like
course, yeah.
it's so bad. But that's why I think the perk changes just
Yeah,
happen
you
no more.
lose one team fight, you lose one team fight against a Doom, you go Orisa, and then you lose one team fight against Orisa, you go Zarya. Then you lose one team against Zarya, you go Winston, and it's just kind of just keep cycling over and over until, it's Counterwatch, exactly what you're describing. So, yeah, perks kind of gives that another, you want to try to build up to something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it sounds like we're gonna get some hero bans in, and we'll let you guys know once we get those in ourselves. So.
I mean, any heroes that you specifically don't want to see? Any heroes that,
Sombra?
Oof, yeah, I am a Sombra hater. I'm a proud Sombra hater. I think some of the best Sombras, that's not to say they're skilled. It takes an incredible amount of skill, but especially Sombra at launch. Sombra at launch just like literally said, you cannot play the game. That's the game mechanic is that you can't play. That was what Sombra did. Now it's a little bit different, at least, where you can do a little bit more, with Sombra hacks and stuff, but still not a character that I love seeing.
Yeah, it only lasts like a second, but that second can be crucial. Another character I think that might get banned is Widowmaker.
Really?
Yeah, because Widowmaker is one of those characters where it's like, if you just point and click, like there's not really much brain power required. It's just all aim, right?
It is all. I mean, your team does have to peel for you and create angles for you, but Widowmaker is one of the most deadlift heroes. We saw Fleta do it. Went back when Overwatch League was in its heyday. People like Fleta, even Pine. Season 1 with the Excelsior. Just completely turning fights. It's because they're that good on Widowmaker.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't know. If either of these teams has, a really good Widow player. If that's the case, we definitely could see a Widow ban. I don't necessarily expect it, but I'd like to see Widow. Widow is a character where some of the most hype moments come from it. It's like a crazy flick across the map. You turn the fight. Nepal got banned.
Nepal got banned? Okay.
Which sucks, because that's my favorite map.
Oh, really?
Nepal.
Wow.
At least for Control. I like all the Control maps, though. I feel like it's the most liked.
That is the most liked game mode. I'm a big Lijiang Tower guy.
I like Lijiang a lot too.
I especially like Garden with like the kind of like the little river on the sides where you could like knock people into.
Yeah, Lijiang's a fun map. I think people just generally like Control because it's faster paced. Let's say you don't love one section of it. There's other sections that you can go to. It's generally a fast paced kind of mode. So yeah. I think a lot of people would say that. But yeah, Nepal does get banned here. Nepal actually a map where all three of the sections actually are pretty much different play styles for all three too. So that in terms of consistency is actually a little bit more difficult. If you're kind of just confident in one comp that you want to run, Nepal might not be the best map for it.
That is true. I think as well with Nepal is there's like a lot of different characters that you could play. Especially I'm not sure which map it is. I think it's called like Sanctuary or Temple, but it's the one with like the giant pit.
Yeah.
You see like a lot of people playing like hella mobile characters, or they'll play like a super pokey style with like CC, so they could try to get you into there.
No, yeah, it's kind of what I was sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Referring to I mean like on I believe on Sanctuary is the one with the Sanctuary Temple and Temple I think is the one with the pit in the middle. Yeah, when you generally see something that you want some more mobility because you have two different kind of high grounds you can vie for, a lot of rotations behind. Whereas something like it's like Sanctuary, I believe that's the one with the pillar in the middle. You definitely want to run something more stable. There is some rotations you can make on the high ground on the top up there, but for the most part, you're going to be battling over the point. So you would see something like Orisa on that, and then you probably something more brawly on the last one. I forgot what it's called, but you see some more brawly, just because again, that's the one where you can take cover in the points. So yeah, Nepal definitely an interesting map, but that is banned. I thought we were starting with Ilios, but I guess that's not a given. I guess we're getting map bans in here too.
Yeah, I guess I was unaware of that as well, but hey, take it, I guess.
Whatever the teams want, guys. We're here to provide some entertainment. Hopefully, you guys are having a good weekend. For those of you, I don't know, have SUC had their spring break yet? I'm assuming, yeah.
Yeah, we had it last week. Or rather, last week was like our week that
we
came back. So the week before.
I gotta lock in, got a month and a half left. Just finish it out strong, get those dubs, get those A's, or do your best.
Can't wait for this to be over, honestly. Like I'm just so ready for summer. This has been like
Fair
a
enough.
really long semester, it feels like, but hey, pushing through it, right?
Totally. That's something that I don't miss about school. I don't love working, but I definitely, don't miss having to study all those long nights and stuff. So I don't mind it.
Yeah, studying is honestly I like the worst part of it.
And Samoa.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that map. Honestly, I haven't played that map in a minute.
I haven't played Overwatch in a minute.
Damn.
But no, Samoa's a fun map for sure. Again, it's like a lot of control maps, you can run a lot of different things depending on how you want to play. If you want to play around a high ground rotation comp, or if you want to play a bunker down comp on the point. If you're playing for picks, a lot of different stuff that you can run. I mean, on this map, looking at what kind of tank play do you think we're gonna say?
Maybe some Reinhardt, maybe some Malga, maybe some Hazard. I've even seen people play Junker Queen on this map.
Green. I was thinking some Ramatra. I was thinking we could play. I think we could see some Ramatra on this map. I think this is a great map for Ramatra. In terms of the brawl matchup against other brawly tanks like Reinhardt. Again, that's kind of the point about perks. Like we can speculate all we want, but it really just comes down to what these teams have been practicing and what they feel most confident with.
Yeah, and I think the thing with Ramatra's perks too that I find really interesting is like they're either super defensive or super offensive. Like he has like the one where he shoots like a 6 shot out of his volley,
Yeah.
and then he has the one where he like raises his shield faster.
Yeah, I think the one that's the most impactful to me is where he brings up his cage and that actually heals him while he's in it. Is that tier 2 perk? I mean, that's in terms of a chaotic team fight. If you're holding block with Ramatra, that whatever heals it is per second is going to help out so much. So
Yeah, especially on a control map where you're
exactly,
just
yeah,
fighting on the point all together and kind of like a death ball.
yeah, so much going on. Healers are trying to heal everybody. Having any kind of self sustain is going to be super helpful. But, I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, I don't think we see too much Widowmaker on this map, unfortunately. I think we definitely
Yeah.
see some mobile DPS. I know we've seen, a lot of Tracer. I expect Tracer, Sojourn, potentially even May, McCree, or Sojourn, or Cassidy.
Cassidy, that's right, Cassidy.
Cassidy. So any one of those, I don't think we get too crazy here in the DPS pocket, but you never know.
I think also we might see some Ana bans here. I know that was a popular character they were banning yesterday, so
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, as well, Anna's perks have dismayed. Anna's always been really strong, pretty much ever since her launch. On
Mhm.
Anna's always been really strong. So the addition of her perks, and increasing the effectiveness of her grenade and sleep dart, I would not be surprised if we see a lot of Anna bans today.
Yeah, also the one where she nanos herself when she nanos someone else is a really strong perk that I've seen a lot of people take. I think that's like the one that people pick the most.
Probably her tier 3. Yeah, it's. I mean, why would you not? It's 2 nano boosts for the price of 1. It increases your staying ability so much.
Okay.
All right. We're actually having tech issues right now, unfortunately. So we're gonna go to a quick break. Hopefully we'll be back very soon. For this match on Samoa. What's going on, guys? We are so back.
That's right. Yeah, so the one of the players is having like audio issues, so they got that resolved. So now I think we're gonna be starting in a couple minutes here. So
And the hero bands did come in. It is Hazard and Sojourn.
yeah, happy to see the Hazard ban. I did not want to watch Hazard gameplay, but hey,
I wouldn't
great
know what's
news.
going on.
Yeah, Hazard is one of those characters where it's like it's just he's so powerful because like he just has really high numbers. Like he has a one shot on squishies. So it's like you do like this like leap, shoot, slash, and then shoot again, and then you die, and you do half a second, and
Wow.
it's so annoying.
Well, yeah, I mean, in Sojourn band sees, it's kind of a symbol. We might see some other hit scans. Maybe we'll see, some City, maybe see some Soldier. Never know, guys. Open the door for some other heroes to shine.
Yeah. Yeah, because Samoa, like we were saying, those maps where it's open to like brawl and poke. So we might see some brawly characters, might see some poking characters. But I think Sojourn being banned is a good thing because a lot of these players, they play a lot of Sojourn because she's really, really strong character. So
Yeah, Sojourn is just really strong, and her perk where, I believe, when she's in ult, it does like her rail can do up to 150% damage sometimes. Which, I mean, if you thought she could shred before, wow. I mean, can shred now. We're finally entering the game, guys. So first match of the day of the LAN, Aztec Spring Games 2025. We did the Riddlerson games yesterday, but this is the first of the LAN, so we are very excited.
yeah, we got Northridge and Riverside here, and we start in about 20 seconds. I'm really excited here.
Yeah, excited. We're definitely on a map where we might see some more brawl. You want to be able to control these high grounds, but also want some tankiness. I mean, ball actually could work here as well. So, I mean, again, that's so many things could happen here. Again, my guess would be the Ramatra or ball, or it is going to be Ramatra.
Okay, Ramatra mirror here. Looks like Northridge is going to be going for the Symmetra TP out of spawn. It's always a great decision. Actually, it looks like both teams are going to be going for it.
Yeah, very similar comps here. We obviously don't know what Blue Jay and Blood Nugget are going to switch to, but it will likely be a character with a little bit more mobility. I would guess Tracer or Genji. Yeah, we see a pretty much mirror comp here with the Juno and Brig providing a lot of support from afar.
Yeah. Right, here we go, going for the TPs. And looks like they're going to be switching to Sombra and Genji. Okay, Northridge got the Sombra and Riverside got the Genji.
Yeah, definitely some more mobile heroes here to kind of counteract this. Cassidy is going to be so stationary. A couple good dinks here coming in from Miyuki.
Trying to get that Juno out of position. Looks like he's going for the Ramatra, and Ramatra's super low here. Gets hacked. Riverside Ramatra Frosty's about to go down.
Yeah, Frosty's going to be 1
able to
HP
get away.
here as the cage goes down for CSUN Black as
Oh, but
Frosty
Cheddar
actually
goes down,
kills
actually.
Cheddar out. A little bit of an overextension there.
Yeah, he gets punished for his bad positioning there. He went super into the team and he just died, and then his entire team fell apart. That's the real thing that I noticed with 5v5 is like once the tank goes down, the fight's pretty much over. It's so hard to come back once you lose your one tank.
Yeah, especially if you don't have any ultimates in the bank. But yeah, really good, playing a patient there. The Somber hack does come in. The Brown Nugget does actually screw up the TP just a little bit, but he's able to get out with his life here. The cages come down for both Ramatras. The block comes out for Frosty. Then he pushed back quite a bit as Brown Nugget actually gets the first kill here onto Kyoko. And as CSU and Black is going to continue to push forward, and UCR Gold is going to be giving up the point.
Yeah, Kyoko getting taken down. Oh, Blue Jay with a stagger. That's actually really, really bad for them. Now they're going to have to give up a little bit more percentage than they'd probably like to here.
Yeah, the key there was they actually started taking the point pretty early on in that fight. So, the percentage is going to be accruing a lot faster than if they were just capturing the point as of now.
Yeah, taking that early fight, that early poke out the point was probably like the smartest decision that they could have made there.
Oh, it's going to be a good EMP coming in here for CSU and Black. Miyuki and Frosty both going to be hacked here. As Mac and Cheese, Cheddar, and Brug going to all pick up kills for CSU and Black. The EMP is absolutely massive and results in a team wipe.
Yeah, Riverside gets taken down. Huge EMP by Brett Nugget, honestly. So,
Right there. I mean, as we look at ultimate economy here, CSU and Black only really had to use that one ultimate. They're going to have 4 ultimates coming into this fight. UCR Gold is going to be having 3 or 4 here of their own to counteract this. But I think when the monster ults are popular, it's going to be telling of what's going to happen in this fight.
yeah, Riverside, if they take a fast fight with maybe Deadeye and Rally, they might be able to do something here. But looks like CSU and Black uses Juno ultimate, and Cheddar just starts popping off, trying to get 2 here.
Absolutely, and Frosty here with the Ramattra ultimate is going to be all alone, taken out by the Deadeye by ELT here. CS1 Black in a really good position here to retain control of the point and off of just 2 ults. And UCR Gold also committed 2 ults but didn't get the point here. So great ultimate economy for Northridge.
Yeah, Northridge still got that Ramattra ult. It's going to have to be big because Riverside has got both DPS ults and they got the Juno ult coming up, which can be a team fight winner all on its own. So
that's going to be an aggressive here play here coming in from Northridge. Your Monster ultimate coming into the backline picks up 2 as Biyuki actually revenges 2 back. So it's going to be a 3v3 here, but Frosty's looking a little bit worse for wear. Is going to be taken down very soon by Cheddar. But there's going to be somebody on the point here in the back. There's a little one-on-one going on. No idea what's going on there, but EALTS ends up winning that on 1 HP against Blue Jay, and CSUN Black takes the first round.
That was a massive Ramattra ult there. Taking out the Juno early was actually probably the best thing he could have done, because if she was able to survive and use the orbital ray, that could have completely flipped the entire fight.
Yeah, oftentimes when you're an ult or 2 down in the ultimate economy, by playing aggressive and kind of catching the other team off guard, not really allowing them to set up, kind of putting the fight on your terms is very massive. So a great play call there coming in from Northridge.
Yeah, I completely agree. Looks like both teams are probably going to go for the same comps here, but we'll just have to see what Brett Nugget decides to switch to, because I don't think he's going to stay on Symmetra, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely I think the Sombra getting more impact than the Genji coming out here. And we do see some different supports coming out as well here from UCR. We see the Kiriko Lucio, so looking to play a little bit faster.
Yeah, a little bit more aggressive here. Nail and Suzu are just like insane abilities that Kiriko has.
Some good bursts coming in here. The Juno's going to be 1 HP here for Northridge. They want to play aggressive onto this. The dash comes through for the Genji. Blue Jay is going to be chased down, though, by this Brig. Is going to have to back up just a little bit here. It's going to be a pretty scrappy fight.
Yeah, it's kind of all over the place right now. Some people on point, some people in the choke, some people buy the health pack. Frosty here gets forced to use his ability.
Absolutely a huge rampage coming through here for Frosty. He also be the first person down, but with Blue Jay going down, it's going to make it a 4v4. The cage comes down here for Frosty to lock Cheddar up, but Cheddar looking very healthy here on the point. It is going to be a very, very even fight here. Blue Jay might be back a little bit faster, though.
Yeah, Frosty's super low. Is he going to be able to get taken down? No, okay.
Great hack coming in here onto Cheddar. Sorry, not on Cheddar, but onto Frosty. As Frosty actually going to be 1 HP here, is able to survive somehow with the help of his team.
His supports are really keeping him up right now. It's actually insane.
I know, great work here from both team supports. The cage comes out here to try to lock up the Somber, but doesn't actually work quite well as the Ramattra. Here, Frosty trying to play very aggressive as Brunug's getting the first person down here for UCR. Gives Northridge a very good position, but Shroom Soup actually fights back and kills Blue Jay.
Big rally here if the Brig's able to stay alive, but no, it looks like the Ramatra's going to be able to take her down. And then Cheddar also takes down the Cassidy for Riverside. But the Ramattra ult is able to take out the Kiriko as well. And I think Northridge is going to be able to take this fight here.
Yep.
Yeah.
See, and we actually missed that because it was so chaotic, but halfway through, they actually started accruing percentage on the points. They're already up to 40% here, which is absolutely massive than if they had just started getting percentage right now. It's like, I honestly can change the entire course of the game.
Yeah, them taking control of the point really early is big, because now they're almost halfway.
Yeah, they're going to be halfway. I mean, Cheddar, they're really making the impact with the second Ramattra ult, just doing a little bit more damage to everybody else. Frosty here trying to check the Sombra. Brunugget is going to be 1 HP, is able to get away. Shield comes down here. It's a good cage to lock up the Cassidy, and EOS goes down first, actually. Going to be a lot of ults being popped here. Both support ults being popped here from UCR, really trying to win this fight. The high noon kill is going to be killing the enemy McCree here. The Genji ult comes through for Blue Jay. Isn't able to find anything. Actually just finds a 2-piece. A huge ult here coming in for the Genji. Didn't find anything right away, but in the long term ends up winning the fight.
Yeah, and we saw both support ults get used by Riverside. You got the Kitsune and the Beat, but just not able to be enough. I mean, Northridge only really used their Juno ult there, and they were able to win just off that. Yeah, that really goes to show the power of that ultimate, too.
You don't hate that if you're Northridge, because 4 ults get used for UCR Gold here. They're really only going to be having the Ramattra ult in the long fight, while they're going to be coming in with the Deadeye here. And the Ramattra ult's also going to be coming in pretty soon here. Oh, Brogan actually finds the first kill here onto Miyuki. Brunugget and EOS are actually both 1 HP, though, so it's going to be a 1-1. Both Cassidy's are going to be down for both teams here. The Juno, she gets taken out by Blue Jay. Frosty there with the supports.
Yeah, wow, it looks like you see Riverside is actually able to take that back right there. I low-key thought that they were going to lose that fight just because Miyuki went down so early. But it looks like Brunugget and Blue Jay are trying to take this fight off the point here, but
the Sombra is able to escape with 1 HP there. Very scary. But yeah, I mean, they were able to trade off to McCree, and just they were able to play at their own pace, kind of determining the pace of the fight. The Genji used deflect, actually ended up doing a lot. As the cage comes out early here for Cheddar, 55% in counting for UCR Gold. A big kill to start out.
Yeah, Frost using his Ramatra ult to try to press the advantage that Miyuki got for him. But as long as Northridge doesn't invest any ultimates here and kind of just like plays to build their ults, they might be able to win the next couple fights.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they do invest their Ramatra ultimate, which means that Cheddar's going to have a massive advantage coming into this next fight. The EMP is going to be coming in. It does hit 3. It's going to be massive. Kyoko finds the first kill. Does go down to Cheddar right after Hainan comes out from Yuki, kind of just to zone out the rest of Northridge. With the Briggle dies right away.
Oh my god, mac and cheese. But it looks like Northridge might still be able to take this. It's just Lucio and Kiriko. But Lucio's forced to back.
Yeah, they're content giving that up. I mean, Northridge used pretty much everything. They're going to have the Juno ultimate, but look at the ultimates here coming up for Riverside. They're going to have both support ultimates and the Genji Blade. They're going to have the massive ultimate economy here.
Yeah, Northridge is going to have to press advantage early, which looks like that's what they're trying to do here with the Sombra hacking Frosty, but it's going to be enough? I don't think so.
Still lurking in the back lane here. Actually, it's a huge hack, a huge kill here, or not huge hack here. Going to be a good beat coming in for Riverside here, and a good Blade as well. Finding 2 for Blue Jay. Miyuki and Frosty follow up with more kills, and it looks very good here for Riverside.
Yeah, I don't think Northridge is going to be able to come back right now unless they get a crazy recontest. But they got about 5-6 seconds here.
I think somebody might be able to touch here, but they're going to be coming into a full team, so it's going to be a very stally fight here.
Sombra's able to touch. Let's see what happens.
They are going to be revealed instantly.
Dang, and Northridge is not able to recontest.
Yeah, sorry about interrupting you there. Yeah, it's a tough recontest there. I mean, the Sombra does touch for the first time, but the team is trying to contest together, kind of come in all at once, trying to stagger one at a time. And with that, the Sombra wasn't able to touch the point again, so they do end up just getting off of it, and it's going to be a close match.
Yeah, a lot closer than the first round would make you think, but Northridge wasn't able to, use the Juno ult there until the very last second. If, they had been a little bit faster, maybe if Mac and Cheese had swapped to Lucio just for the retouching, they might have been able to get on point, but it is what it is.
I said the previous round that the Sombra was having the bigger impact, but in that round, Blue Jay definitely showing me wrong here with some huge blades.
Yeah, his blades were actually insane there.
Especially, with all the shielding you get from the beat, you're so tanky and doing so much cleave damage, especially if the teams are close together, which in a Ramatra comp, they're generally going to be pretty close together.
Yeah. Frosty gets hacked here early. Force use Cage.
The Sports do a really good job here of keeping him up. The Suzuki used very early, though, here for UCR Gold, so not ideal as Cheddar pushes up into the back line, as Miyuki is going to be the first person down. Good job from Cheddar to play aggressive. He also going to pick up the next kill as well.
Got both DPS down and Lucio for Riverside. It's going to look like a pretty solid team fight win for Northridge here.
Yeah, what happened there was a miscommunication between the members of Riverside. Some people, after that disengage, went left upstairs, while other people just went continually just straight back. So with that separation, Cheddar was able to capitalize some smarts right onto the DPS.
Yeah, and that's really what we want to see out of your tank players. Finding people that are out of position and, taking them down. So it was a great play by Cheddar there.
Yeah, capitalizing on space, a big thing that tank can do. Blue Jay's going to be put down to 1 HP here. Is able to survive though. Bruno doing a really good job just being a pest in the back line here with the Sombra. Really, UCR Gold's entire health race here, not looking too healthy. It's going to be a very aggressive play coming in here from CSU and Black. The Ramatra ult comes in. It's going to be doing big damage here. Lucio's going to be the first person to fall for Riverside. Frost is going to be next, and the rest will fall.
Huge Ramatra ult there. You only really needed that to win the fight when they could have invested other stuff if they really needed it. But it looks like we got EMP, Pulse Bomb, and Juno coming in as well. And then for Riverside, looks like we're now both supports coming up and Deadeye as well.
But yeah, I mean, winning a team fight, no matter what ultimate is, if you're just using one, is going to be a positive. It's all about the ultimate economy in this game.
Yeah, they could win this next fight if they EMP early here or aggressively. We'll see what they're able to do here. Looks like, yep.
Exactly a great call here, but Mac and Cheese does go down first. Brunaga picks up the revenge kill here onto Spectrix, but Frost is going to pop a big Ramatra ultimate. The health bars, though, for UCR Gold are going to be so low, so it's going to be pretty much up to Frosty here if UCR is going to win this fight, and he does go down.
Just down to Blue Jay and Kyoko, but
does infest the pulse ball. Maybe just try to confirm off these rest of these kills. Don't mind that too much, but does miss.
Okay, we see the Kyriot coming in, but we got half the players right now coming back to point. Really scrappy fight here.
Mac and Cheese is forced to actually pop the ultimate here, and not the best time. But like I said, the point is still going to be counting. It's a big flip, actually. CR Gold is able to flip it over, but Northridge able to get 2 revenge kills, so the flip probably will not be for too long.
Yeah, Northridge got it to about 90%, so just clean up here. They're just going to take the point back pretty quickly and continue stacking the percentage here.
It's not going to be good, but they do have the Beat Blade combo, which is very good. You know, that Genji with so much shielding is able to do so much cleave damage. So they do actually beat very early here. The Blade does come in here, trying to chop down the supports here. They do get Mac and Cheese. You know, is going to be next here. Both supports down here mean that Northridge is probably going to be going down here, and Riverside going to be retaking the point.
Yeah, that's a big ult combo that we saw right there. Also, I think the thing is Northridge kind of expected to just win, so they didn't have any ultimates coming online yet, so they kind of invested everything in the previous fight, so they had nothing to counteract that.
And, you know, if you're Northridge, you don't mind that at all. I mean, they commit to their big ultimates there, their big combo, where they're going to have the Pulse Bomb, that's it. And you look at Northridge, they're going to have pretty much, you know, they're going to have the Thermometer, they're going to have the EMP, the 2 biggest ultimates in their arsenal.
Yeah, those are just fight winners all on their own if they're used properly, so we'll see what happens here. Ooh,
aggressive play
can take it down early. Blue Jay killing both supports. Actually, massive play right there. Yeah, that's going to be an easy teamfight win for Riverside there.
Yeah, both teams doing really well at realizing their ultimate economy and when they're down, you know, because Riverside realizing they were very down the ultimate economy there, knew they had to take the fight quick, and with a big dash coming in from Blue Jay, they're able to just confirm the fight win with using nothing.
Yeah. Love to see that if you're Riverside. That's going to give you some momentum to try to take this map back. Okay, but I think Northridge is going to try to force a fight on point here. Right, Pulse Bomb comes out, doesn't get anyone.
He misses everybody. He missed everybody with the EMP. He whiffed it. Frosty actually picks up the kill onto Shroom Soup, meaning that Northridge is going to be down a healer here. UCR being in such a good position. However, Kyoko does go down. Definitely can change it. The Cheddar does end up popping the Ramatra ultimate, putting so much damage in, but Frosty as well. The Ramatra just punching the hell out of each other as the Kadines continue to trade members. It's going to be so close, but Frosty does have a higher HP bar. Oh, and will that last for long, though?
That Cheddar's forced away. Looks like it's just Tracer on.
Oh,
it gets taken down early.
Blue Jay performing so well in this fight. As the Kiriko ultimate comes out here for Riverside, going to be absolutely massive. Trying to keep everybody up with this support. Still going to be, UCR still going to be having control over the point. Blue's going to 1 HP. The Blade comes out. What can he do with it? Let's see anything massive. Just out of reach here of the Juno, able to get away with the Tracer, able to finish the kill. The Blade putting so much pressure here on the back line of CSUN.
Yeah, Blue Jay with the Blade there was trying to get the Juno, but she just was like this close to being hit.
Oh, the break goes down too. It's a slugfest back and forth. The teams continue to trade as Miyuki wins the 1v1, has the Pulse Bomb. Gonna try to drop it here. Doesn't find anything, but Frosty and Miyuki do pick up kills. Riverside looking so good here to finish out the map. The last second touch coming through from Shroom Soup. But what a crazy map to end
what
it
a crazy comeback as well. You saw them going 0 to 100, Northridge taking map 1. And then Riverside coming back. That was crazy.
Yeah, they lost 100 to 0 map 1, then they won 99-100 on the second one, then again 99-100, but
yeah, really
wow.
well played there from you know, Genji and the Ramatras. Like honestly, everyone there was just doing their part, but Genji, especially Blue Jay, was able to, you know, attack the supports like so well that they were able to win fights just off of him attacking supports.
Exactly. I think both teams played a great map. Very, very competitive, but I do agree that it was the DPS kind of swinging the scales in their favor. Had the supports for both teams doing a great job of keeping their tanks up, and what a great Ramatra duel we saw. You know, they're just getting so low, just, you know, being that main focal point for both teams. And we saw a lot of trading back and forth too. It wasn't like any fight was, you know, or there were some fights that were easy team wins, but especially on that last map, it was 1 for 1, 1 for 1, and you know, people coming back from spawns and rejoining the fight. Super hype, super fun. So that's a great first match. Great way to start the day.
Yeah, super scrappy, but we saw a lot like on the first map where it was a lot of very dominant fights from Northridge. But then Riverside on the other maps, they were able to just come back and just keep it super scrappy, which I think is where they benefit from having the Genji, because when everyone's super low, the Genji could just dash through everyone and get resets. So yeah, great fights right there, great map. We'll see what they choose next.
Genji for Blue Jay definitely working out there in the long run. Wasn't seeing it on the first map, and I guess he heard me say that and decided to just have a huge impact in the next 2 rounds. Yeah, great match overall. I think something to look out for, though. See if they can continue this. I mean, both teams are playing so well around their ultimate economies, really knowing when they're down and when they're up. All right, we're gonna be taking a very short break here, just in between maps. It is gonna be best of 3 guys. It is double elimination as well. So whichever team does go down here, they are gonna have another opportunity to continue to play on and make it to that finals match. But what a great way to start the day! A really scrappy match and a fun match for sure.
Yeah, very even as well. You know, we saw some dominant performances, but we also saw it very, very close in the other maps. So, see how the rest of the series goes.
In for a good day, guys. We'll be back very soon.
All right, guys, welcome back. So we're back from our break, and we got a couple new pieces of information. So the other match that was going on at this time was Pomona versus USC, and it looks like Pomona was able to win very handily, 2-0. And
They're
yeah,
the number one seed for a reason, right?
right. I mean, it makes sense. Makes sense. But for Northridge versus Riverside, we got Blizzard World and Northridge banned Diva and Riverside banned Genji. What do you think of that?
The Genji ban is crazy. Clearly we're seeing, the Genji effect already coming. The Genji played well. It was good. I don't think it's enough to warrant a ban. I think that's pretty crazy. But we do see the Genji ban come in, so they're pretty adamant about not wanting to play against that hero right now.
Yeah, I think Blue Jays Genji was dominant, but I don't think it was ban worthy. Like, there's
Yeah,
way more powerful characters on this map, but oh well.
Especially on this map, yeah. I mean, this is a map where we have such long sight lines. I expect to see a lot of hit scan. Especially with Sojourn being unbanned, Sojourn, Ashe, characters like that should see some very good play here on this map. And this is a notorious map for, look how much space here is you can work with, and how long these sight lines are.
Yeah, we'll see what Blue Jays forced to play here. Hopefully he's not a one-trick. That'd be pretty tragic. But with the Diva ban, I think is pretty interesting. I understand why, because she can contest the high ground and, kind of be all over the place. But not sure if that was the call here.
I think the Riverside Diva ban is more so they're trying to, because Diva's good against what they're playing against, which it looks like if they do end up rolling out the Bastion here, Diva's going to be very good into that. So that's likely why the Diva ban came out, because Diva's going to be eating up a lot of those bullets. But Blue Jay, that is the Genji. Maybe saying, who cares if you ban my Genji? I'm going Bastion. Wow. What an exciting game it's going to be.
That's a hella tilt pick. So we got some very interesting comps here. Very different from both sides. Got Northridge going for the Winston here, and Riverside going for the Ramatra.
Yeah, I think the millisecond this Winston sees that there's a Bastion on the map, he will be switching. I think Winston is very poor into Bastion, but if he stays it, I would be quite surprised. But we'll have to see what these teams roll out with. I'm definitely excited to see what goes on. In more of a dive composition here, which is more popular, I will say, on the first point coming through from Northridge, but definitely something to change.
Yeah, it looks like Brad Nugget here is trying to find some early positioning, trying to kill Sojourn, but it's going to be forced out.
Yeah, a really aggressive play coming through here from Brad Nugget. It's going to be a good dive for the Winston, but it's a good play to get him back, and the Bastion's already doing his thing here. The Winston's struggling a little bit. Get some kind of get some value here with so much boots and damage coming in from the long range.
Yeah, he's able to contest the high ground here, but he's going to be forced out.
Winston doing a decent job here, trying to contest the high ground. Blue's actually the first person to go down here. Shroom Soup finding it. The Rampage coming out here from Frosty, trying to pick up a kill or two. It's a big Susan coming through, but Shroom Soup is going to die anyway.
Yeah, we were kind of unsure of the Winston here, but like it's not being too bad for them. Frosty's super low. He's not going to get taken out just yet, but he's kind of just stalling here.
Oh, yes, you can cheddar quite a bit. Well. Yeah, Cheddar is going to be pretty low here on the Winston. It's going to be 1 HP. Does go actually, it's going to be Yelt's going down here, and Cheddar not too far behind. So great kind of recontest here coming in from Riverside.
Yeah, we'll see if they stay on the Winston comp or what they decide to do here, but looks like they're going to stay on it here.
Yeah, they actually made it work more than I thought they would. I think because, some really good communication coming through with the Sombra to kind of create some discord in the back line, trying to create some space. But the big thing there was that CSUN was actually very close to getting a tick, and they didn't actually quite manage to get that last percentage. So
yeah, but it looks like Brunugget's going to have EMP coming up, so maybe he's going to be able to have a massive dive with that. Needs to be coordinated here on Northridge's part.
Shield comes through from the Ramatra quite early. Cheddar here looking for an opportunity to dive the high ground, as I think they're going to be ready for the EMP.
EMP coming in, Tune gets used, and I don't think it's going to be enough to save the team fight.
It is a Nano Bastion. It is a Nano Bastion, guys. Wow. He is just picks up the 3K. Oh,
no way Nano Bastion just won that fight. That was actually crazy right there.
Yeah, Blue Jay just saying, EMP me, dive me, it doesn't matter. Gets the Nano and gets a 3-piece. Mac and Cheese is jumping off the edge there. Likely would have been the 4th one in that 4-finger combo.
It looks like Cheddar's just had enough of the Winston. He's going to swap over to Hazard here.
Hazard does come through. It's going to be kind of mobile. It's incorporate that mobility. Also has a little bit more tankiness than I think than we see in Sustain than Winston here. The Rampage Former is going to be coming out here from Frosty, trying to chase down the back line. It's going to be a big beat, though.
Frosty's super low here. I don't know if he's going to be able to get out. Blue Jay using his ult, not able to get anyone, though. Cheddar low as well.
Be a big wall here to help Cheddar stay alive. He's going to be 1 HP though as Blue Jay finishes off the kill. So far, this Bastion is providing so much damage in the long run, especially with Frosty kind of trying to push them into advantageous positions with that Rampage form so that Blue Jay can capitalize with the Bastion.
Yeah, Blue Jay's really the main character right now. He gets his hero, like, banned, so he switches to Bastion, gets nanoed, kills 3 and wins the team fight, and then kills Cheddar, which destroys Northridge's momentum, and they're forced to back away.
Red Nugget doing exactly what he should be doing here, though, on this oh, it's going to be a first kill here onto Blue Jay, but Frosty is able to trade out here. It's going to be a big ultimate coming through from Frosty with his Ramattra putting up so much damage. Cheddar's going to be falling down as well. A tick does get picked up, though, so at least they have that to show for it.
Yep, this game is now in winnable territory for Northridge. A tick it's not crazy, but, you know, it's something to build on. Yeah, if they just have a crazy defense, they might just be able to win the game straight up. So
I think it's going to be on the EMP here. I think it's going to be whether or not they can capitalize with the Blood Nugget EMP. He jumped off the map. The Brig jumped off the map somehow. Maybe tried to shield bash the Tracer and missed. Wow, what an amazing first kill here, or first death here, I could say.
Wait, that's actually an insane play here. Big EMP coming in on Frosty, Kyoko, and Blue Jay as well.
Wow, that was
something
interesting. That was interesting.
Wait, that was so sad. Like, the Brigida was forced to go Lucio to try to recontest, and now he's just not gonna be the play here.
Yeah, we didn't get to see it exactly, but what I would venture happened is they went for the shield bash on one of the divey characters like the Tracer Sombra, missed and just went off the map. Absolutely crucial too. That was a 4v5. They definitely had a chance to win that fight too, but wow, that was a crazy turn of events here coming through. Northridge here definitely thanking their stars that happened.
That was a very, very lucky play for Northridge that happened, but they're gonna have a couple ultimates coming online here. You got the Hazard ult, the Kitsune, but Brunagget gets taken down early. So
yeah, the biggest, I think Brunagget is doing a lot in terms of distracting the backline here. It just doesn't feel like his team is really getting enough value from that disruption. It feels like he is getting the disruption, but his team either there's a miscommunication in here somewhere as Eults gets taken down by the rail shot. There's just not enough coordination to go with it. That makes sense?
Yeah, like it's almost like they're not able to capitalize when he's distracting them. There's just some type of miscommunication going on.
We see a Pharah pick here.
Interesting.
Yeah, if you're able to play around this Bastion's, you know, turret forms, the Pharah pick isn't terrible. I mean, we do see we have Ana and Sojourn, so this Pharah pick, it's not screaming like it's a great idea to me, but you never know. Like I said, I didn't think the Genji was a good pick last game, and Blue Jay told me that I was wrong.
We also didn't think the Bastion was going to be a good pick, but here we are, right?
Gonna be a big ultimate coming in here from the Sojourn. Gonna get the ultimate as well. They're gonna be absolutely shredding. The always huge ultimate though from Cheddar. The Hazard ultimate ends up killing Miyuki before he can do anything.
Yeah, the Nano Surgeon goes down. That's 2 ults right there. Blue Jay using his Bastion ult, trying to take out Cheddar, but Cheddar stays alive. Frosty super low, gets taken out. Both tanks go down. So
yeah, is able to get the revenge kill there on the Cheddar. It's a pretty scrappy fight here, but it is going to favor, you know, the big ulting Brig that is right there. However, the ultimate is over. The Brig is forced to back up. He also, though, going to get killed. I believe that is the perk where it sticks.
Yeah.
It sticks on. Absolutely clutch there coming in from Miyuki.
It looks like Northridge is going to have one more fight here. You got EMP Kitsune coming online, and they also have a Pharah ult coming up too. So they might be able to win this fight. Just need an early EMP here and just to contest the point.
For sure going to be winnable here, but it's going to be so hard. They're so split. It's going to be a good hack here on Ramattra. It's going to be absolutely huge here. Frost is going to be 1 HP. With that being said, so is Brunagget. Going to go for a huge EMP here. Does hit the EMP. It's the Brig. Is able to trade out, though.
Yeah, but Frosty goes down, so I think Northridge is in a commanding position right here to be able to win the fight.
Yeah, very, very big from Cheddar to soak up that damage and do a lot of damage in return. With Eults still actually holding on to this Pharah ultimate here. Could be massive if he's able to catch somebody.
Yeah,
oh,
but
Blue
he
Jay
gets taken down.
He dies. Blue Jay, but by anybody else? Who else?
Got the artillery strike here. Is he going to be able to take anybody else out? He takes out Mac and Cheese. Okay, this artillery strike could be massive if he's able to get a pick on a support or something.
It's going to be actually, it doesn't matter actually too much. It's going to be 1 or 2 alive here left for CSUN Black. I mean, Blue Jay being able to pick up the kill there on Eults on the Pharah while he had the ultimate was absolutely massive. I don't know how that happened. But that almost single-handedly won them the fight. You know, that's a huge ultimate that Pharah could have had, you know, especially, you know, with the perk that allows Pharah to move around with the ultimate, you know, makes him a little more mobile, harder to kill. Definitely think that kill was massive.
Yeah, again, I'm not so sure about the Pharah pick here. Like, I
I
don't
agree.
think that really did much for them. So we'll see if they decide to stick to it, or maybe they'll go for something different. I mean, we saw Blue Jay on the Bastion. I doubt we'll see Ealts playing Bastion, but again,
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is a map with such long sights. I mean, Pharah generally is going to be able to thrive on maps with a lot of architecture, which is able to kind of bob and weave out of, where there is some of this architecture that exists in Blizzard World, but with hit scan being so prevalent, you know, the Sojourn is right there. You know, even Ramach is able to chip it down. They have the Ana that can shoot it, the Bastion that can shoot it. There's just too many things that Riverside had that was able to, you know, poke out the Pharah, which is what you want to be doing to Pharah. You want to be poking them out and kind of forcing them to play passively. So
Yeah.
really good job in countering that.
on top of that, Ealts didn't really have like too much support. I mean, he has Juno, which can shoot him, and Brig that can repair pack him, but most of the time, those characters are going to be more so focused on the tank, because when they were playing Hazard, like, he doesn't really have an ability that like completely negates damage, just damage. So at the end of the day, like, he's going to require a lot of heals. So
Absolutely, yeah. Just a little bit of a kind of a disjointed comp. There were some good pieces, but nothing working together to terrifically. I mean, we do see the comps coming out here. We see the Orisa with the Fairy, you know, maybe try to find a little more poke damage to some more sustaining damage negation.
yeah, looks like we got the Pharah mirror here. So Blue Jay going for that Pharah, trying to poke out Cheddar. Cheddar gets forced on the low ground. Blue Jay super low. Is going to be able to get taken down. He does by Shroom Soup. Big pick right there.
A huge first kill coming out from Shroom Soup. I'm surprised to see both teams going to the Pharah. After we saw with the Pharah, how the Pharah worked on that first attack, both teams decided, you know what, I want to play Pharah. But you know what? A little Pharah duel in the sky, nothing wrong with a little dogfight.
We'll see Northridge win that fight pretty easily right there. Riverside not able to get a take, no percentage.
And we'll say Ealts' Pharah is going to be having a little more support here because Lucio is really not going to be able to do anything here for Blue Jay unless he goes to the ground. The Kiriko is going to, but again, the Kiriko is going. Oh, that's a huge first kill
It's not
coming
going
in.
to matter
from
when
Ealts.
Lucio gets taken down early
Yeah.
anyways.
Having those, it's not, you know, the most advantageous. You know, you don't have an Ana or anything, but with the armor packs in Juno, you're going to have a little bit more support than you would with Lucio Kiri.
Yeah, I completely agree. I'm just not so sure why we're seeing Pharah here, to be honest with you, but
They're having a good time with it. It's a good stun here coming in. It's a great stun actually coming in from Cheddar with that javelin that sets up the kill from Ealts. So I mean, this is great coming in because without their full team, UCR Gold really isn't able to get any substantial, you know, ultimate percentages. They're not really taking fights. They're just kind of dying, you know, once. One person's dying, they're backing off here. So conversely, they're not allowing the other team to get ultimate percentage either. So not too bad for either teams here, but about half the time elapsed.
yeah, it looks like they're going to try to take the fight on the high ground. Frosty pushing up with his Rampage form, but not really going to be able to get anything with it.
Yeah, this is a great space for Orisa to be in. However, with all her cooldowns burned, oh, he misses the javelin. Crucially, he's going to be 1 HP here. They're going to be forced off the high ground. Kitsune Rush does come in here for Kyoko. It's going to be a 5-person EMP.
And that's absolutely massive.
Wow. What an EMP coming in from Raw Nugget. Hits all 5. I mean, I know there was a moment on Samoa where he actually didn't hit anybody, but this definitely makes up for it tenfold. You know, completely negates the Kiriko ultimate, and the entire team crumbles around it. And they did invest the Orisa ultimate as well, but you don't hate that too much. I mean, it's not too. It's mainly for sustain. It's not going to be a game-winning ultimate.
Yeah, exactly. That's more of like a, use that kind of like a cooldown whenever you need it. So that's okay. You take that if you're Northridge. Yeah, looks like Riverside's going to have the Barrage here and the Beat. Oh.
Javelin comes through to kind of force it back. No Rampage form for this fight. They're going to have to wait another couple seconds.
Oh, both barrages come out. Blue Jay kills himself.
Blue Jay kills both the mirror fair barrage, but Blue Jay moving around a little bit too much ends up killing himself, so it is going to be 1 up here. The big beat comes through, however, it's just going to be the supports in the tank here for UCR Gold and immediately pop the ultimate once he gets it. But with Kiriko down, it's going to be impossible to win this fight. While I say that, Cheddar dies.
Yeah, Frosty using his ult there, trying to take any percentage that he can while he's already here. But Orbit Array comes in from Shroom Soup. And I think they're just going to be able to get a good stall here as it's just Frosty on the point, going to get taken down.
Yeah, truthfully, I don't like that commit. They end up using both support. They end up using, you know,
It's everything they had there.
I don't like that commit coming in from Riverside because, you know, with most of your team dead, you know, you're trying to play for your Ramach or WinCon, but the other team, they're pretty quick, they're pretty fast, they're spread apart. You're not going to be able to get a team wipe, you know, with just the Lucio and the Ramach.
Yeah, Northridge almost has EMP here. They could win off that again. And Riverside has nothing to respond to it with.
Yeah, waiting for an absolutely massive EMP here, just like Bro Nugget got that fight before. Misses the Javelin, it does Cheddar. It's going to be a good, and getting some good poke here onto Frosty. Going to be looking to
Looks like we
translocate
got
in.
that EMP coming in. It's a
Fine.
3-man. Oh, but gets taken down early. Kyoko and Spectrix are both really low and hacked still, but looks like they're going to be able to stay in and survive that.
Yeah, that was a great EMP. He found 3 people, but there was just no follow-up here. Cheddar does have the ultimate here with the Orisa. He's going to want to play aggressive with this, seeing as a lot of damage is going to be gone with this Sombra. A lot of poking happening to both teams here. A big ultimate, trying to find 1 or 2. Eureka ultimate comes through and is going to absolutely shred Cheddar.
Yeah, Cheddar not able to get anyone with his Orisa ultimate. But it's like we were saying, that ultimate isn't really for killing, it's more so for sustaining yourself. But yeah, looks like Riverside's going to be able to take this fight.
Similar to Northridge, they take it in overtime.
Yeah, that's right. Just Mac and Cheese staying alive, trying to contest, but not really able to do anything.
I think this first point was a great example of the duality of Sombra, where we saw the 5-man EMPs, and they all died. They're so communicative, and then we saw a decent EMP. We get 3, but then there's just no follow-up. Sombra's, your communication and your timing with your team is going to make or break whether or not the Sombra's going to work.
Exactly. That's really the thing with Sombra. She's a very team-oriented character, and if your team isn't, following up, like right now, Kyoko just got hacked by Sombra, but there's no follow-up. No one's able to do anything, so it doesn't end up really making any difference. In the back, being a nuisance, trying to farm. Oh, but she gets taken down, though. Yeah. Yuku also takes out Shroom Soup, so that looks like it's going to be a pretty easy fight win for Riverside, as 2 players on Northridge get taken down early.
Yeah, that's pretty much going to take the payload all the way up to where it needs to go, which means that it's going to be a 1-fight territory the rest of the game.
Yeah, Cheddar getting staggered as well. So does E-Alt. That's going to be really bad for Northridge as a recontest. If Riverside's able to get 3 on cart and push this really, really close, I don't think Northridge is going to be able to recontest very good. So
it's going to be tough here. We do see the Ramatra ultimate. Well, the Ramatra ultimate is available versus the Pharah for E-Alts here. High Noon comes out very early from Blue Jay. Isn't able to find too much, but is able to hold it. Just kind of, no one touches. No one touches.
C9.
You got it. That's it. Riverside wins 2-0.
That's the series, Riverside.
That's what, see, when people say zoning Deadeye, that's a real thing. Zoning Deadeye, right there, the Deadeye kind of preventing anybody from getting on the point. I mean, you got to kind of I'm seeing some head nods here from both teams. You got to try to make an effort there, regardless or not if you're going to die there to the High Noon. You got to get on the point, right?
You have to do something. You got to do something, because you're just giving it up, especially when they're already in the Riverside's already in the lead. Like Northridge kind of just gave up right there.
Yeah, you got to touch there, but overall, still a good game. Riverside does take it 2-0. It was, it was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun casting that first match of the game. Sets us off on a good tone. We're seeing a lot of different heroes come out. We're not seeing anything too bland here. We're seeing the Bastion, the Pharah, the Genji. We're getting a show here, guys.
Yeah, we saw Winston, Hazard, Ramatra. We're getting some nice variety here, which is exactly what I was looking forward to. So, yeah, we'll see. Yeah, we'll see what.
I think there'll be another pair of casters coming in here and helping out with the next match. So it might be a little bit before, you see us again. I know, disappointing, but we'll see you guys in hopefully about an hour and a half or so.
Yeah, we'll see you guys later. All right. Thank you. The heat and the sweet.
Yep. Mango habanero.
Got it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Aztec Game Spring 2025. Now moving into Game 2 of the day, Cal Poly Slow versus UCLA Varsity.
I'm extremely excited. I mean, the last match we had, in itself, a bit of an upset for people. I think people really thought that Northridge might have had the edge coming into that match, but, you know, now we're focused on to an entire different side of this winner's bracket right now. We have the number 3 seeded UCLA Varsity taking on the number 6 seeded Cal Poly Slow Mustangs, and I'm really excited to see what we get into. Lijiang is going to be the first map, as you see on your screen here, and I think we talked a little bit before the show came on about what we were going to expect from these two teams, maybe in terms of composition or their prior matches. But how do you feel about this matchup?
Well, I am personally very excited to see what the intention was in today's bans. So from UCLA Varsity, we see a Diva ban, and while from Cal Poly Slow, we saw a Lucio ban. Now, Lucio, as of late, I would say occupies, well, realistically, the same strong role that he's always occupied. But realistically, I'm very, very interested to see what happens when teams are not playing with the expectation of speed to match or to match rotates or force initiations, but also what happens when you're down that sound barrier. How are teams going to manage to match up with that? For example, are we going to see more Brig with Rally? Are teams going to look to slow down their tempo, but still look to brawl with a Brig, or maybe even look to see double flex? And I think that double flex possibility is very, very viable when you have picks that work together, like Ana Kiri or Kiri Juno.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really interesting situation. I feel like Lucio is kind of a hero that teams kind of stray away from because he's so, he's picked a lot for a lot of compositions. Obviously, abilities of his speed, sound barrier, very useful ultimate, and abilities in general. The Lucio ban tells me that either Slow is wanting to slow down the tempo, no pun intended there, but they're either looking to slow things down, play that double flex support, slow down the composition of whatever they think UCLA might want to run to this Lijiang map, or they want to lean toward a Juno Brig. For some teams, taking out that Lucio means forcing discomfort onto another team. I think we've seen a lot where maybe some rosters excel in a Juno Brig composition, and maybe the Lucio just might not be their forte. Either way, I'm excited to see what we get into. I think the Diva ban, we've been talking about the Lucio ban. The Diva one is definitely interesting to me. And honestly, to me, I think that reads that UCLA Varsity might have some sort of read on the type of compositions that Cal Poly Slow want to run on this map.
Adversely, it just came to mind, assuming that UCLA, this might even be a prediction, as of late in higher level lobbies, we've actually been seeing a lot of Soch Farah, very, very poke-based compositions, Diva probably being the most reliable answer regarding that. And ladies and gentlemen, we are now loading into Lijiang Tower, and let's see what the picks are going to be on both sides in 20 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great point you brought up. That's something that might have slipped my mind at first. Farah is very popular right now. Maybe some wouldn't say that she's necessarily quote-unquote hard meta, but she definitely is a popular pick as of recent. There are a lot of players that have been able to find a lot of value on a composition that utilizes the pressure from Farah. So maybe eliminating that threat of the Diva completely is part of the entire plan for UCLA Varsity coming to this map. And, maybe even if we don't see it here, I'm expecting it on a map like Night Market or Tower Garden.
All right, I certainly see it happening. Ladies and gentlemen, in 10 seconds, we're about to go in. Like Mango Habanero, I'm the heat, he's the sweet, and let's go into map 1 of CP Slow versus UCLA Varsity. MTP off the rip, we see a Ram rush composition coming out, or sorry, not Ram, we see a Hazard rush composition coming out of CP Slow, UCLA Varsity, rolling out on the Ryan Bastion, something a little bit unique that you will see nowadays. Also running a Ram, or also running BAP, a bit of a rare pick nowadays as well. UCLA Varsity looks to dominate the server room, forcing CP Slow, even some all the way out to coast. Charge coming out from Copy, looking to walk on Tropic Gem forced to use a Bastion, get out, Scavenger gets the first kill of the series onto Courier with a grenade. Lunar Swim does take out the Devin Booker Immortal, but it's not enough. Copy immediately falls off with a charge on Lunar Slime. JJ and Costa trading. We are now seeing a 3v3 on point. Copy looking to zone out Tropic Gem. Costa goes in, commits both util to the fight, rotates to server room, while UCLA looks to continue to stack onto the point. Copy goes down into this fight. Not good space for CP Slow to be fighting in, but UCLA and Consta gets another kill to follow up on it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now seeing the first cap go to CP Slow, 7%.
I mean, what a fight flip there. I was completely expecting
Copy gets walled off!
That. Copy Slow walled off here, completely stuck. The shield goes down. Can he get finished out in time, though?
Just barely living.
survives.
Lots of resources used from CP Slow in an attempt to get Copy down, but I'm sure they know that they can just take their sweet time and look to take these engages. UCLA needs to get a clean rotation.
Flip coming in from Pied, pressure on the point. That's going to force UCLA back, and the pressure from that Bastion is just so overwhelming. That's going to need space given up. JJ found the first pick from Copy. Here comes the Bastion, trying to secure the pick on the brig here, but the blade comes out from Consta.
Consta sweeping up 2 kills, make that 3. Looks to clean up the fight, and even with that cap from CP Slow onto the point, UCLA Varsity very comfortably, very happy in giving up 7% for what 3 ults used on the side of UCLA Varsity. CP Slow now sitting on 4 ults. I want to see how UCLA Varsity looks to play with this Shatter going into this. Are they going to look to clear the main? Copy begins to walk up. Good pressure from Courier down the main angle. Copy is forced back again.
Here's a downpour. Rally going aggro. The lamp, is it going to be enough to sustain the rest of UCLA Varsity? No, that's going to be a complete wipe. And I think that was an excellently executed plan out from UCLA Varsity. The downpour into the rally to be able to go aggressive and force the issue. Now we see the Bastion swap onto the Reaper. Scavenger maybe not finding the value he wanted. Time to switch, take a new angle.
Shatter goes out onto Learn to Swim. Gets pinned into the corner. No!
Missed the
Copy
pin.
misses the charge. Ray
Here's
comes
the
out.
orbital ray.
Ray comes out for both teams. UCLA Varsity wants to make a move here, force the push even into the Juno ult. Learn to Swim getting lots of pressure in. 2 kills coming out on the side of UCLA Varsity on Tippy Slow. Copy is half health, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Learn to Swim gets pinned down into the corner. The corridor is cleared.
Can they touch? They will be
Slow
able to.
does manage to get the touch, 99 to 7%. As Courier gets staggered, Courier does get staggered. An easy another 10 to 50% that goes into the favor of UCLA Varsity.
I mean, talk about the ults expended there, though. The orbital ray and the mix of that whole thing. Now we have Consta coming up with the blade. Not really a great defense for the blade. I mean, the window can maybe try and be engaged earlier than the blade, and they'll do just that and try and force some time out of CP Slow here, but I'm really worried about the damage that Consta could do to this blade, because I really don't see an answer for it here on UCLA Varsity side.
We also see a window get little to no effect as used by UCLA Varsity. I want to know how CP Slow looks to take this with their faster tempo with that Genji blade. Scavenger is getting forced out by Consta. Doesn't want to give this. No, he actually gives it up. Goes to Coach. Luna's Swim gets the first kill on the Booker. Courier with another kill. Make that 2, and ladies and gentlemen, I believe this might be the end of the first round.
I mean, I talked about the blade as it looks like the cleanup coming here. Pied extending the rest of his abilities, just trying to stall out this overtime. He'll meet the duel eventually with Consta. It's really just a matter of touching here. The downpour coming out from Learn to Swim, but that finds the entire backline for UCLA Varsity. There's no chance the Reaper out comes out, but I don't think it's going to find enough value in nearly enough time, and now it's just a cleanup. Copy falls, and that's going to be the first round taken from CP Slow.
A very good area clear coming out from Scavenger. Woo, what a good way to start the series. I think you'll see something, I think you'll see the difference in tempos that both teams were looking to play. We did see UCLA, I believe, rolling out on that Bastion. I believe in an attempt to probably counteract any hard rushes coming out on the side of, coming out on the side of CP Slow. CP Slow looking to take that CP Slow looking to take that fight a lot faster than UCLA Varsity, and I think it's netting them so much, even if they weren't necessarily looking to play into a Rhine Bastion.
I mean, we hardly got a chance to talk about the team composition, and maybe we'll touch on that once the map ends, but the ball composition coming out from CP Slow here. The sim pick, I imagine, is temporary. Onto the Soldier. We talked about the Pharah.
Kiri.
This is not something I've seen before at all in recent memory, maybe ever, but maybe the element of surprise is what they're looking for, but Gark falls immediately.
LA Varsity looking to assert their space all over the middle of this map. They really don't want to let go of this bridge. Even Copy is forced out, not allowed to hold Dojo longer than UCLA wants him to.
Learn to swim, getting pressured out. I mean, this ball comp is all about disruption, but how can you get something started when Courier starts off with a pick onto Pi? The Pharah already down, Consta finding another. That's a quick reset. Back to spawn goes CP Slow, and, you know, I think they're going to have to find a way to break through. It has to be Copy. Copy has to create that disruption. So far, we're not seeing it, but we'll have to see what adjustments CP Slow is able to make.
Okay, Copy goes for the rollout, looking for eyes on JJ. Isn't able to force out much, but Courier gets the kill across the map onto Pied. I don't think that CP Slow even wants to take this fight anymore. But Scavenger and Copy are actually setting up a very, very long pinch. Scavenger is actually on the side of UCLA spawn.
Here's the ball comp in effect. The angle
Oh
of
my
Courier once
goodness!
more. An absolutely disgusting shot. Turns on the overclock, takes out Scavenger as well. Pied falls. 3 kills for Courier just to open that fight, and it's all but lost for CP Slow. 51% and counting. It's back to the drawing board, and I think at this point they have to reconsider the approach they're taking because Courier is on a tear right now.
Picking up to 60%. Consta sitting almost 100% on that barrage. I want to see how he does it to maybe even solo old Copy to force him out. Scavenger looking for a long flank, getting forced out or getting pressured by the Curie and the Soj.
Close
It's a
to
very,
visor.
very scary angle. Taking the bridge angle to try to find sight lines onto UCLA.
Ultimate's coming online. Here's the rush out of UCLA Varsity. They want to take the fight to Slow, but is it enough? High taken very low. Finally, Courier taken out. The visor coming out from Scavenger. He falls immediately, and that's going to allow the barrage to come through from Consta, and the rest of the dominoes fall. 93% now. It's about a touch. Can they prevent Copy from starting overtime here? 97, he has to make a move on now. He finally procs overtime. The rest of CP Slow, it's a scramble, a mad dash to get to point.
First kill is onto Gark. Good pressure from Consta onto that Courier with the second kill, onto Scavenger. Courier with another kill, onto Pi, showing him why he has this reputation of being such a vital asset for UCLA. Ladies and gentlemen, it is just Copy on the point, but it's not enough. Consta secures the kill onto Copy, and that is the end of map 1 versus UCLA Varsity versus CP Slow. What a great series to start.
Yeah, UCLA Varsity taking the first map there on Lijiang, and if I had to describe that last round in one word, suffocating. It felt suffocating. CP Slow could not get anything going on that ball composition. They couldn't create the angles they need, and if you're gonna ask me what the biggest influence was in that map, Courier. I mean, he looked ridiculous. He was finding picks, opening these fights before CP Slow even got a chance to set up the angles they were looking for. It shut down fights before they even began, and that looks like it's something that CP Slow is going to have to talk about going into this next map, because if you have Courier breathing down your back the way they are, I don't know how they're going to make it through this next round.
Suffocating is certainly the right word that I would use to describe it, and exactly what it's like to play against a team that is very, very experienced in that Soj and Pharah composition, because any alternative angle that you might be trying to take is immediately followed up on by your other DPS counterpart. So I guess in the sense of Courier looking to stuff that angle with as many rails as possible, he certainly did that. But on top of that, it's Consta making sure that no space is safe to occupy if the skies are open above you.
I'm going to shift the conversation a little bit. I feel like we didn't really get the proper chance to talk about it. These fights happen so quickly one after another. But can we rewind a little bit to Control Center? The Rhine composition with the Bastion, it's very esque of Space Station when they were in EU, or London Spitfire before that. Very popular. They were running the Bastion comp with the Reinhardt and the May, Bap Lucio, all that sort of thing. Maybe taking a page out of their book a little bit. But that's not something I've seen recently. It's a little niche, and it didn't work out in the end, but definitely something that was unexpected, at least for me.
They certainly got more mileage on Control Center than they did on
Control Center.
Yes, they certainly got a lot more mileage on Control Center than the second part of the map, and I think that does owe to how their approach to the situation. We saw we saw UCLA rolling out on a hazard composition, which suggests to me that they always want to be setting the first notes of the fight. And I think if this was a read from CP Slow, who we did discuss as trying to tailor their own solution into UCLA's preferred styles of team fights, I think it was probably a read looking to sustain the initial fight as long as possible, and then immediately follow back with aggressive maneuvering from the Rhine, as supported by the Bastion. Now, I think this actually plays into the Lucio ban a bit, because without that Lucio I believe they were running, was it a Juno BAP on Control Center?
Yes, it was.
I believe so. So I think they were looking to use the Juno in order to make up for the lack of speed that
Right.
that
A placeholder.
yes, exactly, that the absence of a Lucio was creating. And I'm finding difficulty in, especially when looking to see how much of a burst that UCLA was looking to play. It's very, very scary knowing that it's very, very scary playing Juno into that when you could very easily take so much damage and just get blown up effectively.
Well, coming out of that talking point, we've just gotten word that we have now the info for the next upcoming map and the hero bans. The next map that we will be going to, map 2 of UCLA Varsity versus CP Slow, will be held on Blizzard World.
Blizzard World automatically suggests to me that there is going to be lots of long sight lines, something that UCLA clearly wants to take with the effectiveness of their Sojourn Farah. Curiously enough, from UCLA, we're seeing a Rhine ban.
You know, maybe that control center, the little bit of pressure that was applied from that composition got to them a little bit. You know, I can't really imagine that the Reinhardt composition would be optimal on a map like Blizzard World. But, you know, I would love to hear the thought process that went into that. Either way, I'm not sure that UCLA Varsity is really in a position to be necessarily worried or concerned. It sounds like they really have all their pieces put together, at least for that first map as we head into Blizzard World. You talked about the long sight lines, and CP Slow maybe wanting to, favor those long sight lines, considering the fast rush composition, the hazard composition that UCLA Varsity was running. I'm curious to see what CP Slow in return runs, and what their answer is on this map.
Funny that you mentioned that. A very, very key part of that hazard-based composition is, unsurprisingly, the DPS that you run with it. And we actually saw a Genji ban coming from CP Slow onto UCLA. So I think this is their answer to the tempo that UCLA wants to play.
I actually want to talk about that really quick. Something we didn't bring up, but I noticed a little bit of. I don't believe CP Slow played Sojourn at all on Lijiang. They played Soldier, they played Pharah, they played Reaper, Bastion, and Tracer, but they did not touch the Sojourn. That speaks to me. Maybe there's an issue with comfortability, a comfort pick, or hero pool. They didn't play the Sojourn there, and if their plan isn't to run the Soldier, which you can see the hero picks now, it doesn't necessarily look like that's their initial pick. Maybe Scavenger switches off, but why not ban the Sojourn? Courier was having a field day on the hero.
My thoughts exactly. And if CP Slow is avoidant on picking that Sojourn, I see it as a much easier ban option. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now starting Blizzard World. UCLA Varsity on a Hazard Rush comp, CP Slow on something resembling Poke with a Ram. Bold pick from Scavenger onto the Widowmaker into a team that is very, very good at closing the distance. Scavenger wants to take this high ground, I believe. No, he looks to take the left angle. Pied is trying his best to clear the height. LA looking to gather on point.
Learn to swim, a lot of damage. There's the anti. It's huge. The final blow coming out from Copy, and that's the go button if you're CP Slow. I'm really surprised they're sticking on the Widowmaker, but as soon as I bring up that point, Scavenger finding a pick on a JJ. Here's the back from UCLA Varsity. They want to try maybe get a fight before that final tick closes, if not just a reset to hold close here after this first point of Blizzard World. It looks like there'll be a little bit of a stall coming through.
Consta trying his best to make some time. Does it get immediately forced out by Pied? UCLA does take that purple onto Learn to Swim. Learn to Swim trying his best to make his fight on point. Scavenger, but Scavenger gets a kill onto Tropic Gem, and it's not going to be enough. First point goes to CP Slow.
Yeah, on this Ramatra comp paired with the Pharah, I think it's definitely an interesting. Maybe the compliments on paper you wouldn't really think are there, but they've definitely made it work. What's surprising to me is how long they've stayed and committed to the Widowmaker on this composition. But I think that's just a testament to how much they believe in Scavenger's ability to create that pressure and find a pick as long as the fight can stretch down for long enough. Pick on a JJ.
Very, very interesting way to start this fight. I think CP Slow definitely wants to take advantage of this early and aggressive positioning. The Lucio does exist to help close the distance, unlike last map. Scavenger looking to take that tank angle, trying his best to get a kill onto Courier. Courier does get about half health. Lots of assistance from Pied coming on the way. Learn to Swim is also getting slowed. Pressured out by multiple angles. Pied gets the nano onto him, trying his best to get damage onto Learn to Swim, secures the kill, but Courier managed to get the kill onto Scavenger. Courier with another kill onto Jark! Kaza with a kill onto Devin Booker, and it's just 2 members of CP Slow left alive, trying their best to make as much time as possible, but UCLA lives to close the distance. Kaza with a kill onto Pied, Courier with another kill onto Copy! A masterclass from UCLA Varsity's DPS!
It is absolutely ridiculous what Courier can pull out of his back pocket when pushed up against the wall like that. 2 picks that completely turned the fight. You know, I think the fight win was definitely in question there for UCLA Varsity, but the DPS line of Courier and Consta worked together in perfect harmony, found exactly the value they needed, and now we're in a position where CP Slow has to get back to the drawing board, try and, you know, reset once more.
And we have mention of that read from the last map. We see Learn to Swim moving on to that D.Va, probably looking to zone out Pied and Scavenger. Poppy is getting forced out. Pied gets dangerously low. Courier uses that Sojourn ult, but it's matched by Gark's beat. Ooh, Courier taking a very dangerous angle into Scavenger, and both teams are consolidating in their original points, wisely knowing that this fight could easily be both. This fight could easily go both ways. Copy does begin to walk out. B comes out on the side of UCLA Varsity. Looking to close the distance. Does get the kill onto Devin Booker. Cuts it with the kill onto Pied while we're turned away. Copy is trying his best to close the distance. Get a kill onto Drop a Gem. Suzo comes out. It's not going to be enough. That is a clean fight win on the side of UCLA Varsity. Not a single person going down.
You know what I call that, Ian? I call that tempo. They took the fight to CP Slow, realized they were in an uncomfortable position there, forced aggressive beat out from Tropic Gem, and just hit the go button, pedal to the metal, took that fight to them, and now they're in a wonderful position. A lot of time left on the clock for CP Slow to make an adjustment, but CP Slow really has to start upping the tempo if they want to compete.
Wholeheartedly, CP Slow looking to take the lower angle, trying their best to rotate their supports, I believe, into the net. Very, very interesting. No, we see Copy moving on to point. Backline of CP Slow does get a little pretty hard, but Scavenger manages to check Courier. Constant gets a kill onto Devin Booker. Now Gark is going to go down. How does CP Slow look to take this fight?
They flip map. They flip map here. The backline for CP Slow goes down. I'm not sure they can sustain much longer. It's all really just got to be heroics. I wouldn't like to see the Annihilation come out from Copy, considering he has no backline, but maybe it's enough to sustain the bomb out. The D-Mech from Learn to Swim, he'll get back in the mix safely. A lot of zoning pressure coming out from Copy, but he's going to pay his life for it, and in the end, I'm not really sure. Maybe the cart progress will help Slow in this next fight.
Wait! We have a C9!
No way!
We see a C9 from Pied of CP Slow onto UCLA's defense!
The question marks in the chat, absolute cinema. I cannot believe what I just witnessed. I didn't even notice it for myself. What? I think Pied on the Tracer snuck behind the entirety of UCLA Varsity to force the point capture. I was just talking about the maybe worrisome position of CP Slow coming into this next fight, but now just completely erase that. We're moving on a third.
What an interesting way to see a further extension of this fight, especially when CP Slow was seemingly at such a disadvantage. Courier and the rest of UCLA looking to take this long angle. Copy does have his ram form forced out. Consta with a pretty dangerous poke onto anyone. Big Purple goes out from CP Slow onto Learn to Swim and JJ. No Suzu is used, but Learn to Swim is still low. Courier is out of position. He can very easily get walked on. Copy heard me combat and decides to walk onto Courier.
DP Slow forcing the issue. Now they're starting to look a little more comfortable. They use the nano. Here's the Russian response, though. They're going to have an answer for this. I think it's a complete disengage. So clean. Look at that. No picks found, at least thus far. Complete waste. And now we go back in with the aggressive rally.
We see an Ajax! Ajax from dropping gem! It gets canceled by the Brick Rash!
The beat goes down. None of it left. 3 on cart. The cart keeps pushing. Now it's a stagger. I'm not sure they're going to be able to get maybe even a touch on the cart. And
they don't even
won't.
touch. CP Slow caps with a minute and a half onto UCLA Varsity. What an upset.
I have to say, Ian, the audience watching, a C9 into an Ajax. 3rd point capture, does that not take a toll on your mental? Maybe even a little bit. We saw the match chat flooding with question marks, and look at these player cams. UCLA Varsity is not happy with that performance.
I think there certainly was an effect on morale as a result of those 2 misplays. And what an interesting contrast when compared to the first map. UCLA was clearly happy to dominate the space on their comp, but now we're seeing it turned around in such a way. CP Slow spinning back, forcing those 2 misplays.
Yeah, Cal Poly Slow came out swinging, out the gate swinging on the Ramatra comp. And something I want to point out, we talked about the player cams on the side of UCLA Varsity, but CP Slow, all smiles. And that's what matters. LAN is not an online tournament. This is different. This is where upsets happen. And I think CP Slow is on the verge of maybe turning the tides here, and all the momentum is currently shifted in their direction.
It's definitely a good way to describe the difference between online and LAN play. We see UCLA Varsity rolling out now on something very, very typical of dive compositions as of late, while CP Slow with a Torb, Ashe, and a D.Va, definitely looking to poke out any form of rotation that UCLA wants to take to set up the backline.
UCLA, very standard here. Very standard on a brig. Winston, Sojourn Tracer. You see it a lot, every region, a lot in Korea as well. I'd like to highlight this Tor pick out of Pi. That might cause some trouble for this dive composition, especially for Learn to Swim on the Winston.
Courier and the rest of UCLA's varsity backline set up on the high ground. Nate does unfortunately miss. Gark does get low. Learn to Swim is looking to take any percentage onto this point as possible, and he comfortably disengages. UCLA is going to look to set up another aggressive engagement from Copy. Just walks through, gets the kill onto Tropic Jet 50. Courier tries to dive onto the high ground. Does manage to get a kill onto Devin Booker. But he does, I believe he does go down at the hands of Copy. Pi gets the kill onto JJ. And I believe that is the end of our first minute worth of UCLA's time bank. Consta wisely deciding to go for the reset.
Yeah, UCLA says, hey, let's hit the reset button. The fight didn't go our way. Let's run it back. CP Slow, excellent job of, you know, denying that push out from UCLA Varsity. But something about UCLA's comp is that the alt rotation in this composition is very important. We talk about, you know, the overclock, the nano Winston. These are the things that's going to help break through CP Slow's hold that they have on this high ground on first point.
Swim looking to jump onto this high ground with eyes. Probably waiting for JJ here to get an angle, get a good nade. Looking to tease the angle for now, reasonably so. Consta actually gets the recall forced by Pied and CP Slow's backline. I'm sure that CP Slow knows that this is delaying the dive coming out from UCLA. And we see both teams is locking into their positions. Consta looking for a wider rotate, looks to walk onto the high ground. Scavenger does get very low. We see aggressive maneuvering from Copy onto the backline of UCLA. Copy does use that bomb in response. Nano comes out from JJ. Bomb gets the kill onto Learn to Swim, and Scavenger responds, and Scavenger immediately precedes it with a kill onto Courier. Scavenger with another kill onto Consta. JJ with a kill onto Scavenger in an attempt to trade, but at this point it's just UCLA's backline. I don't think it's going to be enough. Pied very carefully zoning JJ from the rest of his team. Very well played from CP Slow, knowing exactly how to divide and conquer.
The trades were perfect, but look how quickly UCLA is advancing. I think they understand that they might have a slight man advantage or in timing, if anything else here. We have the overclock from Courier, and that's someone we've been eyeing all
Big purple coming on the side of
no one falls. No one falls from the ante. Everyone falling completely low. I think the Pied Torb ultimate here completely denied that dive out from UCLA. I can't believe they sustained that.
Learn to swim now sitting onto that primal rally coming out on the
Big
side
anti.
of UCLA varsity. Nano, Ensai goes out onto UCLA varsity, learn to swim, but it's not going to be enough. Courier with 2 kills, just like that, onto CP Slow. Scavenger does manage to get the return kill onto Courier, but it's not going to be enough. Ladies and gentlemen, 43 seconds left on the clock. UCLA takes that point.
Finally, a breakthrough from UCLA, and they did not need to break the alt bank. Only a rally and overclock expended in that team fight. They'll have 3 more ultimates coming up, ready for use very soon. And I think this is a good look for UCLA varsity, especially coming into this second portion of Blizzard World.
We are now seeing CP Slow move towards a much more poke-based composition. Ooh, Spide taking a very scary angle versus Courier. I want to see how UCLA varsity looks to maneuver their supports to get a nade or eyes onto the high ground. Nano goes out onto Learn to Swim. He misses the jump. Coach Gun comes out on the side of
He missed it
Scavenger.
again?
He misses another jump. JJ with a kill onto Pied, trying to get this kill onto Scavenger. Wait, good Nano force from Learn to Swim onto Scavenger.
Pulse bomb missed from Consta. Now Scavenger free reign on this high ground, preying on the backline, looking for a pick on a Courier. Consta trying to get set up for this dive. The Primal force out from Learn to Swim though. This could be the go button, the juggle. Let's see it. Find a pick on Nagark. The backline completely eliminated on the side of CP Slow. They're gonna need to get a very quick reset, and if not, this might just be second point capture for UCLA varsity.
The bomb coming out on the side of Copy, probably preceding an imminent switch. Ooh, Scavenger does get very, very low. Pied is trying his best to make time for his team. Does unfortunately get killed, and that's not enough time for CP Slow to make it before UCLA caps second. Copy actually opting to stay onto that Diva, even if he just burned his ult.
Something I noticed, Pied on the side of CP Slow is having a little bit of trouble committing to the composition they want to run. He started off on the Torb, switched the Pharah, and now is back onto the Torb for this third point. It makes sense. It's more close quarters, but that ultimate percentage, those perks, that's a big factor in this whole thing as UCLA starts to decide to go a little bit aggro. The Bob available for Scavenger is going to send it into the back line. It'll be stopped abruptly. Courier finds a pick onto said Pied, and now UCLA players pressing the issue. The rally out of Gark just to try to sustain as the fight comes to a bit of a standstill.
I believe we're going to see immediate follow-up momentum from UCLA, knowing that CP Slow has no ult in the bank. Scavenger is sitting on the wide angle. He does get a pinch onto him as forced by Learn to Swim. Learn to Swim gets purpled, but a huge rally coming out on the side of UCLA. A 3-man bash. Courier with the immediate kill. On the Pied! Costa with a 2-man bolt bomb!
Conta with 2 picks. D-Mex is Copy. There has to be some sort of touch out from CP Slow. I'm not sure. It's going to be a bit of a stagger. The Nano comes out. The ultimates are not looking great. Scavenger does find a pick on the Courier, but is it going to be enough? I think it's just Scavenger on this point. He's really the last one standing for CP Slow. Copy switches to the Doomfist. We'll get an initial touch. I really don't think it'll be enough stall. Here's the punch. Not going to find anything. That's going to be a third point capture for UCLA varsity. And I can hear the cheering in the crowd.
A 1 second time difference in the time banks. I think this is a statement on how excellent the quality of this match is.
This is a battle. This is far closer than what we thought maybe this series would lead to on Lijiang. And I mean, look at the faces on the player cams. UCLA varsity completely locked in. And CP Slow still all smiles. We're gonna have to see how these attitudes progress into this next round, but really this is an extremely close match, and I'm just excited for the crowd that gets to witness this, the closeness of this match.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would be very, very excited to see what both teams do with less than 2 minutes allowed into their time bank. Now, I believe if you were watching UCLA's offense onto first point, it took them about 3.5 minutes to consolidate their control over that first point. CP Slow actually took that what felt like fairly comfortably. And interestingly enough, from CP Slow, I think you actually brought this up before, almost a space station-esque composition.
They really run out with this. The Sigma, Bastion, Brig, Ana. I really can't begin to describe or explain what the plan is here for CP Slow entering first point. I believe they'll move to take the high ground with the Sigma. A bit of a poke, a bit of a brawl, a bit of everything. They're going to get pressured on this dive here, but we'll see how this evolves as they move through the high ground on first point Blizzard World.
LA stacking up on point as they should. I believe that is actually Consta looking to
The
take
TP!
a pinch angle. TP goes looking to zone out Learn to Swim, who is in a dangerous position. We see Scavenger set up on that high ground, looking to do as much damage as possible going into this fight. Copy now sitting on point while Scavenger takes a long and very comfortable angle. Actually goes for the basket grenade jump onto the high ground with Pied. Scavenger does get very, very low. Does go out the hands of Courier. Hyde still is control of the high ground, but Courier says no! Courier says no again! 3 kills coming out of the side of Courier onto CP Slow!
The stagger! The stagger on the Copy. He's not going to be a part of this final touch. Look at this. I think he's moving to jump off map. Eventually, they'll end up getting the kill. The boop kill on that from Tropic. And this is going to be a rough one. 15 seconds left on the clock. It's up to CP Slow to try and make magic happen. They're opting for the high ground. They want to salvage themselves somewhat. The ball switch from Copy, a smart one. 6 seconds left on the clock. Somebody's got to get a touch on. I don't think it was procced. It was procced at 4 seconds. Now it is. But Pied pays his life for it. The recall forced because he touched point too early. This is a rough one for CP Slow. Courier finding 2 picks to start off the fight. And it's not looking good. Scavenger's going to fall. UCLA Varsity moving for a full hold point on first point Blizzard World for their defense.
At this point, we may be listening to the death knell of CP Slow concerning their overtime offense onto first point. What a performance from Courier, intercepting every single major rotation, always managing to take out a kill.
I mean, if there's one constant in this match, it's Courier. Courier showing up in the final moments, in moments that felt like the fight was already lost. Putting up an amazing performance, and about a minute 35, 36 on the time bank for UCLA here. 1 tick is all they need on Blizzard World first point, but CP Slow's initial hold was much longer than that. A draw is very possible. Dare I say likely, considering how close this match has been between these two teams.
Be Slow opting for that same very interesting poke or bunker composition that they were running before. UCLA, I wonder if they're actually going to commit to the ball. We see Courier on that Soj, deadly as he's always been. Actually opting for a Juno, I wonder, permanently. JJ's nade certainly helped a lot when it came to blowing open those fights in favor of UCLA.
It's do or die for CP Slow. 1 minute and 32 seconds determines whether or not they move to the lower bracket or continue moving on in this upper bracket in the first round.
Swap from, an attempt from Con to get some initial picks. Learn to Swim opting to go on that ram, probably looking to consolidate his control on point for a bit.
That turret putting in a lot of work. No one's really looked at it so far. What an amazing position for that Torp turret. I've never seen that before.
I believe that's Consta's recall force. Courier managed to take out the turret. I think UCLA is looking to control both the left and right angle. Form is forced by Scavenger onto Learn to Swim. Learn to Swim now looking to control point again. Copy does get dangerously low. We are now ticking dangerously close to a full cap. Copy does get that nade onto him, trying his best to force out Learn to Swim. Learn to Swim does get dangerously low. Learn to Swim drops on top of Scavenger. Scavenger wasn't aware. Scavenger goes down. That's Learn to Swim. Copy with the kill onto Costa. Learn to Swim now looking to do some damage onto Copy. Copy trying his best to stay alive.
They have to maintain on this point, but Courier, the pick on a Copy. That might just spell the end of the map. 2 picks as the tick capture goes to 100%. A 1-0 finish on Blizzard World. A 2-0 series point for UCLA Varsity. UCLA Varsity will take winners round, their first match 2-0 against CP Slow. A valiant effort by CP Slow, but it wasn't enough.
I don't want to take away from CP Slow's performance in this series regardless. they were very much underdogs going into this, and they did actually have very, very good strategies into UCLA that were working pretty well. Unfortunately, UCLA was able to generate their own efficient answers to CP Slow's playbook, but again, I think for CP Slow, you should be happy you took so much progress against UCLA varsity, one of the better teams in the state as a whole, and I think it's only up from here.
This is a team I want to follow through the lower bracket. This is a team that I feel like might just be a dark horse contender to make some sort of run. There are a lot of great teams we have here at Spring Games, but CP Slow showing that they're not any pushover in this tournament. A 2-0 from UCLA varsity against CP Slow. We'll continue with more tournament action. We thank you guys for joining us. Stick with us as we go through this break.
Stay tuned, folks. We are now in our losers bracket match with a game between CP Slow and UCSD Defenders of Geisel. Wild, how are you feeling going into this?
I'm feeling really good. Good to see my old alma mater, back in action. UCSD, we gotta, I'm an unbiased opinion. I gotta say they gotta take this. However, Slow versus UCLA was a great game. A lot of fun, up and down. Slow seems like a great team, so we're in for a good match.
Very good match indeed. CP Slow, especially coming out as such underdogs into such strong players like UCLA. The game was an 0-2 on the side of CP Slow, but let's not take away from the fact how close that second map was.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, Courier's going to do what he does. He's going to click heads. He's been doing it for years. He's going to keep doing it. No, Slow put up a great fight. We saw a lot of interesting picks come out. We had some very funny moments. You guys should definitely go check that out after this is over. Check out the broadcast VOD. It was a ton of fun. But yeah, it was a really fun game, and it was really close more than anything.
Very close indeed. Was a true pleasure to watch that game. We are loading into our map very, very soon. Lijiang Tower. We see a Ram band coming out on the side of CP Slow and a Juno band coming out on the side of UCSD Defenders.
Yeah, we've actually got we got a Reinhardt comp coming out here from CP Slow. It's going to be a ton of fun to watch. They got more of a pokey look with the Pharah here on the side of UCSD.
Good damage from Scavenger, almost taking out Aureus on the first pick. Mine taking that wide angle, getting good damage onto Pied from the distance. Boring Winner looking to play this nice and slow, waiting for Mine to get a kill. Mine gets the first kill onto Pied. The rest of the team starts to walk in. Aureus looks to take the off angle with Mine. Boring Winner with a kill onto Scavenger, and that is immediately all of CP Slow dead within the first 30 seconds of the map beginning.
What a flank coming in from Mine here. As I said, the Fair is more of a pokey comp, kind of sneaking around the back there, putting up so much damage with those rockets. And we immediately see a switch here over to the Orisa, try to deal with that Pharah a bit better. But no, what an absolute flank coming in from Mine to set that up for UCSD.
Poppy already taking a hefty amount of poke. Is Boring Winner going to catch the rotation? Yes, he does. Looks to stuff Copy. Copy uses that spear. Boring Winner trying his best to stay alive. Wisely decides to back out. Suzu coming out on the side of Small Pup. Helm is taking a very, very wide angle. Gets a kill on the Pied!
What a shot coming in from Helm here. Just to start off the fight with a nice headshot coming in onto Pied. As Boring Winner is going to be trying to find a kill here on Scavenger. He does find it's going to be a 3v5 coming in here as CP Slow is forced to back closer to their spawn.
I wonder what CP Slow's plan is running this Orisa. Definitely something very hard to play into this strange pseudo poke that UCSD is looking to play. I believe the plan is to have Boring Winter stay alive as long as possible while Helm and Mine take their angles. Copy looking to walk through the Mega. Lots of scary angles. Look for pressure onto Helm. Helm does manage to get the slide out. Mine is looking to stop this poke. Probably looking to use his Barrage very soon. Barrage comes out on the side of Mine, gets a kill onto Scavenger, and Devin Booker Copy with a kill onto Boring Winter. But Boring Winter, before he dies, gets a kill onto Pied. Helm with a kill onto Garg, and the fight is already over with the use of one ult from UCSD. CP Slow using that Deadeye, but realistically, I don't know how much value that would have gotten, regardless of how much setup it would have gotten.
Yeah, the Deadeye there mainly being used as a zoning mechanism, maybe trying to force that Pharah out of the sky, but Mine just too quick with it, able to get that huge ult off, picks up 3 for UCSD, and now they're looking great here. This is the last fight territory, and they have a lot of ults coming up here. The Kitsune Rush actually comes up first. It's going to be huge. It's going to be 1 HP here for Copy. Helm already finds the headshot on Devin Booker. Copy goes down as well. It's a 3v5. It's midnight. It's the last chance here. 95 seconds and counting.
95% on the way of UCSD. Pied trying his best to make some form of overtime miracle happen, but look at UCSD, Defenders of Geisel, coming around the corner, looking to take Pied out as soon as possible. Pied doing his best to do some damage, but Helm gets the kill onto Scavenger. Boring Winter with the kill onto Pete. Good nano onto Copy from Devin Booker. Devin Booker does go down at the hands of Mine. Copy doing his best to get some damage done. Beat comes out on the side of Aureus, and that is all she wrote for round 1 of Lijiang Tower. Welcome to the doghouse.
What a performance coming out from UCSD, just dominant, finding the first pick in every fight, rotating around their ultimates well. It was a great last-second contest, I think, with the Nano Doom. They were actually very close to getting that beat up as well, if Gark had gotten that with the Lucio. But a little bit too little too late here, as UCSD were already so far ahead. Wow, what an absolute spectacle of a round.
I agree wholeheartedly, Wild, but let's actually think about CP Slow's response and overtime plays. They recognized that they would have had to give up Pied as a sacrificial pawn to get that OT, but they did have the Nano Doom, something that is already scary. And I think that there is very easily a world in which CP Slow rolls out, makes that overtime play, and Copy somehow manages to kill 2 very realistically. UCSD, again, rolling out for this same composition, looking to control this long angle. Copy actually committing to the Doom for now. CP Slow looking to run a very, very aggressive dive comp.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, this fair is going to be an absolute madness here. The early TP coming in for Devin Booker. Their Suzu comes out as well. Devin Booker is absolutely in no man's land right now. Right in the middle of UCSD and goes down, but Mine kills himself. But Boring Winter picks up the kill onto Gark, so UCSD is still going to be up here.
More Copy stuffed into that lone angle. Then we see a second kill off the map. You know, it's kind of funny when you think about UCSD probably got 6 kills during that team fight, if you count Mine.
And the kill feed 6 times. What a dominant start here. They do switch over to the Winston Echo, which I do like a lot better against this comp than the Doom.
Probably looking to get angles onto Small Pup and force that Curie out as soon as possible. Pied already on point, looking to draw eyes away. Pinch comes out on the side of CP Slow. Mine gets that kill onto Copy, but I believe that is utility force on the side of Small Pup. Now CP Slow needs to take this aggressive, but no! Wait, no! They're actually turning it around. Helm with the kill onto Gark first. Helm with another kill onto Scavenger, but CP Slow does have 2 kills going into this. Pied is trying his best to stay alive from Boring Winter's pressure. Huge wall coming out from Boring Winter. Pied does manage to get out, but no recall while both supports are up. Copy is looking to consolidate on the White Room side of point, looking to collect some point percentage, but Mine has a free angle in the window. Boring Winter with the kill onto Pied. CP Slow is looking to continue their fight on point, but Helm with another kill while we're looking away. And Copy does get the map! A third environment again! I think that might have just been a reset, but still, very good play.
I mean, I think Slow did a great job of trying to come back into it, picking up the 2 kills after their tank. He just kind of gone in and died very quickly. But the sustaining power of UCSD just a little bit too strong here with that Lucio and Kiriko.
Something is to be said about CP Slow getting some uncomfortable flashbacks about playing versus a Soj. Helm very much occupying that same role, but Pied with a pulse bomb kill onto the Pharah!
The big wall though. Stops out.
It's going to be Copy, it's going to be 1 HP here. Helm finds the kill, but he's going to
get the map! Gark with the bump
Punch help! It's gonna be a new best over. It's gonna be a 2v2.
But Scavenger finds the kill at the Small, but Warriors is last alive. It's Slow flips.
CP Slow gets their first capture of this point.
Wow, what an absolute start to that fight with an incredible stick there from Pied onto Mon.
Plenty of ults coming from UCSD onto this next offense. CP Slow, Scavenger actually going for that swap onto the Sombra. I think we're both going to see CP Slow looking to make the first move into this.
He's going to be low though already. Copy's going to be 1 HP, goes down early to Boring Winter. It's going to be a huge ult coming in from Boring Winter, trying to lock him out. That Helm finds 2, and it's going to be all over here for Slow for this fight.
But look, 4 ults used on the side of UCSD. CP Slow is going. It all entirely depends on CP Slow is going to make their touch. Boring Winter looking to stuff that.
Kill.
Mine with kill onto Gark.
Oh, huge move. Oh, he goes down.
It's 2-0. It's 2-0. It's 2-0. UCSD, start barking. You are now in the doghouse.
Oh my God! What a round! What a map! As UCSD dominates in a 2-0 victory.
Ooh, man. It's very interesting when you look. CP Slow is definitely looking to play a much more aggressive composition. But let's talk about how well UCSD is able to play their own space, constantly making distance between them and CP Slow's very aggressive dive. And you typically see the first pick coming out of UCSD, something that in any composition is not something you want. But even worse if you're playing such an aggressive composition like CP Slow.
Yeah, to me, it felt like UCSD did a great job of handling Copy on the tank for Slow as he was diving in. Just, pure focus onto him. We saw multiple times where he tried to engage. UCSD has collapsed on him right away, investing all of the resources to make that 4v5. Even without those cooldowns, without their tank, Slow's going to have a hard time winning fights. So a great job is collapsing on him when he attacked.
Very, very good job on the side of UCSD, but CP Slow definitely still showed some signs of life, getting their cap on second. When realistically they started down 2 kills. I think that there's a world in which CP Slow can realistically make an argument to get a second map win.
I definitely think that's possible too. They definitely had flashes of some great teamwork. What I'd like to see though from Slow in terms of maybe for next map, maybe a little bit more synergy with their comps. They were switching up quite a bit. Decided to run a couple of different options here. Into the, trying to run, Risa into more of a pokey comp, and we see them roll out on Doom here, into the more sustainable comp of UCSD, and I'm not sure that worked out quite too well. But in terms of their play, they're playing great. Maybe just look for a little more synergy with those heroes.
Agree wholeheartedly, and I think the picks that we actually saw coming out on the side of CP Slow, I think they had the right idea, but I think there were definitely better picks that they could have been making. Again, Ryan in 2025, a bit of a bold choice to make. And especially, but the Orisa pick was one that admittedly confused me, and I'm sure I'm gonna follow up with CP Slow at a later point, ask what their decision making was, but into such a heavy poke-based composition, there's not much that Orisa can do besides very, very short bursts of damage absorption into that, trying to close the distance. I think in a different world, I would have liked to see them roll out onto a D.Va in response to so much poke coming out on the side of the defenders of Geisel.
Yeah, I completely agree. In order to you have to be absolutely perfect with your coordination in order to make Orisa work into that comp. You have those brief periods, where you can fortify and use your spear to go forward, but you have to be very precise with your timing and play around the map very well. Not to say that Slow didn't give it a good go, but I think that something like D.Va, something that's a little bit more mobile, has more consistent access. Something like DM would have looked a little bit better there into the comp UCSD was running.
Well, signs of life still certainly are there from CP Slow, and I think you're right. I do think that, assuming they adjust their formula, mess with the equations a little bit, I think we can see a very, very strong argument from them onto our next map.
Yeah, our next map is going to be hybrid. I think we have Kings Row, Eichenwald, Blizzard World, and unsure of the last one. Do you remember the last map?
I am unsure of the last map type. However, on mention of hybrid, I actually wonder if, seeing as how we've seen a Rhine pick out of both of our maps, or out of both of our matches featuring CP Slow, I really hope we see a Kings Row pick. So that way, CP Slow maybe can force this into the long, messy, drawn-out fight that they're clearly wanting to have.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Kings Row, arguably the most iconic map here in Overwatch, and Ryan, the most iconic pick on that map. I absolutely love Reinhardt. Hasn't been the best pick, consistently, but has had his moments. And if you're gonna play Ryan, you might as well do it on Kings Row. It just really allows for that more messy game style, as you kind of alluded to. That it seems that Slow is trying to gravitate towards more so than the more pokey composition that UCSD is trying to run. So if you're able to, maybe run a Lucio, maybe just play very coordinated and together, and just kind of collapse on somebody with that Rhine rush. Definitely a very powerful play here on Kings Row.
Seeing as how CP Slow did actually ban Ram on Li Zhang, I do wonder if they're going to maintain that ban on this map as well. Seeing as how they might even be able to force it into a Rhine mirror on a map with such tight corridors like Kings Row. I'd also like to say, again, as I mentioned previously before during Li Zhang, CP Slow might be having a reoccurring problem in getting favorable rotations. It seems to me like it was happening a lot versus UCLA, where Courier was able to snipe someone on the way in, and I'm a little bit afraid that it's happening with Helm again.
Yeah, we saw Helm get the first pick there multiple times with that nice rail coming out from Sojourn. Just such a powerful ability. Really, it lets you control the entire map with zoning, and it really is one of the most powerful abilities in the game. But you're absolutely right, where a lot of times in those rotations, maybe something that Slow can look at is maybe try to keep those rotations a little bit tighter, stick closer to your tank, and play around the architecture of the map a little bit better. Just don't give Helm as many opportunities to kind of shut down the fight before it begins.
I believe there is also something to be said, Mine, actually. To my understanding, Mine is an incredibly flexible player, and during his time in Collegiate, I believe he's actually touched on pretty much every single role there is, now touching on Flex DPS as a member of the Defenders of Geisel.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. In my time with Mine, I've seen him as a tank, as a support, and now as a DPS. So a very flexible player and really knows how the game operates. From a multi-role standpoint. And we do actually have our picks in here. UCSD banned Blizzard World, and Slow decided to ban Eichenwald. So Numbani is where we're going to be going with I believe Slow banning Hazard, and UCSD banning Kiri.
Very, very interesting. I think with what is presented to us on Numbani, we could see this very, very typical bread and butter type of composition featuring an on-up brig. I'm certainly hoping to see it. Dive being, in my eyes, a very, very good litmus test to see how good a team's synchronization is. CP Slow, again, we haven't really seen them on much dive, besides maybe the D.Va looking to clear poke or a high ground. But UCSD, I haven't seen how much of a dive they really have. Now, admittedly, I have seen something of UCSD attempting to play dive during, I believe it was their one of their qualifying games versus UCLA. Admittedly, there is little to be left. There is much to be left desired. But I want to see how they play it into CP Slow. Are we going to see something like they did before? Something resembling a Farah Soj, in which they like to take these fights at their own leisure effectively. But I do wonder how that plays into the tempo that a Winston is going to set into the fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, this far in the tournament, we haven't seen either of these teams really touch dive too much from what I know about UCSD. Definitely not a dive favoring team. Yes, we definitely should see an interesting matchup here. I mean, maybe UCSD wanting to try to stay away from Kings Row because Slow is trying to force that brawl so much, force that Rhine, fortunately that gritty playstyle where, I mean, you can see the brawl here, especially on the last point of Numbani, or the last stretch, but at point 1, you're definitely running dive all the way.
I agree wholeheartedly, and I'm very, very excited to see a dive come out from both teams. Take a quick look at the comps as we load into Numbani. UCSD rolling for, again, I suppose, much like the precedent set by Li Zhang, you have a very independent frontline tank, while you have two very poke-based DPS picks. CP Slow, on the other hand, not opting for anything in the way of real range, actually running the Reaper. They're going to commit to it.
It's always scary, to comment on what they're running. Yeah, they're still in the spawn, but Reaper here would be quite... There we go. He does go over to the Soldier. I do think the Ashe is a little bit better because of the space you can control with the Dynamites, but Soldier is still a very solid pick here. Yeah, we're going to see a pretty decently dive mirror here, where both comps are wanting to do pretty similar things.
Poppy looking to take the first move, using Bubble on that corner. Scavenger on a very, very wide angle, looking to poke out Helm and Mine.
Ooh, Mine's going to be 1 HP here. The Helix Rockets do end up missing, though. I believe maybe just hit a little bit from that splash damage. The bubble goes down already for Copy as the foreground is kind of forfeited. But Scavenger finds a huge first kill onto Mine.
Scavenger with a very, very free angle. Copy does get slept and forced out by the support duo of UCSD.
Yeah, he made a very aggressive play here. Coming in from Copy. Both supports going to be 1 HP here as Pied finds Helm. And Scavenger finds Small Pup. Going to be an absolute slaughter here for UCSD as they're forced back to spawn.
Very, very interesting variant of dive coming out from CP Slow, but it clearly works. Scavenger with that free angle onto the Pharah. I think that CP Slow has realized Mine is certainly a threat on this Pharah and needs to be addressed, and I think they did an excellent job of it, sending Scavenger on that off angle, working to deal with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Pied also taking, a bit of a different angle. Copy diving with the Winston, and Pied kind of are kind of pincering in from behind to really make there be no way to go for UCSD. But Scavenger is going to be 1 HP here, and Helm picks up the nice headshot here. But not going to be a huge distance for Scavenger to come back, so look likely not going to matter too much in the long term.
UCSD looking to consolidate their control for even just a moment. You said it best, Scavenger is only down for a little bit, but that is still a time window for UCSD to take that fight.
Ooh, big anti.
Boring Winter gets the kill onto the anti-Devin Booker. If I'm CP Slow, I want to take this as slow as possible, but Pied immediately follows up with a kill onto Boring Winter.
Yeah, the Monkeys are going to trade out here, so no tank. Oh, wait, no, Copy is going to be back. I can't believe I read that wrong. Copy's going to be back, so we're going to be a huge advantage here coming in from UCSD. The Winston is controlling this high ground. Mine is going to be 1 HP as well. Does get healed up in time, but it's going to be a long walk back for Boring Winter on this Winston.
Copy on that very dangerous position. They're looking to get a jump out of the backline. Hell with the first kill onto Devin Booker. Boring Winter goes in to immediately follow up. Does manage to force Copy out. Copy goes down at the hands of Mine. And that is comfortably in the hands of UCSD.
UCSD showing that, wow, we can get the first pick too, as that first point was opened up by Scavenger finding Mine. Helm finds, I believe it was Helm that found the first pick there. Really opened things up for UCSD. You know, a great dive coming in from Boring Winter to split apart the healer from the Winston, and Copy was not too far behind. We do see a lot of ultimates coming in, damn near 5 here from UCSD, as well as Slow. And the Nano actually comes in very early here, but Mine's gonna find 2 here with the Pharah.
2 kills from the side of Mine. Scavenger responds with 2 of his own. This is anyone's fight at this point, but the backline of UCSD is in a very dangerous position. Copy has Mine pinned in the corner. Goes for the kill onto Mine, but it's not there. Small Pop sleeps.
What a sleep coming through board. Winter finds the kill into Scavenger. His Copy does not last long because he's snoozing on the job.
An excellent example of spacing shown on the side of UCSD. Small Pup waiting only until Copy had committed fully onto her to use that sleep, giving her as much time as possible. UCSD 3 ults used, but 4 used on the side of CP Slow. Gark gets dangerously low. You're very close to that barrage. Bob comes out on the side of UCSD.
Copy's dead. Your very early first kill here for UCSD, and Slow's having to back up. That's gonna be it.
UCSD's ult rotations here are so good. They know that CP Slow cannot afford to go into a fight underhanded. So UCSD recognizes that and know that a single pick is all they need to end a fight.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here. There's a lot of, just so much poke coming in onto the checkpoint. I do believe they see the Tracer flanking from behind. As Born Witch actually gets down very low, is able to climb back up to high ground. It's going to get healed up. Nice.
Mine looking for an off angle onto the background.
Oh, what a flank! Finds the honor. Let me 1 HP. He's alive. He stays alive at 1 HP for the Bringle, and Copy finds Mine.
Boring Winter looking to retreat back into his team. Rally goes down on the side of Gark, no longer effective. Ori is still sitting on one of his own. Small Pup also with a Nano. Nade goes out onto Copy, who is forced off of the high ground. We see Nano go out onto Boring Winter.
The Nanomega's going to be doing so much damage here. Onto the point. Tracer's 1 HP goes down. As the rest are going to be far behind. A great shield bash coming through from Aorus. But Copy does manage to stay alive. Nope. He is finished off by Helm.
We see stack support ults from UCSD. Mine is coming onto his barrage, but CP Slow coming up on ults of their own. I want to see UCSD take an early fight here in which Mine is able to secure, hopefully, a kill onto the back line with his barrage.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to play aggressive here. You know you're a little bit behind here in the ultimate economy, so the best chance, just catch him off guard and, play the fight on your terms.
Hyde looking for an angle onto the high ground. Mine immediately uses the onto Scavenger. 1 HP left, but CP Slow knows that Scavenger is a crucial asset for the team. But Copy gets the kill onto Helm. And Pied with the kill onto Aureus. Small Pup is stuck into a corner with Pied and Copy, and she does not keep herself alive. This time goes down. Nano goes out onto the backline of CP Slow, but it's not enough. That is a 2nd point cap onto CP Slow.
Yeah, just great there. I mean, I think it was an ambitious play there by Mine. It should take that 1v1, does find the kill on the Scavenger, but it's ultimately traded back pretty quickly. And that puts Copy in a much better position as Helm finds a nice kind of ending kill there on the Scavenger. It shouldn't matter too much here, but as for UCSD, try to pick up a little momentum.
Recall immediately forced by Mine onto Pied. Very interesting.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a really tough point here to get through. I mean, this choke is deadly. A lot of times you have to try to go through the high ground. Dynamite comes out here. So the Winston's going to be probably trying to engage here first Slow with the ult. They've got a Winston and Soldier ult with the Brig coming up.
Helm taking this long angle. I do want to see UCSD splitting angles a bit. Bob is committed by Helm. Goes straight into the core of CP Slow. Scavenger uses his ult. Point blank. Gets 2 kills. Both the DPS line of UCSD is now down. Small Pup uses the Nano onto Boring Winter. Copy uses his primal of his own to get out. We see it come in, and a nade coming out from Small Pup onto Copy. Copy gets dangerously low. Boring Winter, the Nano goes away, but he's still sitting on that primal. He's gonna come in, misses
the jump here, pops the primal. It's gonna be a huge brill coming through here for Slow. Gonna be too much HP here for Boring Winter to kind of try to fight through. He's gonna be doing a lot of damage and knockback, but nobody is gonna be falling down here. It's gonna be a full 5v5 reset.
Boring Winter. Now, again, we are now seeing a return to equilibrium. Aureus now sitting onto that rally. Mine probably going to get his social at this fight, but Devin Booker is also very, very close to his Nano. I want to see him build this up as fast as possible.
Boring Winter's anti. Boring Winter's anti. It's going to be 1 HP. He has to jump away. It'll be a great engage. No Copy finds Boring Winter. Mine trades back, but Small Pup is also dead. A huge take out to Aorus here.
We see that Nano used very effectively from the side of CP Slow, but I don't think it's going to be enough time. But Mike has to go to Devin Booker.
It's turnable. It's turnable here. So this is gonna be the rallying bring. I think you're never gonna die here on point. Boring Winter's gonna have so much HP. The spawn is right here for UCSD. This is definitely turnable. It's a great shield buzz to get the Tracer in a whip speed. In a whip shot to proc the Inspire. Boring Winter's gonna be getting low here on the Winston. Isn't quite gonna be able to heal up here. UCSD.
Mine is now sitting on that solo. Let's get the kill on the point off the rim. Yes, damage on the zombie. It's 2. We've seen Mine get a third. Killing it 3. Mine gets 3. Mine punches up. It's 3. UCSD. Mine. He refuses to give up at the point. The dogs are barking again. UCSD manages to shut out CP Slow from a 3-point gap.
Oh my days, what a recovery there by Mine. I mean, the ulting Brig, you know, keeping up the Winston, able to stall out forever. You know, Mine comes back with that ultimate. He's not the main focus. You know, they want to get the Winston off of the point and clicks 3.
What a perfect and beautiful ult rotation that we saw come out on the side of UCSD, using that rally just to keep themselves alive, not taking any risks, staying strictly on their side of the point, making so much time. The ideal environment for Mine to get out and get that crucial damage onto the backline of CP Slow.
Yeah, just absolute perfect execution there, really knowing who should touch when. And, you know, prioritizing their win con, which is, you know, making enough space for that Sojourn to respawn and use that ultimate. So having that in mind, you know, just stalling out the point as long as possible, drawing attention, and just freeing up that space. UCSD, you know, not to take away from Slow with an incredible attack. You know, Numbani's such a hard map to finish on because the spawn is right there for the defenders. So a really great effort coming in by Slow, but an incredible clutch to stop the full cap from UCSD.
Realistically, CP Slow had so much momentum going into that. It's honestly, I would say, I don't want to call it unreliable, but to depend on such clutch plays from your players is what you ideally want to be avoiding if you're a team. CP Slow definitely knew how to play their unique approach to the dive composition very, very well, and I want to see how they leverage it to their advantage going into UCSD's attack.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to leverage your skill plays as least as possible and focus more on, you know, creating plays through teamwork and synergy. But yeah, you know, a very similar comps here coming out from both teams. Mine is going to be bursted down to 1 HP here from the Soldier of Scavenger, but is able to get away with just 1. And for here, we should just see a little poke battle going on for a bit. Scavenger does drop pretty low. A good dive here coming on to Helm, but is able to get away.
Scavenger does get purple, does manage to come out alive. Hyde also a bit low right now. We now see Boring Winter trying to consolidate himself on point. Hyde actually going for the lower rotate. Boring Winter sitting on the high ground, but Copy gets a kill onto Helm, but big purple comes out on the side of UCSD. Lots of damage onto the backline of CP Slow. Copy gets slept, and that is all she wrote for first point on the side of UCSD.
Wow, I mean, that anti-nade by Small Pup there for UCSD really just opened up the entire point. UCSD actually did go down 1, but hits both members of the backline with that purple nade, and just, you know, that's the sign to just go, as they immediately take out both of the supports. They were the sleep Copy as well to mitigate the fight back or the pushback, and yeah, just a calculated attack coming through from UCSD.
Very, very excited to see how UCSD approaches this. I believe this is the first time we've seen Helm on the Tracer in the series, but Boring Winter gets the kill onto Pied. That's a lot of time and distance that is now in the favor of UCSD. Mine getting a lot of free poke onto that high ground.
Yeah, this is just free. This is just free for UCSD, and Small actually finds Gark, and that's going to be a long respawn coming through. If UCSD can capitalize and finish off the rest of Slow, this might just be second point.
I want to see Boring Winter consolidate his control onto the high ground here, not giving an inch of space in favor of CP Slow. CP Slow getting close to that pulse bomb. I want to see how he uses it.
Helm's going to be back through a corner here from both, but it is going to be a huge nano boost coming in onto Mine, but Pied is going to find Helm first. Health bars look pretty low for Slow here. If UCSD can't find any kills, they're not going to be able to win this fight. Oh, it almost finds the kill into Scavenger.
UCSD definitely looking to take
the Copy goes down!
No! Pied with the kill onto Small Pup, broken by Mine, but doesn't get anything. CP Slow now controlling onto point. Nano goes out onto Scavenger, who does manage to finish the kill onto Boring Winter. Ori is also getting dangerously low, finished off by Pied.
Yeah, commit there coming through from UCSD. I don't hate it outside of maybe that barrage by Mine. You know, just 1 HP in the backline, kind of desperately trying to finish off Gark. Gark does a good job, though, of just using that whip shot to finish off the Pharah. Yeah, I mean, it's still plenty of time left for UCSD. The ultimate bank's looking relatively even, but this nano visor, not nano there, but this visor coming through from Scavenger could be deadly.
Does get dangerously low, does get that does get that recall forced out by Pied.
Oh,
Huge
and
purple comes out from CP Slow onto the backline of UCSD, and Copy immediately follows up on it with a kill onto Small Pup. Scavenger with the flank, looking to secure kills onto the backline, maybe even pressure Mine out, but Mine says no. He predicts it, manages to get the return kill onto Scavenger. This is anyone's fight at this point. Pied gets the kill onto Aureus.
oh, it's so close. He's gonna win this Tracer 1v1, but Pied had already killed Aureus. It's gonna be tough for UCSD here. Might just want to cut their losses.
Both recalls force Helm looking to get pressure onto the point. And Pied with the kill onto Hem. CP with CP Slow actually again managing to pretty much trade out every single kill that UCSD wants into them.
Absolutely. And you see Slow here coming up on about 4 ultimates. UCSD is going to have 5 in a long fight. It's a good pulse on coming from Pied though to kill Small Pup first. And that they're on it, UCSD is not going to get too far.
UCSD trying their best to reset or get out as fast as possible. Aureus actually managed to stay alive during that. I don't know how he did it.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Right, and we now see UCSD proper now stacking back up to walk back out.
Yeah, as I said, everything's going to be available here for UCSD. Pied did go ahead and use the pulse bomb, so it's going to... Oh, and Coffee's going to be purple. It's going to be absolutely massive if they're able to knock him down. He has the primal, isn't forced to pop it quite yet, though.
Rally used on the side of CP Slow. UCSD still sitting on their ults. Now we see a rally
the
come
Nano
out. Nano Barrage coming out. Lots of damage onto the backline of CP Slow, who are stuffed pretty tight into that corner. But Copy gets a kill of his own onto Small Pup, and another kill onto Aureus. Scavenger gets a kill onto Mine, and that is not going to be in any space given to UCSD, who used 3 ults during that hold.
Yeah, not a bad idea, you know, forcing out, those supports into that room. But the rest of Slow doing a really good job of surviving without their support's help. And really kind of communicating and going on to the supports of UCSD together.
We now see Mine moving onto this Genji, probably realizing that Scavenger and Devin Booker are going to keep their eyes on him all the time. Mine just trying his best to poke out Copy right now, but I'm curious to see what UCSD's rotation is. Helm is looking to take the main, trying to poke out Copy and draw eyes away from the point. Does manage to, doesn't want to take that fight against Pied. Boring Winter does get moved onto the high ground button, but Purple is used on the side of CP Slow. Boring Winter uses his primal onto the backline of CP Slow.
I don't like this. I'm not sure if I like this here. UCSD needs their tank. Pied does win the 1v1 against Helm. Scavenger is going to be 1 HP. No kills yet coming in for UCSD with just a minute left on the clock. A good stick coming through, though.
Small Pup does get that exiting kill onto Pied, which could be used to great effect in this, but Pied, who already got his kill onto Mine, is definitely happy that he's able to stall UCSD's push a little bit. If I'm UCSD, I want to start taking this fight regardless.
Yep, Boring Winter just overextending just a little bit. You know, knocking support stack is all you need to do. There's not going to be really a chance to kill either one of them while the Brig and Ana are together. A good sleep comes through, but Mine, unfortunately, already shoots and wakes up the sleeping Winston. It's going to be a huge dive coming through. It's going to be an anti-nade. It's going to be pretty big for UCSD, but Small Pup's going to be the one going down. The health bars for Slow continue to dwindle, but everybody ends up surviving. Nano comes out here as Pi finds the melee kill here on to Aorus, and it's not looking good for UCSD.
Boring Winter gets that exit kill onto Scavenger, but again, it's immediately followed up. And now we're sitting at 10 seconds left. But look at UCSD's ulting. How did they let it get to this point? We're sitting on 4 ults.
Yeah, it's a mismanagement of ults here. The Tracer is able to touch to get this overtime chicken. It could be a big Nano here for UCSD. Helm's going to be checked on the side here. It's going to be a Nano coming through onto, I believe, Aorus here just on the Brig. It's going to be a Nano visor coming in. Sorry, not Nano, just the visor coming in for Scavenger. It's going to be forced out by the Winston, though. They've been able to get any value, but with that being said, no kills yet coming out to either side. Boring Winter going to be 1
Mine
HP
pops
here.
the blade. Gets a kill on the Dark. Does get immediately taken out by Pied. This is still
Boring
anyone's fight
Winter.
at this point. Boring Winter very, very low. Nate comes out. Copy is sitting on that primal, trying to his best to zone out. Small Pup helps get the kill onto Pied. Scavenger with the kill onto Boring Winter, or he's with the kill onto Scavenger, but Pied goes using the pulse, unfortunately misses, and I don't think that's going to be anything for UCSD. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving to 1-1. UCSD versus CP Slow.
Wow, the tank there, Copy for Slow, just getting the Winston ult the very last second. I don't know if you caught that. Was 1 HP, jumped in the air, got it, and immediately popped it, which really just opened up the fight for Slow. A really good hold there coming in from Slow. That middle section can be very difficult to defend. But it just seemed like Slow were the one getting the kills here. It seemed like UCSU was getting the damage in, but couldn't secure the final blows.
If I'm UCSD here, it definitely looks, definitely on the defense, you don't, or rather, on the defense, you probably want to be making the first move so you don't give the other team a chance to rotate into a better position. I think that if I'm UCSD, what I want to be able to do is maybe even shift towards a more, well, assume the Curie was banned, but if I'm UCSD, I'm looking to play this a little bit safer and absorb the shock of their initial dives a little bit better. It definitely feels like UCSD wasn't able to truly counter any dive pushes from CP Slow.
Yeah, definitely. We could have seen the Diva come out. I'm not sure if Boring Winter plays Diva, but the Diva coming out there would have made a lot of sense. You know, it allows you to play a little bit slower, has that more consistent damage mitigation with the Matrix, and the Diva does do very well into the Winston dive. So if they were looking to play a little bit of a safer kind of, a reactive playstyle, I think the Diva would have ended up working out a little bit better for them. With that being said, a great map came down to the absolute wire. UCSD had an insane clutch, but Slow able to get it done on point B on the defense.
I do want to see UCSD's map pick. I believe they did mention to me, I believe it was mine who told me specifically that the UCSD dive is not necessarily their strong point. So I'm predicting that UCSD probably picks a map here with either very strong brawl or very strong poke. Something that naturally caters to that Soj Farah that we see the defenders of Geisel love to play so much.
Absolutely, and just based off of what they were playing in the previous maps, I think the poke style is what UCSD prefers. Not to say they can't play the brawl, but I do think they did ban, I believe, the Ramatra. I'm not sure if they were the ones that banned Ramatra or slow ban Ramatra on map 1, but it does seem like UCSD looks a little bit more comfortable here on the poke rather than any other style that we've seen so far. So it really is kind of leaning into that and fully embracing what they're best at. I think very important here coming in from UCSD, and the map pick is going to be a huge factor in deciding. Both teams, for those who don't know, there's going to be 4 maps in the pool. Both teams get to ban 1 map, and then the team that lost gets to pick. So it will be UCSD picking our next map.
Do predict a world in which, let's see, I think it was actually mentioned to me also that UCSD, depending on the map, particularly, they are very dependent on from what I've heard, they're very, very dependent on the RAM, specifically to stay alive. From my understanding, they also like to avoid playing Sigma. And so I'm very, very curious to see what actually goes down here, because it seems to me that UCSD are very, very aware of their DPS's ability to generate picks, generate space, and angles at effectively any given moment. And see what maps, what sightlines they take advantage of in order to leverage their own strength as a team.
Yeah, a bit strange there. You said, kind of stays away from the Sigma, considering Sigma, one of the best kind of poke burst tanks that we have in the game. This might not be UCSD's playstyle though. So I'm definitely very excited. I believe the next map type is going to be payload.
Yes, it is escort.
Escort, yeah. So yeah, in terms of the escort maps they have in the pool, someone's. All right. Well, we're actually gonna get back to that and find out what these teams are gonna be playing on for this tiebreaker. In about 5 minutes, the players, maybe wanting just a second to cool down and figure out some strategy going into the last map. So we're gonna get you guys back in about 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere because it's gonna be a great finish.
in a competitive, incredible match.
They're now 1-1 match point between CP Slow and UCSD, the defenders of Geisel. I'm very, very excited to see. I believe we're moving into Circuit Royale for this next one. We're probably looking to play into UCSD's strengths of running, compositions where their tank can basically run around independently, while the DPS are free to take long
Havana.
battles.
Yeah.
Oh, my apologies, Havana.
Yeah, I wasn't 100% sure. When I was walking by, I was like, I think Havana's. But
Sorry, I just get my poke maps confused. All right, let's see the bans coming out on the side of both teams.
Ooh.
Let's see. We see CP Slow banning the Genji, interestingly enough, while UCSD bans the Zen. What's your take on that?
Couple of interesting bans for sure. Not exactly sure where the Genji would be playing, but the Zen, is a good for poke comps, Discord, stuff like that. So I can understand that from UCSD.
I'm curious to see what kind of support composition that UCSD is going to play, specifically with the Zen ban in mind, because typically in poke, you do want that Zen to poke out the big obvious target, most typically in the form of a Sig. Let's see, and the ban on the side of CP Slow onto the Genji, I do wonder what their plan is, considering it's very, very difficult, as you mentioned, to actually have it's very, very difficult in order to have a dive on this point, but Helm actually onto the Sombra.
I like this a lot. We're holding here at the spawn. Ramattra getting as close as possible to these doors. I really like this. I mean, I think this is the map for spawn holding, and I've seen some crazy spawn holds here. We see the Bastion start though for CP Slow, which is very funny. A lot of damage gonna be coming down. So in the Hanzo, we just the scout here, try to get some information. The Bastion comes out here. It's a good spear coming onto Boring Winter, but he is able to survive. Coffee, he's getting a lot of damage as well, but nothing crazy too much happening here. The Rampage form does come out for Boring Winter. Nobody goes down quite yet. Javelin comes out, but yeah, we're kind of just poking out here.
Boring Winter wisely deciding to back out, knowing that he doesn't have the form to keep himself up. Just using that barrier to keep himself up. UCSD, they're taking their sweet time in trying to take these engagements, but they understand that CP Slow has so much poke going down one angle that they can't afford to make a single mistake when setting up this engagement. Helm looking for an engagement with that.
So close to finding the kill, but the Immortality Field does get forced out here from Garg, so at least UCSD has a great sip coming through from Scavenger. It's going to be 1 HP. It is able to get out alive. Aurorus is taking a lot of damage as well as Copy is the first one to go down. Great engage coming through from Boring Winter. Is going to be caging out the Bastion, who's stealing the fall as well.
First fight of the map goes to UCSD. 3 minutes left in the time bank for CP Slow, but coming up on ult of their own. Oh, we see a big swap from two. We see a Sig and a Widowmaker.
Oh,
but we see a Widowmaker coming out from UCSD. I do want to see how, or from CP Slow, excuse me. I do want to see how CP Slow responds to this Widowmaker pick. Scavenger taking a very dangerous angle onto Helm.
Absolutely. I mean, you have to respect this Widowmaker with that one-shot kill capabilities. And we actually have Pyke over to the Cassidy as well, so we're going full kind of hit scan damage here. And Coffee, is going to be left out a little bit by his own here. The healing pylon's going to be killed here for Devin Booker. The ultimate's going to be popped here for Mine. Has to find anything quiet. Pyke gets him to 1 HP, but is able to survive. Nothing happening too much quite yet, but all of Slow's health bars are going to be so low, but it's finds a headshot. Huge headshot for Scavenger on here. There's a lot of healing down for UCSD.
Does get Garg dangerously low, but Scavenger with 2 and with a kill onto Reyes. Pyke with a kill onto Helm and another kill onto Boring Winter. Scavenger with his finishing kill onto Mine, and that's all she wrote for UCSD's defense. Actually, no, correction. I believe UCSD is going to be able to force one more fight out of this, sitting on 3 very, very strong ults. CP Slow sitting on that Deadeye, that Captive Sun, and that Widowmaker ult. I do want to see what angle Scavenger takes, trying to bleed out UCSD's resources.
Absolutely, they're going to be able to touch at the last second here. It's going to be a huge EMP if they get it right. They only get they do get 2 with the EMP. It's just Pied and Coffee, but Helm's going to go down right away for it, and with no kills for UCSD. It's going to look bad here. It's a good ult coming in from Devin Booker to find a lot of damage. He's going to find the kill onto Small Pup here, and Pied as well finds the high noon kill. So looking grim for UCSD. And they do actually have to give up the first point here off of a great kind of coordinated fight coming in from CP Slow.
Lots of ults used on the side of both teams, but CP Slow, I'm sure they want to take this. I'm sure they want to take this fairly early with their Ram ult. they definitely have an opportunity to set up their supports at a more distant angle than UCSD. So I'm thinking there's a world in which CP Slow uses this Ram ult when UCSD begins to make the rotation and angles are more freely given. Helm gets dangerous.
Another headshot.
Scavenger's not a Scavenger continues to greedy angle, gets the kill onto Reyes, and Gark gets the kill onto Boring Winter.
Wow, what shots coming through? Helm falls to 1 HP, and Yoris immediately clipped off with a nice headshot coming in from Scavenger as Slow continues to walk down UCSD to get all of these revenge kills.
A pretty hefty stagger kill onto Helm. UCSD, very, very dangerous position to be in, especially with Copy stuffing that poke and Scavenger and the other supports watching every other angle.
Yeah, this is most of the point. This is going to be the last fight they're going to have to try to defend this middle point. I mean, Slow doing such a good job of controlling the space. A great cage coming down from both Ramatras to kind of lock each other up. And then always a big sleeve coming through. However, they're going to wake him right up. It's going to be an ultimate coming in for Boeing Winter and Copy here, but nobody falls quite yet. It's going to be Ramatras just punching each other to death. Nothing comes of it yet, though. The window comes out here for Gark. Nothing. And once again, but the first kill actually going on to Boring Winter. Mine finds the revenge kill here onto Devin Booker, so it is winnable. Somebody needs to touch the point. Somebody needs to touch the point for UCSD, and they do it the last second, but it doesn't matter because Slow continues their dominance.
A nearly 4-minute time bank in the favor of CP Slow. I'm very, very afraid of what this might imply for UCSD's attempted defense. Scavenger is also sitting on that Widow ult. That could be so helpful in shutting down a lot of angles for UCSD. Helm actually opts to go for that Widow swap, probably looking to match.
Ooh, great headshot coming in and just stalls UCSD even more. What a shot from Scavenger.
Helm, I'm sure, wants to respect this angle. Boring Winter trying his best to force out Copy, but I don't know how much it's going to achieve. Both Widows staring at the same angle.
Oh, Scavenger does get hit with the body shot, but is able to survive this Widow duel, possibly going to decide this as Boring Winter does switch over to the Sigma, a generally accepted pick here, one of the best picks on Havana. Goes for the rock, actually finds a great rock here on the Copy. The anti-nade is going to be coming out, and he's going to be left at 1, but he is able to survive quite for now. Everyone is still focusing on him. The ultimate comes out from Mine, trying to burst down Copy, but he's going to get healed up to full, and Mine does a great job of finding Pi, kind of hiding there in the back. UCSD with the first time with the advantage on Helm finds a body shot onto Gark, so UCSD finally pushing back.
Excellent ult coming out on the side of Mine, knowing that the #1 thing that his team needed at that moment was sheer damage, and boy oh boy did he dish it out. Arrayas now sitting on that BAP ult, and very, very dangerous when you consider how long the sidelines are for CP Slow, but that's not to say anything about Scavenger, who I'm sure as soon as that window goes out is going to be taking that angle as well, and probably securing something as a result of it.
Absolutely, one Widow headshot out of nowhere is absolutely going to be able to turn this fight on its head, so regardless of what kind of ults get used, at least they're able, both teams are actually checking the Widows quite nicely, and they know exactly where they are to kind of, goes for the hook shot, doesn't find quite anything here. Helm, quite ambitious. Both Widows kind of know where each other are, you know, playing their kind of little dance together, trying to get the better.
CP Slow looking to consolidate their control over the point. Mine does get dangerously low. I'm sure CP Slow wants to start taking some space on that. Rock goes out onto Copy. Helm gets the kill onto Scavenger to begin with. Bad Window comes out on the side. Now CP Slow does not have their immortality field, wisely deciding to reset as fast as possible. No ults used on the side of CP Slow, and one BAP window committed on the side of UCSD.
Yeah, I mean, two great things happening in there in concurrence here for UCSD as Helm wins the 1v1 and Boring Winter is able to kind of chain a sleep into the rock and kind of permastun Copy here, who does actually go over to the Winston, trying to maybe put a little pressure on Helm. But just two things UCSD doing very well at once, and we're almost down to a minute here, so what was 4 minutes in the time bank has dwindled down to nearly less than a minute. So UCSD putting on a great performance here for this last point defense.
I think CP Slow is feeling that pressure, going for the Somber swap. Infosec goes out on the side of Helm. Huge sleep onto Copy. He goes down
to Small Pup. Small Pup, what a sleep coming through in the anti-nade. Once again, Slow having to play on the back foot, just gonna waste at least 20 more seconds here. And with Boring Winter is putting out so much damage here from the Sigma, able to continue to check these longer sight lines. I think UCSD making the correct swaps here for this map have done wonders for their chances.
CP Slow certainly sitting on a very, very shaky ultimate base with that Illari ult, but I'm not sure what more it's gonna accomplish.
Great anti coming through. It forces, it does force the Suzuki. Oh, another headshot coming in, but doesn't quite finish him off.
Copy now has to delay his engagement. Oh, Scavenger almost goes over the map.
What a Jew coming in from Scavenger.
Captive Sun used on the side of Devin Booker. Gets him, gets big 2 ults, gets a big 2 onto the back line. With the kill onto Copy. Nano comes out on the side of Boring Winter, looking to pressure out Scavenger. Scavenger goes down. Boring Winter.
Boring Winter taking everything into his own hands, gets the nano, gets a huge flux and finds 3. Helm finds 2 as well, and UCSD are able to hold on at the last second.
Another heroic defense, just like Nimbani last map. UCSD determined not to let it go all the way, but can they maintain the momentum and swing back for almost a full cap on their attack?
UCSD, I really think what changed it there, UCSD making the correct swaps. I mean, Havana is such a long-sided map there. Switching over, I mean, just having that ability to kind of flex out that Sigma shield, you know, put that damage in the rock as well. And just Helm hitting the shots. Helm, you know, showing that, you know, Scavenger's not the only one that can hit shots on Widow. What a turnaround from UCSD just to kind of, you know, get that mental reset going, you know, make those hero swaps. It can be risky, you know, considering how perks work, but they make it work. And they stop them here on point 3 of Havana.
I agree wholeheartedly. There was definitely a significant time bank on the side of CP Slow in making their push into UCSD, but UCSD, even debatably giving up 2 points with almost 4 minutes worth of time, they locked it down. They knew the picks that they had to make, and they didn't give an inch of space. UCSD, again, committing to that Sombra pick first point. I'm interested to see how they're going to move offensively against CP Slow.
Yeah, likely, you know, the Sombra here kind of burst through. I mean, it's likely that Slow here is going to try to push up and hold this close. And UCSD knows that. As I say, they're looking through this window right now, trying to find any hints as to what Slow could be running. So the Sombra definitely going to help out a lot with those hacks, try to burst down Copy.
Something to be said about CP Slow's composition here, lacking the typical damage that you would kind of need as Sojourn onto a front line. UCSD going for the wide rotate. Copy shield does go down, gets a huge slow.
Oh, a big rock coming through low. Copy's dead right away. What a rock coming through from Boring Winter, who has been performing on this map. Headmine is going to be hitting those shots onto the Kiriko, and regardless of what Slow is able to accomplish here, this close kind of hold is not going to be any longer. I'm right here, yeah. Slow just kind of trying to get any Sagar kills.
Devin Booker with 2?
Oh my gosh, Devin Booker popping off a little bit. But with that being said, pretty successful though from UCC to break that close hold in just 30 seconds.
Most definitely. CP Slow, you see Scavenger now swapping to that Sojourn. Quite wise. Devin Booker back onto that Ilari. He was certainly getting a lot done with that pick. I want to see how UCSD wants to control this space. Boring Winter and Copy now trading some damage.
Absolutely. Now this is a little something I'm a little more used to on this map. You know, you have the 2 Sigmas kind of, you know, vying for position with these shields and these rocks. Something, you know, a little more standard that we're used to here for Havana. The healing power actually going to go down. A great rock coming from Boring Winter again to force the grass coming through for Copy, but Slow still holding their ground quite well in this in the middle of this kind of point.
That was an angle from Mine onto the back line. That is Immortality side. That is Immortality Force.
Oh, misses, but Pi is actually finding
Mine wants to control this high ground, but Pi gets a kill onto Aureus, and Gark gets a kill onto Boring Winter. This point is now back firmly into the control of CP Slow. Mine gets the exit kill onto Pi, but it's unfortunately, I believe, not going to be very relevant coming into this next fight.
Yeah, not too relevant there. Great job from Slow. You know, some important cooldowns were forced out by Boring Winter and UCSD. Slow did a great job of kind of just holding the ground, biding their time. Eventually was able to put enough pressure on this high ground to let their Sojourn go to work, and we saw them reap the benefits.
Lots of ults coming out on the side of both teams. I'm very excited to see what Helm might be doing with this EMP. Get some damage in, gets a kill onto Scavenger, and kill onto Copy. A huge EMP allowing Boring Winter to just walk onto the backline for free.
Oh my gosh, what an EMP coming through for Helm. Connects with 3 and instantly 2 fall down. Pi still doing the best that he can, try to solve as much time as possible. Does get some time off the clock. It does look like Slow here at least wants to try to poke down some more time here from UCSD. I mean, it's probably going to be able to do so. With that being said, UCSD only used that 1 ultimate. They still have plenty left in the bank for this contest if they need it.
Plenty of ults available on the side of both teams. Window is committed.
Big rock.
Reyes. Copy gets very, very low. Boring Winter eating up a lot of damage. Needs to play this safe if he wants to live. Uses the Sigma ult. Gets huge. Gets a big ult. Lots of damage onto Gark, and Scavenger zoned into an area where he can't do anything else. Another clean fight win.
Oh, I don't...
on the side of UCSD.
Here, Mine very late deciding to kind of pop that Sojourn ultimate. Not too sure about that. But regardless, great from UCSD. They're in this Sigma mirror. They're doing such a good job of, you know, forcing Copy into a situation he's uncomfortable with, whether it's, you know, without a shield or grasp. And as soon as that moment happens, they are just collapsing on him. Copy, even now, is getting bursted out in the mid-fight.
It does get the recall force, and if I'm CP slow, I know that UCSD is probably going to have a very shaky ult phase at this point. I'd be looking
at great rock again coming from Boring Winter. Copy's gonna be 1 HP, and it's going to be anti. Will they be able to save him? They do. So the big sun comes in from Illari here. Will he be able to find any kills? No, but actually does. Finally finds 1 and 2, or finds 2 onto mine. As Devin Booker taking the fight into his own hands.
Well, UCSD certainly not in a position to immediately win that fight. Does get taken out by a big ult from Devin Booker, but Boring Winter gets the exit pick onto Pied. A huge kill. UCSD needs to start walking up, and they need to start doing it now.
Yeah, Tracer's gonna get back so fast. They have a very small window of opportunity here where they can take the 4v5, and it looks like they're doing just that. Boring Winter needs to play a little bit more aggressive in vying for this high ground as the shield does extend, trying to create some room for the UCSD's hit scans to try to go to work. And it's Helm's gonna be 1 HP, but it's a great recall coming in. Helm is gonna be kind of cornered here by multiple players. He's able to survive quite a long time considering how is he still alive. He survived so long here, and UCSD has nothing to show for it. They're continuing.
But Copy might go down in return, uses that ult. Boring Winter caught in it, but with the nano, he could very easily live here. Boring Winter gets the kill onto Copy, trading for Helm's life.
Yeah, it's definitely. So whenever Mormon gets another kill, so dominant on this Sigma so far. As slow is being forced to kind of push back, but luckily, a little bit less than 2 minutes of the clock here, so they're doing a decent job defending and running the time off the clock.
And Copy picking Ryan.
Whoa, okay, this is a huge pick coming through here for Slow. Completely wanting to change the pace of the game. Just going in with this Ryan. Oh, a huge anti coming in with Scavenger, decides to live. Gets out with 1 HP. Oh, a huge EMP coming through. Does find several. It's going to be a big flux as well. If Hyde and Scavenger both find kills, Scavenger's absolutely 1 HP here. It's this consistent thing that he lives on 1 HP. UCSD unable to finish the kill.
Both Baptiste down for both teams, but CP Slow probably has the strongest sustain here. Mine on the high ground with that social. Swinging onto Scavenger.
Oh,
Scavenger gets lots of damage in.
Mine goes down though to Pied, so Slow going to be the ones ending up winning the long fight's a huge kill coming in from Mine that they can absolutely use to re-engage.
DPS of UCSD looking to consolidate control onto the height. Copy is right here. Almost gets hacked out. Oh,
Helm's gotta be careful.
That's very low. Almost gets taken out by Devin Booker's poke. Devin Booker now coming up onto that captive sun. UCSD with a window of their own. I want to see UCSD set up on the opposite high ground with that Baptiste, and it looks like they're doing.
Oh, it's a huge first kill coming onto Scavenger.
Gets that kill onto Scavenger.
Well, the window does come down. The immortality field is down to kind of counteract that sun Pied. And Gargant 1 HP. Oris through the window is able to find Gargant. Boring Winter finds Devin Booker. With him going down, it's going to be no heals left for Slow. And with that, they're going to crumble around her.
A beautiful second point play from UCSD, and I'd actually like to compliment Aureus's use of the immortality field. He recognized that CP Slow had that captive sun. He placed that immortality field exactly where he needed it to sustain.
Absolutely, yeah. Completely turn. If he dies there, completely changes the turn of the fight. Copy does find the early kill here into Mine. Not too consequential, seeing it is early on, but good. Get that ult percentage go rolling up for Slow. It's a great actually hack coming through from Pied.
And
so it is going to be from Helm finding the kill onto Pied is going to be actually in a 4v4 here.
Well, regardless, these first couple meters on the third point are always going to be attacker-sided advantage. So I'm very interested to see where will Copy maintain this angle, looking for multiple onto his back, multiple onto the UCSD backline.
The Copy was on the Rhine very briefly, has gone back over to the Sigma, a little bit confusing there. Oh, his Pied is looking for a sneaky pulse bomb here. He's going to be looking into the back. Mine finds the first kill into Scavenger though, and they spot Pied right away. The health back is going to be hacked, so only certain people are going to be able to get that. A lot of damage going through. Mine finds another one onto Pied. It's going to be a big flux coming through. Copy goes down. UCSD absolutely dominating Slow in this fight. It is just going to be the Illari left.
No more ults used on the side of UCSD. All it took was one Sigma ult.
And Illari is able to get away with her life there for Slow. Absolutely massive for them. Oh, but however, they're finding the Sojourn completely out of position here as they all decide to collapse on him. And Scavenger's the first to die once again.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going into the last fight. Mine now sitting onto that Sojourn ult. Pine doing his best.
Huge EMP
goes out. Pine with another kill. On the Pine.
They're all here. 3 minutes.
Goes down as well.
Exit. 2, 1. Oh my gosh.
They're barking. The dogs are barking.
What a game. What a game. What a finish. Both teams playing so well, so competitively, but UCSD able to find him in the end. Mine opens up the fight with a couple of big Sojourn picks, and it's over from there.
You see SD looking to further their position, get further into the losers bracket. But can I just say again, CP Slow showing us that same level of creativity that they displayed against UCLA. Again, another very, very scary team in the system. And I think it worked to their great advantage, netting them a very convincing map win prior.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Slow put up an incredible performance there. At the end of the day, UCSD crossing that finish line, but Slow showing us that they're absolutely a team to be reckoned with, a force to be reckoned with. Great play along both sides, and a great series to watch.
I'm personally very excited to see how CP Slow carves out their spot, their niche in the California collegiate circuit. They're certainly a team that is learning to create their own strategies, be creative, be flexible, and it's impressing me every single time I see them in action.
Yeah, absolutely. Come up with stuff, outside of that quick Rhine swap, I think that, Slow played incredible. Really, making more plays too. There was probably even amount of playmaking coming in from both teams. I think at the end of the day, UCSD might have just done a little bit more in terms of, working better as a team, kind of synergizing around that comp. But ultimately, what a match, what a competition, UCSD does advance to the loop. Okay.
Good. Oh yeah, and what a perfect end to the series, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be back very, very soon. Gonna take a quick break. Probably a good time to get up, get yourself something to eat, like the habit, like we have here at the SDSU campus. Get yourself something to eat, because we are not gonna stop. We're gonna keep it going, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
I didn't know we were supposed to have it.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Overwatch portion of our 2025 Aztec Gaming Spring Games. While you were off stream, a very close lower bracket match between USC Gold and CSU Northridge Black. I'll repeat that one time because of the transition. USC Gold and CSU Northridge Black, a close victory from CSU Northridge, a 2-1 victory. But I think we have an even more exciting match coming up now.
Yeah, right now we got Pomona versus Riverside, and looks like it's going to be on Lijiang Tower with Pomona deciding to ban the Pharah and Riverside deciding to ban the Hazard. What do you make of these bans? And
I mean, I think the Pharah one is expected. Pharah is very popular, on Lijiang especially. She's so versatile. There's so much value you can get out of her, especially on this map in particular. Her not being available, I think, is a big relief for Pomona here as they look to roll out on this hybrid rush dive competition.
yeah, I think they have a very interesting comp here, going with the Winston, trying to poke out the Frosty here on the Ramatra. Looks like OB gets just booped off the map. Jeez.
That is a crazy boop to start off. Although, finding the pick onto Miyuki, and now the tides have turned. Pomona, the first 2 picks out of this team fight, just trying to flip as the point unlocks. Spectrix is going to fall, and it looks like the first cap will go to Cal Poly Pomona as Kyoko waves goodbye. UCR Gold hits the reset.
Yeah, I think seeing a Winston here, especially on Garden, is kind of an interesting pick. You know, that's not really something that you necessarily associate with this map. But I like that they're going for something a little different here.
UCR Gold now taking White Room as its brawl composition should, making their way onto point, trying to make space as Cal Poly Pomona biding their time.
Trying to keep the fight as close range as possible.
Pick on a Spectrix. Fusion fights the first pick on a Spectrix and immediately puts Pomona in a good position. The cleanse drawn out from Kyoko, and the picks come raining down from that Pomona DPS line. Another fight win out from Cal Poly Pomona, 34% and counting on the point. UCR Gold coming up on some ultimates, but so far the team wipes have ended pretty quickly.
Yeah, Pomona got Orbital Ray, Primal Rage, Sojournal, and Rally coming up pretty soon here versus Riverside not really too close to any ultimates. Closest one they got is Beat, but we're going to see if they're going to be able to build anything here for this next team fight to be able to take the point over.
Yeah, this beat's going to be important. It just might not be enough. The ults might be too overwhelming, but what's overwhelming is the pick from Frosty onto Otab. Now, Cal Poly Pomona using that Orbital Ray to try and sustain the Primal Rage out from Aldo. It's an ult dump, but who's going to come out on top? The picks come through from Aldo. The Primal Rage finds its value. Spectrix has the beat online. If they opt to use it, the rush comes out, but I think it's too little, too late. The Clemson just tried to sustain UCR Gold for a little bit longer, but it's not enough. A lot of ultimates expended from each side. Ultimately, Cal Poly Pomona comes out on top in that fight win, but 83%, you have to worry about this next fight from UCR Gold. There's a lot of ultimates online and not as much time as you'd like to be able to use them.
Yeah, absolutely. Riverside only using Kitsune Rush there, but it looks like they're going to be coming online with everything else versus Pomona had to use quite a lot there to try to win that. So using the Sojourner early to try to bait that. Oh, looks like she gets taken out. That's unfortunate.
Blade coming out from Fusion now, trying to draw out these picks as the beat has been expended. He'll find 2, looking for a 3rd. He won't find it, but regardless, a return Blade from Blue Jay, but I just don't think it's going to be enough. All of a sudden, though, someone has to touch point. Blue Jay will be the one to. The Annihilation out from Frosty finds a valuable pick on a Plutonic. It's a stall currently. Frosty trying to find the pick on a Fiddlesticks, and Will holding, trying to play for their life. Meets up with Kyoko. It's a 2v2 on to point right now. The jump from Aldo. Whoa, let him
Riverside
escape
takes
then.
point. Wow.
The flip onto UCR Gold will come through. The map won't end just yet. Riverside holds on, at least for now.
Let's see if Miyuki's going to stay. No, looks like he's going to go back to the Sojourn pick here. No ultimates online for either team just yet. Looks like this is going to be more of a poke fight right here. But Pomona's probably going to try to take the back room and try to force point that way, but we're going to see exactly what they're going to try to do here. Aldo almost gets booped off map. Looks like he's trying to get the Lucio. Does find him eventually.
Spectrix is going to fall. Frosty going too aggro, trying to trade the back line of Fiddlesticks and Plutonic. Blue Jay caught out, and it looks like it's just going to flip toward Pomona, and Execution not executed well enough from the side of UCR Gold, and it looks like that's going to wrap up our first round here on Lijiang. No touch.
They did not get a touch. That's unfortunate for them.
You know, they were able to secure that first fight. You know, they did get to 40%. It's not like we're witnessing any sort of 100-0. And, you know, these teams have been sitting cold for a little while. There has been a little bit of time that's passed between the matches that these teams have played. So I maybe expect teams like UCR Gold to need a little bit of time to work their way toward building momentum toward a team like Pomona. And Pomona is a force we reckon with. They're the #1 seed in our tournament.
Yeah, but that's the thing though, is even though like some teams are playing like lower teams than that they're supposed to be, it's still been really close. Like even though some games have been 2-0, but their maps themselves have just been very, very close. So at the end of the day, it's anybody's game really. It's just who's able to play better and counter each other better.
We'll kick off round 2 on Control Center, the Malga pick out from Aldo. Something that I think we've begun to see a little bit less as the recent patch notes have struck Malga, but still not deterring Pomona from playing the composition. Regardless, the big slam completely eliminates Blue Jay. Not even a chance to force the cryo, and that's going to force a lot of space on the side of Pomona. They'll get the first cap flip once more.
Yeah,
UCR
Malga's still
out
able
of
to
it
be
yet,
super oppressive. Even though he got nerfed, he's still super oppressive, especially when you're coordinated with your Genji. Like, I'm going to slam you, slash in, and that's what they were able to do here.
Yeah, beautiful coordination, but the pick out of Plutonic couldn't stable fast enough, but still, Aldo's going to press the issue. Cryo out of Blue Jay, but it might not be enough. I think going in a little too far without the support of his team, especially once Plutonic had fell initially. UCR Gold, I think an excellent fight taken there. They're going to flip the point now, and now it's UCR Gold's turn to hold the point from Pomona.
Yeah, and we see Aldo swapping off the Malga onto the Ramatra and Plutonic off the Brigitte onto the Lucio. Try to have more of a rush comp style here to try to fight on point. That way they can maybe take it back, but we'll see exactly what they're going to be able to do here. No ultimates online just yet.
Possibly a boop out on Miyuki. Plutonic finds a pick on Lucio. Kyoko finds a trade, but is that a second? Hasn't come through the kill feed regardless. Pomona still has the advantage, the man advantage here in this fight. It's a 4v5, 3v4 ensuing onto point, but it looks like Pomona, with time stretching in this team fight, is slowly inching their way toward another fight win. UCR Gold trying to hold on. Spectrix does not commit the beat there, and frankly, they don't have to. Look at their ult economy. Both teams coming off on a lot of ultimates here, but UCR Gold, I think they're sitting pretty in that aspect.
I think if you're UCR Gold, you kind of take that all day. You forced the fight on the point. You got some more percentage. You didn't use any ultimates. So you got a lot of ults coming in here, so you could easily win this fight before Pomona even has any ultimates of their own.
Blizzard is going to split Aldo, but the attention cannot be focused toward him just enough. It'll force the pick onto Otop. The blade
Great
comes
beat.
out. The beat in response. Can Fusion find a pick? The beat runs out from Miyuki. Too much damage taken. The annihilation in response from Frosty, but it might not be enough as Aldo uses his own. 57 and counting for Pomona, as it looks like they keep on finding the picks here in this team fight. Also missing expended from both sides, but at the end of it all, Pomona comes out on top.
Yeah, Pomona able to take that back with the Annihilate from Ramatra. That was a huge ultimate right there, able to get 3. You love to see that if you're Pomona. Only really having to use 3 ults there. At least they didn't use all of them. They still got the Sojo and almost beat, so.
Aldo caught out here, an excellent Maywall. Kyoko with the final blow. I wonder, Otop maybe looking for an opportunity on overclock here. It is still a very even fight. Trades being taken back and forth, but I think it's just going to be a reset from Pomona. They've already gotten the point to about 95, 96. It looks like it's going to reach 97%. They really only need one fight to close it out here, so I don't blame them for calling the reset there. They only need to focus on one fight.
And that might be very winnable with the current ults that they have online, as Riverside only has the overclock.
It's got to be huge out of Miyuki. Overclock in the hands of Miyuki. Otop as well. I expect the beat to come out from Plutonic.
Okay, here it comes online for both teams.
Here's the beat in response for the overclock. No Sojourn has found a pick yet. Blizzard comes out, but I'm not sure it really catches on to any members of Pomona, and Pomona cleans up the kill feed.
though both ults were expended on both sides, UCR Gold could not find the picks in time. The sustain for Pomona was too good. Now it's just an overtimes ball. Spectrix falls, and that's going to be a quick 2-0 on Lijiang Tower to bring the series to 1-0 in favor of Pomona.
Yeah, Pomona with the great ult discipline, you know, not committing ultimates when they're losing the team fight, and Riverside just not able to fully take advantage of that fact and, you know, you properly utilize their ultimates. But, you know, good first map, and we'll see what else is in store with the next map pick between Blizzard World, Iconwald, Numbani, and Kings Row. So
yeah, we'll definitely have to see what each team decides here. Ultimately, Riverside is going to be the one that gets the map pick and first hero ban. So I think those two things are going to play an important role in what ends up happening next map. I mean, I mentioned it earlier, but Pomona is the #1 seed in our tournament, and I think, you know, they're pretty well known in California for being one of the upper echelon teams. You know, you think obviously UC Irvine got to be at the top of that list, but below them, you know, you think about CSU Long Beach, you know, Cal Poly Pomona. These are teams that are staple names in the state of California in collegiate Overwatch. Pomona joining us here today for LAN tournament. I think a lot of people are expecting them to not only take this victory, but potentially take the tournament. But, you know, you can't count UCR Gold out. I think I have seen far, you know, more dismissive matches than this one. Map 1, even though it was a 2-0 from Pomona, there were glimpses that you saw from UCR Gold that you could say this is very much winnable.
yeah,
You know?
exactly. And that's the thing that I think I was trying to like as well at the very beginning before the match actually started, is that like don't just blatantly look at the score and be like, okay, 2-0, okay, that's a wash. Like these teams are putting up an actual real fight here, because at this level of play, like a lot of players are very, very close at skill level. So you might see some maps where, you know, it's 2-0, but it's like 99-99, and then they just win one more fight. Or you see a 2-1, or sometimes it is a stomp. But I think in this case, it's going to be a very, very close match. And if I'm Riverside, I'm not going to be too upset about losing the first map. You know, you got one more chance. So we'll see what happens.
I wouldn't be upset about it either. I don't think it's anything to scoff about. You know, especially taking into consideration the skill level of a team like, you know, UCR Gold is the 4th seed in our tournament. You know, they went undefeated in their group play. You know, that's the reason that they are in the top 4 seed of the tournament. You know, this match is still upper bracket. You know, this is not the end for either of these teams. So I'm excited to see what the next map pick comes in, because I think that'll really help us figure out where UCR Gold wants to take the direction. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. And also, seeing as Pomona decided to ban the Pharah pick, they do decide to pick a map more open where they can play that Pharah, and maybe she does. At the end of the day, it's all a matter of seeing and waiting to see what each team decides. And
Yeah, I think it was clear to see, to me at least, that Pomona seems to favor the Brawl composition with that Ramattra. They did show flashes of the Mauga, didn't stick on it for too long. I think as soon as they have ended up losing a team fight, they ended up switching to the
exactly.
Ramattra.
That's exactly.
And they did play Winston composition.
Yeah, I thought that was rather interesting, playing Winston on Garden. I mean, I personally haven't really seen that too much, but you know, I do agree with them switching to the Ramattra, because at this point, Ramattra is probably like the best tank that you like type compositions like rush comp. Probably the best rush tank in the game right now. But looks like Riverside decided to go with Kings Row, and Pomona decided to ban Ramattra, and Riverside banning Tracer. So again, it's a little bit open of a map. They could play the Pharah here, so we'll see exactly what they decide to do.
You know, I want to talk about this Tracer ban. I think it's something I definitely found when we received this information, because to me, at least, you know, I guess on the surface level, outside looking in, Tracer on Kings Row, yes, obviously Tracer is a stable piece in a lot of compositions, regardless of the map. But at least on Lijiang, I didn't necessarily feel that UCR Gold's main or primary issue was pressure from Tracer. Now, obviously, these teams have played on stream and off stream, so both teams have gotten a little bit of a chance to see what they could expect in terms of team composition on a couple of these maps. But still, I think the Tracer ban pick is a little bit odd, considering last map Tracer wasn't necessarily the biggest factor.
Yeah, she was pretty much a non-factor, but Tracer is just a character that in the right hands can dominate regardless of meta, regardless of the team composition. So I completely understand the need, or the feeling that they need to ban it. I completely get that, especially on King's Row, which is a map with like a lot of flanking angles, of spaces and areas that you could try to contest backlines and supports and take duels. So it makes sense, even though like Tracer didn't get played last round. But Pomona going for the D.Va here, and Ashe, Mercy, okay. Very interesting compositions here.
Yeah, a little bit of a hybrid here. I think it's something that we've seen a couple times throughout the tournament. Teams like to run this D.Va and something maybe like an Ashe, and it kind of acts as, it's not necessarily, one type of composition, because there are a lot of heroes in this composition that are very mobile. I think they really just look to enable fusion on this Ashe, provide extra protection with the Honor Brig as well as the D.Va to any sort of potential dive that UCR Gold looks to throw at him.
Yeah,
But
especially on this first point where the long sight lines seem that maybe they can get some early picks that can completely just win them the fight. So
UCR Gold on the attack, spots Fusion on the high ground, looks to try snatch it from him. Frosty rolling out on the Sigma could prove to be dangerous for
Spectrix
Fusion.
gets taken out early.
Yeah, Spectrix is first to fall. An excellent peel on the D.Va from Aldo here. Sleep connects, but it doesn't matter. Blue Jay falls, and it's reset for UCR Gold. Not really much accomplished there. Ult economy hasn't necessarily switched up too much.
Yeah, that was just not a great fight. Like, I think there was maybe some type of miscommunication there or something. Like, they just weren't able to kill the Ana or the Soj.
A disconnect.
Yeah, exactly.
Frosty now trying to press the issue on point. I think something important for this composition is forcing point pressure, because so many of Pomona's players want to play on this high ground.
Yeah, Blue Jay trying to go for it again, but gets taken out.
Too greedy, taken out, stays even longer, utilizes the deflect, but it's just not enough to keep him up. Aldo receiving the nano, feeling needed by Fiddlesticks to keep Pomona in the fight. Otab will get picked here, Frosty will fall, but even though these picks are coming out from Pomona, UCR Gold does have the spawn advantage. As Aldo gets demeched, you really have to start worrying about this fight if you are Pomona, especially if Aldo falls while demeched. Kills do come through from Pomona though, leaves them in a bit of a safer place, and UCR Gold was this close.
They were very, very close to winning the fight, but
a rush coming out from main?
Very early rush coming in, but looks like they're going to try to gain the point presence here while D.Va was demexed, so maybe they could get a tick or something.
Pick on a Kyoko.
Wait, that's actually a massive, massive pick. Bob coming in for Pomona. I think Pomona's going to be able to stabilize here. They just only drop a tick.
100%. I think a couple things maybe went wrong with that push from UCR Gold. I like the idea of using the rush to press the issue, go fast while Pomona's down players, but at the end of the day, they rush onto point and no one was to be seen. Everybody had left. Pomona was busy recollecting. UCR Gold does get a tick out of it, but is that really what you were looking for? Frosty now looking for
course not. They were trying to get the point there.
Potentially a gravitic flux. Blue Jay finally pressures that backline off the high ground, sets his sights on Fusion. No pick come through yet. D.Va Bomb finds Blue Jay. Picks traded back and forth. Aggressive rally from Pomona to try and sustain. Just barely.
Okay,
the
that
beat
was
comes
a
out for
massive,
Spectrix.
massive sound barrier. Oh my gosh.
A lot expelled from the side of UCR Gold. So many resources used. Frosty cornered into statue. The DM taking these heals from him and he'll eventually fall. I think it's an excellent stabilization from the side of Pomona. A lot of ults and abilities used to try and sustain, but it looks like it's all going Pomona's way. Fiddlesticks does fall toward the end of the fight, but Spectrix pays his life for it. At the end of the day, 45 seconds are about to be left on this clock, and UCR Gold are no further in capping this point.
Yeah, Riverside was so close to being able to win that fight. I don't know if you noticed, but Frosty was 1 HP for about like 10, 12 seconds, and Aldo was just able to capitalize on that.
Here's the Blade coming out
Blade
from
coming in.
Blue Jay. Can he find the value? He'll get moments. So he's left and taken out by OTOP with that that overclock. He's looking for more. It's not over just yet. Spectrix get taken out as well, and it's a field day on King's Row for OTOP. Finds 2 picks with the overclock, but the value extended even further than that. UCR Gold so close to finding 2 ticks on this first point. 6-second countdown. They need to be able to proc overtime, but there's so many resources at the disposal of Pomona. The
They
Russian
got the
Kyoko's
Kitsune,
hands,
but I don't think it's going to be enough.
I don't think they're gonna be able to get it off. Blue Jays trying to stay alive and stabilize. The rush comes out, but it's far too little, far too late. It's not gonna be enough. We're going to see a 1-tick hold out coming up from Pomona.
What a dominant defense that we just saw from Pomona. Like, they knew when to back off. They knew when to push and pull. That was great from them.
I think if you ask me, that was a bit of a masterclass of the concepts of ebb and flow, disengage and engage from Pomona. They understood when they were disadvantaged and decided to cut losses and come back stronger with more respawns, with more resources, with more ultimates. They were never completely out in the fights because they didn't need to feed for kills. They didn't need to overextend and push any issue too far to the point where they ended up losing any progress on the point. They did give up a tick, but
yeah,
I
they
think even
lost a
that was
tick and a half,
calculated.
but at the end of the day, you take that all day over losing the point entirely.
100%.
Because if they were just like going in and in and in, even though they were losing players, they would have just lost the point.
Yeah.
So great discipline from them, and also some great plays too. Like when the Genji Blade was coming down on the back line, he got slept. That was a really, really nice play.
Yeah, and the overclock to finish him off as well. I think OTOP has had a great map thus far on the Sojourn. His overclocks have been finding so much value. And, you know, if you're UCR Gold, you have a lot to live up to now. 1-tick hold, it is very possible, very doable. We've seen it before.
It is winnable, yeah, exactly. And I think that's the thing that they just need to keep in mind. Like, this game isn't over just yet. You still have a chance of winning the map. But they just gotta somehow have a stronger defense than Pomona, which can be a little tough because that's quite a standard to live up to.
I like this composition coming out of Pomona. OTOP looking for the initial pick on Widow, but everything else, the pick on Sojourn now, screams to me, we're going fast. We're going to have to see how Pomona chooses to engage on this UCR Gold composition hold on the high ground, staging for a dive. Perhaps Miyuki, it will be Miyuki, and it's excellently executed. 2 picks immediately come outside on the side of Pomona, and it's really only so much you can do if you're UCR Gold. This is going to be looking to be a very quick 2-0
Okay, that was
match
kind of BM
out
right there.
from Pomona. 1 tick onto the map. The respawns will not come out fast enough.
It's not even close. That was just a dominant map from Pomona. You know, I think Riverside was thinking, okay, we go King's Row, maybe we play the Farah or something. I don't know, but it just was not enough, and Pomona was just able to absolutely dominate on that map, even though it wasn't even their pick. So,
You know, we keep reiterating this point. You know, we know this. Pomona is strong, but I think with each victory, it kind of highlights just how strong they are. Each map they play, each opponent they face, they keep reminding everybody watching and at this tournament who they are, what they're capable of. And, you know, I'm just really excited to see how they progress through this tournament. You know, UCR Gold does fall to the lower bracket. They will have a second chance at life. It's not over for them just yet. But I think Pomona's strength is a big storyline throughout this tournament. A quick, dominant 2-0 fashion victory for Pomona. And, I mean, honestly, that might have been one of the quickest matches we've had.
I think that was the quickest match that we've had all tournament. And just absolutely dominant performance from Pomona. Not dropping a single map, not even dropping a single map on control either, which I think is crazy. But yeah, just utter dominance from them. Great job that they did. And hopefully that we get to see some closer matches coming up from them. You know, maybe they actually get to face some comparable competition. Not to discredit Riverside, but you know, it just looked like they weren't even in the same game.
We'll have to see. Pomona, I believe, moving on to the winners finals. We will see you guys after this break. Stay tuned.
Yep. Thank you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Aztec Games Spring 2025. Today we, I believe, are going into our winner semis with, or excuse me, not our winner semis, our loser semis with UCR Gold versus CSUN Black. Wild, how are we feeling about going into this next game?
Feeling really good, You know, we're a good part into the day. You know, we're probably about halfway, hopefully a little bit over halfway, you know. But feeling good. We've seen some great games here today, including, you know, some games from UCR Gold and Northridge. So I'm really expecting something big here. You know, this is a win or go home case scenario. So it's really all on the line for these teams.
Yes, it is, and I'm particularly excited because we know CSUN Black to be a team with a strong stylistic game with strong stylistic gameplay. UCR Gold, maybe not so much specifically stylistic, but we know that they like to set the tone, play aggressive, get the first movement. But let's talk about how both teams' bans actually play into that. From UCR Gold, we see a Hazard ban. From CSUN Black, we see a Lucio ban. Now, Wild, how do you think that plays with each team's plans into each other?
Yeah, I mean, the Hazard ban, something that we've seen before, nothing too crazy there, but banning Lucio is something that's absolutely new. I mean, Lucio, you know, something that generally all teams are comfortable with, you know, whether you want to play that aggressive style or that more reactive style, we're using that amp up speed to kind of, you know, use for rotations and get positioning. Lucio's generally just, you know, a very, very strong hero. So what it's especially used, you know, to kind of perpetuate, you know, like pace. So basically, I think that's what kind of shows for me is that Northridge, you know, maybe wanting to play more of a poke style. I mean, generally, you're not going to ban Lucio if you want to run Brawl.
I agree wholeheartedly, and I think there's something also to be said about CSUN's signature, that being a Sombra-based composition. And I think it's very interesting to see how each team countered each other, I think, with this in mind. We see a ban on Hazard from UCR Gold, potentially preventing, potentially preventing a hard engage with a tank as soon as the Humber hacks someone, as well as a ban on Lucio from CSUN Black, probably looking to make sure that UCR Gold can't just maneuver or sustain through that push, or even potentially another solution to the Sombra is simply outpace her, always make the first move and never stop attacking. And I think both teams consciously went with this with CSUN Black's preferred playstyle in mind.
Yeah, I think Sombra's biggest two win cons are kind of just sucking away resources from the back line, you know, kind of, you know, distracting, kind of forcing, you know, them to pay attention to you while your team closes in. That or going for a big hack. You know, whether or not you're hacking, you know, especially the tank. If you're hacking the tank, you know, your team can converge on it right away. That is generally Sombra's win con. So yeah, both of these bans kind of both protecting the Sombra comp as well as hindering it at the same time, if that makes sense. So obviously, depending on which team banned what. So we are playing Lijiang as well. So this is a map where Lucio, you know, generally has a great time. You know, plenty of opportunities for boops and such. But we will not be seeing any Lucio this time.
No, we will not. And I'm personally excited to see how does CSUN Black play it, knowing that the tempo is through the bans going to be forced this slow. Similarly, I want to see, does UCR Gold commit further to the speed with a Juno, or are they looking to absorb the shock of CSUN Black, kind of in the same way that I believe it was Slow did. We saw that with that Bastion comp, with that Torb comp, and I'm wondering if UCR Gold is going to be looking to make a similar maneuver.
Yeah, if I had to venture, so I would say yes. And another thing to mention, yes, Northridge is known as a Sombra team, but we really saw, you know, kind of strike us at least, or strike me, you know, when I was casting. I mean, it was the emergence of other characters. I believe it was Blue Jay that, you know, did a lot of work on Genji. They did a lot of work on Bastion. Pharah was played too. Just, you know, a lot of those kind of, you know, niche heroes came in and kind of made that difference, you know, within, you know, the Sombra mirror as well. So let's see, you know, Blue Jay might be able to have, you know, the same kind of effect on these kind of, you know, not off-brand, but, you know, some niche heroes, you know, having that large effect, you know, when the Sombra, you know, might not be getting as much.
Precisely. Very, very well said. Here we are loading onto Lijiang Tower. UCR Gold probably opting to run, I'm gonna guess, a variant of that Soj Pharah, and I'm guessing CSUN Black are probably also looking to play the Sombra in Sombra Pharah. Very interesting composition because I feel like you lack a lot of the dependable damage that comes with the Soj.
Just go to the Genji.
Oh,
It's exactly what he was playing earlier. We found a lot of success, but the main thing to look for here in my eyes, you know, is this going to be this support difference? You know, having this Ana's anti-nade versus, what the Braves going to provide in terms of armor packs.
Hack goes out onto Frosty, does get the form force. Yaltz does get the first kill onto Miyuki. Blue Jay is now on the flank angle looking for Brawn Nugget. Does not get it. Yaltz with an environmental kill onto Spectrix. And ladies and gentlemen, a quick reset from UCR Gold, recognizing that CSUN Black has dangerous control. First cap goes to CSUN.
Just because we don't have Lucio doesn't mean we can't get those fun environmental kills, as Yaltz is showing us right away on this Pharah. Pharah gonna be looking pretty good here. The Briggs, not really able to provide as much air support as the Ana, in terms of pressuring out the Pharah. As well as the Genji not gonna be doing it too much, and it's gonna be mainly on Miyuki on this Sojourn.
Nugget getting very dangerously low. Just barely managed to get away. 7 HP. Cheddar's looking to match Frosty's rotate here. Puts the wall down and that slow down. Frosty is getting very, very low here. Frosty probably has to use that form very, very soon. Brawn Nugget gets the first kill onto Kyoko. A critical pick. Form comes out from Frosty, who can't really get an angle into anything. Good boot from Spectrix onto Eos. Not really gonna be able to get anything done, but Hack goes onto Frosty. Cheddar gets the kill.
Yeah, an absolute brawl fest coming in here. Cheddar, kills his counterpart in Frosty, and also is able to take down the Brig here. As we saw, as Ian alluded to, Frosty just taking so much damage upon entry. His cooldowns were forced out a little bit too early, which allowed Cheddar to play more aggressive, with that Rampage cooldown. So we definitely saw the difference there. I mean, looking at ults here, UCR Gold is going to have pretty much nothing. It's going to have, that Brig ult eventually. EMP is really what we're going to be looking at here from Brawn Nugget.
Rotate into the white room from UCR Gold. Brawn Nugget is spotted. They want to force Brawn Nugget out. Brawn Nugget gets very, very low. He's a one shot, and he just, again, barely lives.
Huge EMP comes in.
Big EMP onto Blue Jay. Blue Jay goes down, and CSUN Black is looking to walk in further. Brawn Nugget with another kill, while CSUN Black cleans up the rest of UCR Gold, and Frosty can't do anything about it. Mac and Cheese with the environmental sleep onto Frosty off the map. Ladies and gentlemen, 84%. This could be the last fight of our first map.
Yeah, absolutely. That EMP actually didn't do too much, but what it did do was separate, kind of force UCR Gold to play in the corridors that CSU and Black wanted, which resulted in a lot of kills here. Blue Jay tries to touch the point. Does EOS is going to be using the ult. There's an ultimate speed popped all around. What is happening? EOS is going to find the first kill here on the Spectrix. Cheddar finds a double. EOS finds another one, and with that, actually there's going to be a back cap here from Blue Jay. Not too bad, but it's not going to last too long.
Blue Jay trying his best to do something for his team, get even an inch worth of space, but CSUN Black knows they can take this leisurely. They're already at 99%, and they handily take first point.
Yeah, about 6 ults there were popped within the span of about 5 seconds. Bit hard to follow, but the main thing we saw was the Nano Pharah on the side of Northridge. Kind of just get that value, especially, with the Pharah perk being able to move a little bit while in barrage. Definitely makes you a little bit more slippery and gives you a little more sustain. Yaltz, finds 2, and Cheddar cleans up the rest. So a really clean round coming in from Northridge.
Clean is definitely the right word I would use to describe this situation. CSUN Black very much knows how they want to take it, and it looks like they have a plan. They have a plan, and they stick to that plan every single fight. While it looks like UCR Gold, maybe their plan is to delay their push a little bit, but the problem is CSUN Black's disruptive qualities are so strong. But I'm very excited to see how UCR Gold takes the smaller angle on Control Center.
Yeah, we're likely going to be seeing very similar comps from both teams, except, the biggest difference is going to be this Genji again versus the Sombra. Blue Jay not really coming up with too much in that round as comparison to Brawn Nugget, who's popping off on the Sombra. Let's see what he can do this round to maybe justify that pick a little bit more.
It's UCR Gold looking to take multiple angles onto their server room. Support's actually on the high ground, and that is lots and lots of free space for Miyuki to get something done. Blue Jay dives in for the kill onto Shroom Soup. Does not, unfortunately, get it, but Frosty is there to clean it up. Souza comes out on the side of UCR Gold. Cheddar desperately beating down on Frosty, manages to secure that kill, but Miyuki still on his high ground. Blue Jay takes out great Brawn Nugget, and point is slowly turning in favor of UCR Gold. Cheddar is trying his best, but he does get ranged out. Suzu goes out onto Spectrix, and while Blue Jay cleans up Mac and Cheese, and Cheddar looks all around him and realizes his team is gone.
This happened the exact same time last game I casted Blue Jay. I said the Genji, I don't know about it, and then he pops off, gets a 3k there. But what UCR did really well that I like was that, CSNU Black did a great job of sleeping and anti-ing Frosty to get him down, but what UCR Gold did to come back was kind of just ignore the Ramatra. Instead of going for the Ramatra, trying to focus their energy there because they can't kill him, that they're taking, they kind of focus their energy elsewhere and was able to pick off the squishy. So really good job from UCR Gold to realize their win con.
Blue Jay sitting on that blade, very, very close. Frosty does get forced out, very dangerously low. Blue Jay gets the one shot onto Ayalt, holding onto the blade for now. Gets the kill onto Shroom Soup. How?
Wow, Blue Jay absolutely just popping off here on the Genji. once again, he's doing literally exactly what happened in an earlier match. I said the Sombra looking like a more value. Blue Jay says, "Nuh-uh, I'ma lock in Genji and do me," and he's doing him.
Yalt's locking into that Genji pick as well, probably looking to match Blue Jay in terms of the dive potential damage. But let's look at the ult difference. We have 3 ults coming down the side of UCR Gold, who knows they don't want to give this corridor, while CSUN Black positioning with Run Nugget to get something going.
Blue Jay is actually going to be 1 HP grid jet from Blood Nugget to kind of chip him down here. Going to be a huge... Oh, it's a big sleep coming through, but they wake him up. They wake up, and it doesn't matter. What a sleep coming through from Mac and Cheese to shut down the Blue Jay Blade.
UCR Gold wisely deciding to give some space here. Miyuki pops his social on the high ground. Ealt does get low. There's the deflect used, but Cheddar manages to take down Frosty, and Kyoko commits the Kiriko ult.
Absolutely, it's going to be an absolutely one-sided fight here, despite UCR deciding to commit about 3 ultimates there. I was really surprised that after Blue Jay died, they decided to commit both the gate here from Kiriko and the rail here, the Overlord from Sojourn. I'm a bit surprised they decided to commit there with CSNU Black only using the Nano there to come back on points. Really good for their ultimate economy.
A single ult used in comparison to 3. Oh yeah! Mac and Cheese and Brown Nugget passing and assisting to one another, cleaning up that kill onto Blue Jay for what feels like for free. CSUN Black is still also sitting on 3 ults into this.
Yeah, didn't have to use anything once again. I mean, that's just a great communication play there. The EMP for Brown Nugget, I think, is going to be the thing to look at here. It's going to be a lot of opportunity. Oh, he's going to go for it right now.
A 5-man EMP comes out on the side of CSUN Black. Kyoko gets the return kill onto Brown Nugget. Cheddar manages to take out Frosty, but it's still possible for UCR Gold to get an exit pick on the way out. CSUN Black knows they have to wait for their Sombra before they want to hold this as aggressively as they did before. UCR Gold needs to take this space and walk on it as soon as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a perfect EMP. They do risk their life, but I mean, it's going to be absolutely fine for CSU and Black, you end up winning that team fight. As it's going to be a Ramatra duel here. Both Ramatras have their ultimate. Let's see who decides to pop it first. The Juno ultimate comes in, puts in a lot of pressure here onto UCR Gold. The rally is a bit late here, but is going to be able to keep enough to keep Frosty alive. Both Ramatras still holding onto his ultimates as Frosty finally decides to pop his. Misses the cage, unfortunately, though. And Cheddar is running into the backline trying to find anything he can.
Lots of ults committed on both sides. Both Ram ults go out. UCR Gold again sitting on that Kiriko ult. Pops it. Ealt uses that blade, trying desperately to get something done. Gets good damage onto Kyoko. Kyoko lost so much damage onto the backline of UCR Gold. Ooh. We are now sitting at 85%. CSUN Black sitting on that Nano. UCR Gold sitting on that Sojourn ult and that blade very, very soon. We're sitting at 90%. I'm not sure if anyone's going to be able to touch
the Wrecking Ball. Yeah, the Wrecking Ball is going to be behind here. Frosty is going to be ready to touch. He is hacked, so they do know exactly where he is. But he oh, what a sleep! What a sleep! Oh my God!
Touch CSUN Black. This no. What a
Mac and Cheese! Wow!
Mac and Cheese does not want to give even the chance of overtime. What a sleep!
Yeah, first on the Blue Jay Genji, then a great sleep onto the Wrecking Ball to prevent that touch. I mean, wow, what a couple sleeps there coming through for Mac and Cheese. But I mean, something that Northridge, I'll just say, was doing really well is, being willing to trade out ultimates because, it's okay to use ultimates as long as, you're getting value, whether it's a positive ultimate trade or you're able to hold on to the point. So that was one thing I think that they did extremely well. But overall, a great match. It came down to the wire there for that last round, but wow, what a sleep.
Certainly, and I'm actually thoroughly impressed with how I'm thoroughly impressed. That was actually much closer, specifically the second point on the side. On the side of UCR Gold, they were actually pretty happy to show us that they weren't out for the count. They know that this can be much closer should they clean up their game a little bit. And quite truthfully, this is still anyone's game at this point. One map in favor of CSUN Black, but I mean, it's only considering our win is only 2-2, a reverse sweep is always possible.
For sure, yeah. I mean, we definitely saw great moments of teamwork there from UCR Gold, with, it's kind of what I was talking about in the, pre-game. One of the two somber win cons, you hack, is so that, you kind of just poke and force people to come to you to waste resources, or you're able to get that good hack, and we saw that a couple times where the hack came through. Where the hack did come through, and, UCR Gold was instantly able to follow up on it. Just really getting that, really proving the Sombra to be a value, but overall a great performance, I think, from CSUN Black, and I expect to see another great map next.
And we have our report on the next series.
Wow. What do you think of this?
Well, let's see here. So a very hotly contested game between UCR Blue and UCLA. We saw a final score of UCLA actually beating UC Riverside Blue.
Yeah, definitely, two very talented teams there. I think a lot of people considered Riverside Blue to be the favorite. With that being said, that was a very close game. I was able to watch, map number 2 on Kings Row. Yeah, came down to the very end, came down to overtime. But yeah, an absolutely great series. So whoever has to face Riverside in the losers bracket, I definitely feel bad for you.
I certainly do share that same sentiment, and I remember during our short break, I had the opportunity to talk to Quaver of Cal State Long Beach, who has played against both of these teams in very recent times, and he said it was a question of if UCLA's fundamental strong grasp of 5v5 was enough to match up for UC Riverside's two DPS aces, Suisse and Scissors. And, well, it looks like UCLA came out on top this time, but seeing as this was a 3-map series, I'm inclined to think that it could very easily have gone either way. And I'm personally very excited.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Two very talented teams. I think, potentially a rematch in the future. Absolutely not out of the picture. So yeah, but a great match there. Big ups to UCLA. Pulling up. What is it? What would probably be considered an upset. So hopefully, I'm happy to see, or I'm excited to see, I should say, what they do continuing forward in the winners bracket.
I'm very excited, and I believe this means that we are going to see a match between CPP and UCLA. Very exciting coming down the line. But let's take it back to the match at hand. We have against CSUN. Even proving that without the hazard, they still know how to play this as aggressively and fast as they're used to with that RAM.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, I think, both Brawly tanks, they can, fulfill the same role in some capacity. Personally, I prefer the Ramatra, at least watching the Ramatra over the hazard. Hazard, is flying around as a tank. I don't know what's going on half the time. But the Ramatra, I can get my head around that. Yeah, we saw some great Ramatra play there. I think, the ultimate kind of, holding off, is I think the second Ramatra ultimate is generally going to be the better one, especially if you can get into that back line. So we saw a lot of that kind of playing Ramatra ultimate chicken with those two Ramatras last game, where neither one of them really wanting to pop their ult because if it's not at the perfect time, then, it definitely puts them at a greater disadvantage in a long fight.
I agree wholeheartedly. It certainly was. Certainly did feel like a game of chess, constantly poking out to see which critical resources they could draw out first. They know they want to delay the use of each of those resources as much as possible, especially knowing how explosive an entrance could come from both teams.
All right, and we are getting word here. Our next map is going to be Numbani. Yeah, we saw an awesome map of Numbani earlier between Cal Poly Slow and UCSD. We get to see Numbani. UCR Gold does go ahead and ban the Sombra, while Kiri is banned from Northridge.
Well, on Numbani, I'm admittedly unsure about the Kiri ban. I feel like most teams that we see nowadays are probably running some variant of Ana Brig. So I'm very excited to see. Is their ban with Kiri potentially an overstep, or is there something intentional that they're running that would necessitate the use of a Kiri? UCR Gold taking the obvious choice here, banning that Sombra, probably taking apart CSUN's most unique weapon.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, maybe the Kiri ban, you're right, you don't see too much Kiri here on this map. Maybe the Kiri ban, means that, Northridge is putting the utmost taste in their Ana. They think their Ana can hit those crazy anti-nades, which we know we've seen turn a fight like that. You get a big anti-nade in the back line and you chip them down, and that's that. So, maybe trying to play into the hands of an Ana player they trust very much. Mac and Cheese, of course. We saw what they were doing on the Ana last game.
Very
so we absolutely could see something like that. Where he pops off again.
I'm also inclined to think about, now we see Brud Nugget for probably the first time this tournament on something that is not Sombra. And admittedly, I'm unsure, but I would love to see him on something like Tracer. I know he probably has that sense of aim and that sense of timing that is also crucial for Tracer players. So, but then again, we don't know if he's even going to be on Tracer.
Yeah, absolutely. Generally on the DPS here on a map like Numbani, you're going to see someone be a little bit more long range. We've seen the Sojourn, the Ash, even the Soldier here on Numbani. And then, yeah, we see generally someone a little bit more, for to take a 1v1 like a Brawly 1v1 like a Genji or Tracer. So absolutely, I think Tracer's in the wheelhouse. I'm not exactly sure what Brown Nugget would like to play besides the Sombra, but no doubt about it. If he can apply a lot of the fundamentals that he uses with Sombra, he can make it work.
I agree, and I'm again very, very excited to see any predictions as to compositions that are going to be played on Numbani. I think for right now, I'm thinking probably the same variant of Winston on a Brigida that we've always been seeing. What about you?
Yeah, I think at least there comes a lot more room for variation once you get kind of into the third section of the map. You see a lot of different stuff, but on the first section and most of the second section, we pretty much just see dive. Or for the most part, you do see some poke, but for the most part, yeah, I expect to see Winston on a Brig. Probably some kind of long range DPS, and then something with a little more chip potential or kind of flank potential.
Curious to see if there's any players, or rather, if there's any playbooks that are being adapted on the fly or potentially being influenced by what we're seeing today. For example, it was, I believe, UCSD Defenders of Geisel that rolled out with I believe it was an Ashe Pharah, knowing that they don't want to play that dive, so they're going to do their best to play a variant of it. And I would like to see if CSUN Black runs some variant of that, even without their signature Sombra player.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think, Ashe, while being susceptible to dive, is, able to function within a dive comp, with her dynamite, having a lot of crowd control within a dive, just placing it down somewhere gives, even that 1 or 2 seconds that it might save, really is able to turn, to be the decider in a fight. So, yeah, I absolutely think it's possible here for us to see some wildly different variations of dive.
All our players ready and loading into the map.
We're not loaded in yet, but I do hear a D.Va, which is actually what I was recommending earlier. UCSD was having problems with the Winston, and the Winston didn't really seem to be, kind of matching their playstyle as much, so I was kind of urging them to go over to the D.Va here. D.Va, a very good counter into Winston. And we do actually see that, and we see the Torbjorn as well, so a kind of a full anti-dive comp coming out from UCR Gold.
I'm kind of interested to see what their intentionality is in running the Juno in place of the Ana.
I also was thinking the same thing. I'm not sure, especially because Tom Mac and Cheese has such a strong Ana in the previous map, so I'm surprised we're not seeing them run it again on a map where Ana is so often ran, as we see Kyoko running it for Northridge.
Right, we see CSUN Black now maneuvering, actually making the swap from Monkey to D.Va. Very, very clever. Very, very good decision, I think, when playing into that Pharah and that Torbjorn. We see CSUN Black taking the long rotation on the side. I want to see how UCR Gold responds to this. Cheddar does his best to catch the rotate. Does not have boosters for the boop off the map, unfortunately. Looking to clear that high ground that UCR Gold is sitting on pretty.
Yeah, Northridge being able to rotate very efficiently here, getting exactly where they want to be, which is onto this kind of high ground. I was going to be actually a dive coming through here from Frosty. Uses the missiles here onto the Torbjorn. He is actually going to be able to stay quite healthy as Blue Jay falls quite low. However, it's going to be a great anti-nade onto Mac and Cheese, and Cheddar's mech is going to be one.
Brown Nugget actually with the kill onto Kyoko, proving that he's not just a Sombra one-trick. Frosty with the trade kill onto it, but he's very, very low. UCR Gold's Cheddar cleans up that damage as quickly as possible. Turret goes down, but Mac and Cheese gets a return kill onto Blue Jay, and another kill onto Frosty. UCR Gold Ayalt's doing his best to stay alive, trying to not take any damage from Muki. Unfortunately, not enough. And that is 1 minute and 15 seconds gone from CSUN's time bank.
Yeah, I think Northridge really was rotating very well, but then, it can happen. The Brown Nugget just kind of hit a headshot on Torb, one headshot and just kind of bursted down, I believe, what was the Ana for Northridge. So that's an absolutely massive first kill, showing that, yeah, he's still at the impact outside of his signature hero of Sombra.
Cheddar on UCR and Spectrix on CSUN, both very, very close to their ults, as well as Shroom Soup. I want to see if either of these teams do anything about it. Ealt's doing a very, very good job of stuffing Miyuki into the choke point.
Yeah, the dive comes through here from Cheddar. His Mega's already going to be one, but he's not worried too much of it. Like, it does have the D.Va ultimate up and ready. He's going to go down, and he does opt. He's on the high ground here, forcing off. He
yes, that baby D.Va kill onto Spectrix!
Yeah, Spectrix is going to be the first person down, is able to successfully remech as well. Frosty is going to be in trouble here. Cheddar finds the kill onto Kyoko, while Shroom Soup is down. Northridge still the one in trouble. Wait. Sorry, other way around. UCR still the one in trouble. Wait. I don't know, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, it appears we have some slight graphics issues.
Yeah.
And I believe that is UCR Gold, comfortably. setting themselves on point, while CSUN Black is trying their best to swing hard against that angle.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Some kind of graphics issue going on, but it's going to be a...
commits the Juno ult. Rally comes out on the side of Spectrix. Blade comes out on the side of Blue Jay. Miyuki with the kill onto Shrimps, and Blue Jay with the kill onto Mac and Cheese. Blue Jay with more and more damage onto Braun Nugget, and that is for, I believe, actually, genuinely 5 ults used on the side of UCR Gold to take that point.
Yeah, listen, sometimes you got to make it happen, and we see, I mean, CSNU Black also, they committed 3, so it's not a terrible trade, especially if, because breaking through this first point can be quite difficult sometimes. So, it's kind of over committing in that case scenario. I think better than under committing, and wish you would use some ultimates.
Alrighty, let's see how CSUN Black plays this with the brick. That does give them a brawl advantage, a chance to punish Frosty if they time this correctly. Cheddar looking not to give Miyuki any time on this high ground. Miyuki does get pretty low. Blue Jay eats the flash, and we see Braun Nugget now on the cast. I want to see how much he does with this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the cast can be very good. Oh, a great deflect kill coming thing. Is going to be a trade out, though. Braun Nugget is going to be chased down already. Is able to survive on 1 HP for now. Trying to roll for this health back and does successfully get it. With that being said, 2 of his teammates do go down to Blue Jay, and Blue Jay picks up another in Braun Nugget.
Blue Jay has been consistently delivering on this Genji, and I've actually been very, very impressed. I think now that the Sombra isn't a problem, he knows that he can go in without having to, without the chance of getting hacked and suddenly killed.
Yeah, absolutely. Blue Jay's been looking good on the Genji so far, and Frosty does get the successful remake as well, so he's going to have it for this fight. Absolutely massive. I mean, we do see the ultimate advantage pretty in favor here of Northridge, but UCR Gold going to have this Bob first.
The ult's setting up for damage, but Blue Jay gets the kill onto Braun Nugget. A huge opening pick. Blue Jay is very, very low, but Bob is committed by Miyuki, giving lots of space for his team. Bomb goes out on the side of Cheddar, unfortunately not able to get anything. Spectrix very, very close to that rally. But it doesn't even matter. UCR Gold is already there to clean up on all the damage necessary to win that point.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great opening from Blue Jay. I mean, it's, a tale of this time. When you're down in the ultimate bank, you need to play aggressive. You need to make a play happen before, the other team can use their ultimates and kind of set up the fight as they want it, which is exactly what Blue Jay did. And we do see some switches coming out here. Mac and Cheese does go over to the Ana he looks so great on in map 1. And Cheddar is going to be going over to the Ramatra. So looking to play a little bit more Brawly style here, and if there is a point to do it on Namani, it is point 3.
Put purple onto Braun Nugget, who does take this very, very aggressive angle. Spectrix getting dangerously low. Blade is committed by Blue Jay. Does Magic get the kill?
The nano
on Braun Nugget. That's 3 kills for Blue Jay on the side of UCR Gold. Make it 4.
Wow, I mean, that is the combo, guys, the Nano Blade, and we see it here. Working exactly as it's intended. I mean, Blue Jay, he gets 1 with the blade, gets low, boom, gets the nano, dashes back in, and finds 3 more.
Yeltz does also
a lot of damage going in, though.
Cheddar is very dangerously low. Gets purpled. It's not going to be enough. He goes down. Braun Nugget gets the Blue Jay, but nobody touches. 2 minutes and 21 seconds on the side of UC Riverside.
Wow, I mean, I think it's a big anti-nade that comes out here from Riverside. I mean, they're able to get the Ramatra down to 1 HP, really, and without any heals, with that Ramatra gone, it's going to be so hard to kind of crack into that point, especially when UCR is doing such a good job of holding that choke.
Certainly, and I think Blue Jay did an amazing job with that Nano Blade, keeping that momentum up exactly when they needed it. Yelst unfortunately couldn't keep up. He didn't get the Nano, so it was an incredibly clutch play from Blue Jay, delivering so much damage that immediately turned the fight in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely. Blue Jay looking great on the Genji right now. Supports for both teams really looking really good, but I mean, it's kind of, with that Kiri ban, so it kind of, maybe didn't work in Northridge's favor there. But yeah, with the Kiri ban, there's not really anything to cleanse out that anti, and we saw that be a major part in that last fight win for Riverside.
And I'm very excited to see how did Northridge, Braun Nugget actually was delivering a lot with these picks, even with the expectation that he's probably going to be stunted while not being able to play Sombra, but he most certainly delivered. And I'm excited to see if he pulls out anything, out, and we actually see him on the Tracer.
Yeah, we see more of a your typical dive comp. We do still see. It said we do go to the Ana. I do think the Ana is the right pick here. But yeah, we do see more of a traditional dive comp coming in from Northridge here, while Riverside continues to stick with his Blue Jay Genji and the Ashe on Miyuki again. So good at controlling space.
Braun Nugget opting for the wide angle, potentially being able to get a pinch onto Frosty. Brown Nugget climbing, looking for an angle onto height. He now has the attention of UCR Gold. Now CSUN Black needs to start taking some space here. Yalt is committing pretty hard to the angle, is forced out. Nade is used onto Frosty.
Yeah, some great healing there, though, to keep Ealtz alive. He was looking very worse for wear there for a moment, but again, it's really just going to be a vie for this high ground. Oh, and Muke is going to be 1 HP, but is able to get saved up by the Ana for now.
Nugget again lurking this very same angle. Ooh. Suddenly, so much damage comes through, floods onto Muke and Frosty, who are now out of mech, and that is... Wait, 2 kills coming out on the side of UCR Gold. I don't believe it's going to be enough, but an incredible amount, just a flood of damage onto that high ground from CSUN Black, winning that point from UCR Gold.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like that damage came out of nowhere. I saw that the health bars just absolutely got depleted with a great coordinated dive coming out from Northridge. And there's actually going to be a touch here. And the D.Va's back as well. So this is actually going to be an opportunity here for Riverside to hopefully keep this point longer.
Ealtz actually gets the kill onto Spectrix. And Blue Jay with the kill onto Brown Nugget, unfortunately not going to be enough. UCR Gold certainly made a compelling argument for their continued stalling on the point, but I don't think there was enough sustain there on the side of Kyoko and Spectrix that was able to sustain such an aggressive last-minute hold.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that sleep. I think, if you're Kyoko, you just got to die here. Yeah, you just got to, you're staggering yourself a little bit too much there with the team, and now, this midsection is going to become a lot easier with the Ana, because, it's going to be one of the longest, times back with no mobility.
4 ults on the side of CSUN's ult bank. I'm very excited to see what they're going to do here. If I'm CSUN Black, I know that I want to be making the first move, but UCR Gold, very, very close to that Nano Blade.
Yeah, I mean, if we're lucky, we'll see that again, and see Blue Jay pop off a little bit more. As they're getting checked currently, sorry, they're checking the enemy Genji currently in that flank, making sure. There's going to be a Juno ult coming through, putting a lot of pressure, but the Juno does go down. The Nano does come in onto the D.Va this time, actually, for Riverside, and Frost is going to make do with it and pick up a couple kills here. As finally, it seems like Riverside's back in the driver's seat. With that being said, Jetter's still alive and healthy, decides to go for that remech here after the D.Va ult. He's going to be going for the break here, going for a great dive, but it's going to get immediately demeched. So this is going to look like a Riverside win with a little bit of a stagger here for Cheddar. Oh, just a little BM there, trying to, not BM, but a little bit, maybe about an extra second and a half there for Riverside. Still take it.
I want to talk about how CSUN Black actually committed, CSUN Black committed 2 ults in that fight. And
3 ults.
Yeah, wait. Yes, they committed 3 ults into that fight, while UCR Gold only had to use 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Ana, I think the Nano there, as fun as it is on the Genji, onto the D.Va makes a lot more sense in this case scenario. The Nano Blade is going to be coming out here. As the EL just said, it's my time. Blue Jay finds 2 without the Nano. No Nano, the Genjis are trading back and forth. Both find 2 with their blades. It's going to be a 3v3 here, an absolute slugfest going on, except one team has their D.Va alive and well. Blue Jay is going to be able to find the kill onto his counterpart, and it looks like UCR is going to be able to sustain here, but with that being said, Brown Nugget finds another.
Trading blows back and forth. Frosty is trying his best to stay alive, is sitting on that D.Va mech, is going to try to make some time for himself, wisely deciding to take that free cover, and Cheddar actually gets demeched!
Wow, a huge D-mech coming out here for Riverside. Without that D-mech, without the defense matrix, not really a way to push this choke. So, great job, I think, from Kyoko, actually, on the side of Riverside to kind of burst down that mech. As Blue Jay finds a great flank kill, Frosty finds another. Somebody's trying to C9 right now, but they do actually catch that just in time. As they kill Brown Nugget.
Lots of damage onto Shroom Soup, who unfortunately cannot take an angle. The last survivor of CSUN's assault on second point. 2 minutes and 2.5 minutes left in the time bank. UCR Gold sitting on that Nano and that Pulse. CSUN Black sitting on a D.Va Bomb and a Pulse into this next fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're going to see, I think the Nano boost here going to be a huge advantage for UCR Gold. Putting it on that D.Va just allows so much more staying power. The stick does come through, but it is landing on the shield, so nothing too much from Brown Nugget. The Nano boost, as I said, does come in onto the D.Va, doing so much damage here. Frosty is going to be picking up the kill. Cheddar also actually kills Kyoko, so it is going to be winnable here for Northridge, but with being a man down, it looks a lot better for Riverside.
Ealtz actually managing to get a beautiful kill onto Spectrix when realistically he probably should have just gone down. What a kill onto Spectrix. I don't think it's unfortunately I don't think it's going to be enough to make a statement in this next fight. But it tells enough about how dangerous Ealtz can be. We actually have a Blade Juno coming up down the pipeline for CSUN. Their UCR Gold has to get.
Oh, what was that pulse? Wait, biffs the pulse. Oh, it's a big ultimate not to have. as Frost's mech is going to be one. He does have the nerf this to try to get back in this mech. The Judo Wolf comes out, doesn't get too much. He does find the kill onto the Brig and successfully remix. So that being said, Shroom Soup does find the kill onto Blue Jay, the main damage dealer here for Riverside, so it can really go either way. The Brig ult is going to be absolutely massive and providing a lot of shielding here for the D.Va and Ana on the side of Riverside. The plays that are coming from Eve also isn't going to be able to find the same level of success he did last time. Hasn't found anything quite yet, but doing a lot of damage. Shroom Soup does find the kill here onto Kyoko, and with Frosty getting demeched, it looks pretty good here for Northridge.
Blade is now committed by Blue Jay, trying his best. Unfortunately, probably not going to be enough. And that is another point on the side of CSUN Black. 2 minutes left in the time bank.
Wow, you know, Miyuki at the beginning of that fight really, I don't know if that's a misclick on that pulse bomb or was trying to get through the door first, but ends up just missing that pulse bomb, and that kind of sucks the momentum out of the lungs of UCR.
CSUN Black opting for the Zarya pick, a pretty simple counter to that D.Va conventionally, but UCR Gold can definitely still, if they know how to play, if they know how to juggle the aggression accurately, they can nullify the effectiveness of the Zarya. Pulse activated by Brown. Gets a kill onto Spectrix.
Raw Nugget with a great stick here onto the Brig. A lot of healing on for the side of Riverside. Blue Jay's going to be in the back line here trying to make anything happen. Does actually get a lot of damage off, but it doesn't matter. Frosty is going to be demexed for Riverside Gold. Cheddar, you know, just putting a lot of damage into him. That's unblockable with that Zarya as Northridge continues to push.
Miyuki does have a good pinch in the backline. Kyoko is sitting on that Nano. I'm sure we could see a Nano D.Va like we've been seeing in the past couple of fights.
Actually, they do know where Brown Nugget is here. He's trying to put some pressure on the backline. So the Nano Boost is going to be coming out right now. Let's see if they can make anything happen with it. The D.Va's trying to be getting just a lot of damage in. Oh, wait, the D.Va's a lot of damage in. Doesn't actually end up doing too much. The nerf this does come out trying to get any kills with the bomb. Does actually find one into Eelson, is able to successfully remake. Blue Jay finds two on the Genji, keeping UCR in this for the defense. There, Blue Jay finds another one.
Blue Jay certainly proving why he's a real threat on this Genji. Frosty does get demeched by Cheddar. But I believe that should be all on the side of UCR, who have excellently balanced out their stalls to take this point comfortably, and Blue Jay with another 2 kills.
Now, I mean, if you're UCR, the borderline worst case scenario here is going to be a draw because, you know, they need some time left on the clock in order to get that, you know, in their attack. If you're Northridge, and they've only got 30 seconds right now, so unless they get it very, very quickly, we're looking at a draw at worst here for Riverside.
Frosty going for that Winston pick. Knowing that it's a pretty conventional counter to that Zarya, knowing that there's not much that CSUN's backline can realistically do into that. Bubble is used, and Cheddar is also half health. Brown Nugget uses that pulse, unfortunately does not get anything, very, very low. Recall is forced, and CSUN Black goes down at the hands of Frosty. Blue Jay also coming very, very close to that blade. Spectrix with that rally. Kyoko with the kill onto Mac and Cheese. Frosty doing his best to lay some damage down onto Cheddar. Cheddar does use that grab, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Brown Nugget with the kill onto Kyoko.
Brown Nugget!
With the second kill onto Spectrix. Blade is committed from Blue Jay. Not actually going to be able to get anything.
Wow, Brown Nugget with a clutch couple of kills. The Blade doesn't find anything because of some great kiting coming in from CSUN Black. And Shroom Zoom has been popping off this fight. Finds a couple, but Miyuki actually does win the 1v1 there against Brown Nugget. Frost is going to be 1 HP though, so with no tank, it's going to be an massive lead here for CSUN.
The ult's just adding insult to injury at this point. Last bits of damage, and CSUN Black actually manages to cap the point.
Wow, I mean, even though they are playing for that loss, you know, better to get that draw. So they're playing for the draw, excuse me. Better to get that draw than the loss. Brana coming in absolutely massive with a couple of, you know, finishing blows there onto Riverside. You know, great grab as well to set up those final blows. And yeah, I mean, the blade does come out there for CSUN, but just doesn't, sorry, for Riverside, but just doesn't find enough, you know, some great kiting coming in and just able, you know, with reinforcements, able to power through.
Unfortunately not, but we still have seen a lot of good things come out of UCR Gold's dive. And with 2 minutes left in the time bank, they just need just the 1 tick in order to secure their place.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 2.5 minutes, plenty of time, you know, to build up some ultimates. You know, maybe not all 6 if you're playing some, you know, longer ultimate charge heroes, but I mean, definitely enough times, you know, kind of just stockpile ultimates. I mean, if you're in Riverside's position right now, what you want to do is just kind of force, you know, charge your ultimates, force Northridge to use their ultimates, and then come in with all your ultimates, just dump it on them, and all you need is 1 tick.
Precisely, but I think it's also a testament to CSU Northridge's their very, very deep arsenal. Brun Nugget, again, he came up clutch near the
Absolutely.
end. 2 huge picks on the Tracer that enabled him to get a lot of work done onto that Tracer.
We do see a cheeky little wall turret there. I love it. Yeah, that's just a funny interaction. It's a great perk that they added. Not incredibly useful, but in this case, it actually does provide some cover.
UCR Gold opting for a very, very wide rotation. Frosty looking to clear that high ground, get ult off of there so that we can get Miyuki comfortably dealing out damage. Speedwing is committed onto Blue Jay. Blue Jay is definitely low, and Shroom Zoom gets a very, very crucial kill onto him.
Just great communication coming through there from Northridge to be able to just really quick on the fly, just commit 2 people to that engage and just kill Blue Jay. I mean, with that, Miyuki's going to be 1 HP here, and UCR is going to be in a very bad position. And I think the goal here almost for Northridge is going to be to stall them out a little bit.
Kyoko very deathly low. Mac and Cheese actually being able to just walk up and smack around that D.Va and Ana.
Yeah, I mean, and just like that, a minute's off the clock, and it's going to be another 30 seconds probably till they can get a solid attack going with all 5 of their members. So with that, essentially more than half the time gone off the clock, and UCR not really building up a lot of ultimate percentage to speak for it.
I think if I'm Blue Jay here, I want to be able to take a more independent angle without having to depend on your supports like how a Genji might be more dependent than a Tracer. Frosty actually manages to clear Cheddar off of that high ground. Cheddar doing his best to keep bothering, but Frosty's there just to bully Cheddar off.
Ooh,
there's
good
a commitment
headshot.
on the other side.
Good headshot coming in.
Definitely low. Frosty now has cleared that high ground.
Yeah, great headshot coming in from the Ash to force this open. Blue Jay with a huge deflect is able to take down Brun Nugget with the help of Miyuki. It's a huge kill, a lot of damage gone from CSUN here. The ultimates are going to be coming in from the Juno. Doesn't find anything yet, but it's a lot of damage going through onto the supports here for UCR. It's going to be such a close fight. They only need just a little bit of a tick. The nerf this on the point. The bomb's going to try to force people off, trying to just squeeze out this last tick.
C9!
No,
It's another C9!
One touch the point.
Bomb goes off. But unfortunately, like, CSUN Gold or CSUN Black just didn't even touch, even after the bomb went off. Were they just not in a position to?
I don't know, just, maybe some miscommunication there on which team member's turn was, maybe to touch that point first. But yeah, I'm absolutely massive. I don't know if you actually saw there as well, but the Genji for CSUN Black actually got a kill there at the very end as well. So that would have been a 4v5 had somebody just touched the point. So absolutely massive break there for UCR. Nobody touches the point. C9, once again, we've had a lot today. We've had like 3 or 4 today, which is pretty incredible.
I'm personally very, very excited to see how this series ends. CSUN Black and UCR Gold proving that they're more than a match for each other, constantly trading blows, showing us that even with CSUN Black's, I would say, dominant first map, UCR wants to show that, hey, maybe it's not all just about Lee Jang. Maybe it's about more maps than the first.
Absolutely. I mean, and an incredible, this incredible play from both sides. Looked at a moment when CSUN looked lost on that point 3. An incredible clutch coming through from the Zarya and Brun Nugget. Just even force that opportunity to have that draw a chance. But that, again, great plays coming through from both sides. You hate to see it come down to a C9, but you love it too. You loved it. You hate it and you love it to see a C9 like that happen. But we love it because we get to see another awesome map in this series. It's 1-1. And, this next map is going to be deciding everything.
And never forget, even if you have the most creative comps, even if you plan out every step of your dive, ladies and gentlemen, all that matters at the end of the day is capping that point. And I think that CSU Northridge had to learn that, unfortunately, the hard way.
Yeah, and I think, we saw a lot of different, this time I think we saw a lot more D.Va than we had previously on Numbani, which I was surprised we hadn't been seeing as much D.Va, considering how strong D.Va is, especially into the Winston. We got to the point there towards the end where we're just seeing the D.Va mirror. Having that consistent defense matrix, just being able to consistently block damage, create space for your DPS is just so invaluable. While, it's definitely more of a defensive dive tank, where Winston is more so wanting to use that bubble to kind of rush in and, kind of prevent healing from getting to certain members of the team.
Now, if I am CSUN Black, what do you think I'm looking to ban here?
That's a tough one. We've seen, it definitely depends what map we're going to. It's a big factor in that. Trying to just point out some of the win cons here for UCR Gold. I think a lot of their success came from their team play. So I don't think you can attribute necessarily to one single hero or pick. I think the Ana, actually, no, not Ana, sorry. I gotta think about that for a second. I don't know. I'm trying to remember, who everybody was playing at the end of the game. But yeah, I mean, I think it's a hard answer because of Riverside's team play, and that one was really kind of the catalyst, not a specific hero.
I agree wholeheartedly, and UCR Gold, I'm sure, has plans for their own specific ban on the Sombra. I think they did, and I think they did an excellent job into forcing CSUN into a very, very uncomfortable position. But I think if I'm CSUN Black, what I want to see is maybe an Ana ban, maybe a Genji ban, seeing as how UCR Gold, they very, very much like to play that Genji, no matter what comp or map they're on.
Yeah, I do think the Genji is a great answer. I mean, I think both Ana's last map put in a lot of work. And yeah, I think the Sombra ban will probably come in again, even though I think CSUN and Brunugget, I mean, he looked great on his other heroes. On Tracer, he was fragging. On Torb, he was getting a lot of work done. But still, you wanted to try to keep him as uncomfortable as possible, seeing as that's within a Sombra comp is where they're most comfortable. So I think the Sombra ban again does make sense. But yeah, I don't think, as crazy as I don't think a Genji ban is crazy. I mean, it's been working. It's the Nanoblade. I mean, the Genji for actually both teams as well came big there. There was that fight where I think both had 2 or 3 kills with their blade each. So the Genji duel was something to behold there as well.
I also believe that you can only ban one category at a time. So if depending on who picks first, if CSUN actually gets the first, seeing as you can only ban one role for every given map, if CSUN gets that first ban onto the Genji, they've actually secured their Sombra, because you can't ban more than one role every map.
Yeah, that's a great point, and I think if the Genji does get banned, in that Sombra, I think. What do you think that they do ban? Probably a support. I think they ban. Maybe they ban, support. Maybe they ban Brig. Brig is going to be able to work well with that Sombra, providing those Omer packs. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, we do see Dorado. We see Dorado as our final map here for this series. A map where, again, a lot of high ground is used, but we see a lot of different things ran on different points in the map.
I agree wholeheartedly. I'm thinking that if I'm UCR Gold, I definitely want to be playing some form of dive here, showing how comfortable they are on that type of composition. Dorado certainly very much can work into the hands of a dive comp, and I'm thinking they just want to keep their Genji fed and happy.
Yeah, I mean, dynamic high ground appearing on all 3 points where, there's multiple points of entry and exit where, a lot of vying for position throughout the entire map. So dive, definitely something to look for. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised here if we see, CSUN go with, an anti-dive that we saw kind of earlier, embracing that Torb a little bit, kind of trying to, force, cooldowns to be used on that turret, and just, that consistent damage the turret does, just really helpful against those dive tanks. But I do think this is a dive map, through and through. I think you can see poke and you can see other things, but I think if I had to guess, especially with how good both teams actually looked on dive that previous map, I think dive's what we're going to see.
Okay, we have our report in. Interestingly enough, no Sombra ban, actually. We see a D.Va and a Genji ban. So I believe we do have a specific rule also concerning our bans where we're not allowed to ban the same pick consecutively. I could be wrong about that. Yeah. But if I am correct, if UCR Gold actually made the... if UCR Gold had the choice in not ban... if I'm correct in saying that UCR Gold... chose not to ban the Sombra, assuming that option was available to them. I'm very, very intrigued to see if they actually have a specific question regarding that. And I believe I saw a Genji ban coming out on the side of CSU Northridge.
All right, totally agree. I think along those lines, I do think the D.Va looked really strong here. I mean, D.Va's always a character that's going to, kind of get in your way. And again, I think the Genji ban, I mean, as silly as it sounds, it does kind of make sense. I mean, the Genji working very, very heavily here for Riverside, so I don't hate that ban. With that being said, though, we're going to be going into a brief intermission, probably just about 5 minutes for, players, just take a bathroom break and, really lock in because, I mean, this is win or go home here.
1-1 CSU Northridge Black versus UC Riverside Gold. A very, very exciting series this whole way through. Unfortunately, coming to a close with this last map.
Absolutely, and in case you guys missed it before, this last map is going to be Dorado, so likely we're going to be seeing kind of similar comps, or somewhat similar comps here to Numbani, you know, that divey style, you know, potentially that anti-dive, which we saw with the Torbjorn and such. But I think we're going to be seeing a lot of Winston, and I do believe in my headset right here, I am already hearing greetings.
Very good impression of Winston, might I say.
Thank you.
And if I, let's see, if I'm correct, I believe CSU, what is it, or, excuse me, I believe UCR is also looking to play a poke-based composition. I think both teams, I'm excited to see what they do. And I'm wondering, since CSU Northridge Black did not get hit with that Sombra ban, if they're going to keep sticking to their bread and butter, or if they're going to pull out a wild card that we're not expecting.
Yeah, because I mean, despite losing last map, they didn't look bad without Sombra. I mean, I think they do go the Sombra, which they absolutely do, but they did not look bad at all without it. I think the Blue Jay Echo here is very interesting, though, because I think they were maybe predicting this Pharaoh to come out from Eulitz. Eulitz, is it actually not Eulitz? Eulitz?
I truthfully have no idea. I'm just going to keep on calling him Eulitz. Good poop onto the high ground.
As a lot of
very, very low.
Holy
Both tanks
crap.
very low. Frosty manages to secure the kill onto Cheddar.
Extremely early kill here onto Cheddar here. The Winston's able to control the high grounds a lot better, even though, you know, Hazard is a pretty mobile tank, but not as much as Winston.
I agree wholeheartedly. CSUN Black looking to take what little space they can. Kyoko watching that wins the sniper duel versus Mac and Cheese.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the Echo here already providing value. You know, those sticky bombs so annoying for teams to deal with. Blue Jay, oh my goodness,
Blue Jay, very, very low, 6 HP. Oh, it's entirely possible for Bro Nugget to be looking around every corner, looking for that last chunk of damage necessary. Blue Jay with a huge bundle of stickies onto A-Alts. Frosty getting very dangerously low, less than 100 HP. Clutch shields coming out from the side of Kyoko onto Frosty.
Yeah, absolutely, some clutch shields. And I missed that. They have a great dive coming in, though, from Cheddar to get Muka to 1 HP. Frosty's still not that healthy. Is going to be going onto the low ground. Yeltz is going to be getting that first kill, though, onto the on, and with that, the Winston's going to fall not long after.
Miyuki and the rest of UCR Gold trying their best to get out with their live Spectrix. Unfortunately, probably not going to live here. Unless, no, Spectrix actually has a very compelling case to get out alive.
Wow, he's absolutely getting chased down here by every angle, but is able to get out alive. You know, Frosty and the rest of the gang coming back to help support that retreat going forward. But yeah, I mean, we're not looking at any ultimates yet except for this EMP. This EMP could be absolutely massive. Huge sweep going into Frosty. Oh, and they're going to EMP and to get everything onto Frosty to get that tank down. And without that tank, it's going to be very, very difficult for UCR Gold to contest this. But with that being said, a lot of damage going through from the Echo into the backline here. Great job from Blue Jay to keep his team in it.
Lots of ults committed on the side of Blue Jay. Spectrix actually manages to get the kill onto Cheddar. Shroomsoup does get the kill to Blue Jay, but the purple and good damage from Kyoko gets that kill onto Gillets. Shroomsoup goes down at the hands of Kyoko. Kyoko absolutely lethal this map.
Wow, I mean, and that, oh, they're going to stall out the on just a little bit here, as I know that Mac and Cheese has the ultimate. He's able to do that. But wow, what a play here from Riverside. I mean, Blue Jay putting so much pressure onto the backline, you know, to not be able to heal Cheddar. And Cheddar actually does go down to the DPS for gold for Riverside Gold here. Great job, you know, in lieu of Frosty being there, just sustaining themselves and preventing them from getting that first hit. And a great flank coming in here from Blue Jay, trying to find some stickies and trying to find a copy to go on to here.
I don't think that CSUN Black knows. Blue Jay is on the prowl, setting up, gets a bunch of stickies down onto Mac and Cheese. Mac and Cheese does get the purple on Frosty, dangerously low, but it's not going to be enough. But wait, Cheddar and Yelts respond with 2 kills of their own. Cheddar with a second kill. Blue Jay with a kill onto Yelts, but Frosty goes down as well. Now it's Blue Jay, the last one alive, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Blue Jay is trying his best to make some time come out.
Coming through. Blue Jay doing a great job of trying to hero play that, and it was a great coordinated dive with Frosty and Blue Jay onto Mac and Cheese, the on here. But with that being said, now the rest of CSU and Black able to take that 4v3 against UCR Gold, and that opens up the first point.
Cheddar doing his best to shove Frosty off this high ground. We see a Nano and a Primal coming out on the side of UCR Gold. Bro Nugget caught on low HP. Blue Jay is there, ever watchful, finishes that kill. But lots of ults coming out on the side of CSU and Black.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of ults actually can be available for both teams here, but especially, shots. Blue Jay's going to be solo here up in the air. A great shot coming in from Shuzum, and it's going to be the Nano Barrage. Sure, a great sleep coming through, but unfortunately, the damage has already been done. And Northridge is going to continue to push forward.
Frosty doing his best to get some good damage onto Mac and Cheese, but unfortunately not able to do enough damage on his own. CSU and Black controlling this second phase to their own tempo, to their own liking.
Yeah, great wall coming in there, kind of just disrupt. But yeah, great save coming through from Kyoko to stop that fair, but a little bit too little too late. His 2 members were already dead here.
Big MP onto 3 members of UCR Gold, but Frosty does manage to get the kill onto Shroom Soup. Yachts with the response kill onto Frosty while Cheddar cleans up Blue Jay. Brun Nugget looking for something onto that opposite high ground. Spectrix actually getting that kill onto the Pharah. Mac and Cheese decides that Kyoko is not going to be the only good on this map.
Blue Jay kind of just in their spawns. Well, I mean, Blue Jay in spawn, you're not kind of having trouble getting out because Cheddar went so far forward. But yeah, they actually did decide to nano Spectrix on the Brig there. Didn't really get that much value either. Did get the 1 kill, but not really worth it in terms of value for that nano when you have the Winston sitting right there. The Juno's going to come through and obviously melt Frosty. My goodness. That being said, Mac and Cheese is next to go. Blue Jay's not far behind. And Northridge continues to just roll over UCR Gold ever since capping that first point.
And that is a handy point for CSU and Black off of the back of that Juno ult.
Yeah, not looking too good here for Kill. We're gonna get staggered quite a bit actually.
CSU and Black probably looking to set up a hard nano hazard engagement. Bro Nugget does back out. UCR Gold still sitting on that dupe. I do wonder what their play is going to be regarding that. Possibly onto the Ana, looking for a Sky Nade, or maybe even the Sombra, but a kill onto Spectrix.
Wow, as Northridge will just not give Riverside 1 second to regroup. You know, as Kyoko just finally gets back to his team, the rest kind of just crumble around him. Kyoko might actually die again here. Does get out of his life, but I mean, Northridge is rolling through. Over 2 minutes left here. They have plenty of opportunities, and look at this ultimate bank. Plenty of time and opportunities here to cap this point with a lot of time remaining.
Miyuki does get pressure placed on him from Brun Nugget, but it's not enough. Brun Nugget goes down. Blue Jay gets the response kill onto Shroom Soup. Yachts does get the response kill onto Frosty, but Miyuki is not gonna let him just get away with that.
Yeah, Blue Jay going over to the Pharah, going ahead and copying that. Does decide just to pop the ult, because why not? You're running out. But no, I mean, really the catalyst there was Bruno getting checked on the Sombra by Spectrix. Spectrix able to locate where he was, gets a really nice stun onto him, puts him in the wall so he can't TP away, and is a great follow-up there from the rest of his team.
Now let's look at that ult bank on the side of Northridge. An EMP, a Barrage, and a Nano. All very, very scary ults.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, UCR Gold with nothing to show right now. They are going to be getting some stuff. You know, in the very near future. But Miyuki finding a kill into Brunnigan buys them a lot of time. Ash is going to be put to sleep here, so it is going to be, you know, just a little bit of a chance here for Northridge to fight back, but I think they're going to be content just waiting for the last member to come back.
UCR Gold now with 3 response ults of their own coming down the pipeline. Want to see Miyuki use this, get some space onto that backline.
And are going to be able to avoid. It's going to be a great dive coming in here. The Bros gets nothing, instantly killed out here by Miyuki. Miyuki finds another one, an absolute sniper on the Ash this game.
And Nano comes out from Mac and Cheese onto Cheddar, but it's not enough. CSU and Black went into that with 2 ults, used, and they did when they weren't able to get anything done.
Yeah.
UCR Gold with 2 ults of their own, but CSU and Black is now in an overtime situation.
Miyuki, an absolute sniper, just completely negating the Pharah ultimate, killing it before it can do absolutely anything, and then finding one of the healers to follow up on it as well. And now on the other side, we're gonna have the Juno and the EMP here, but the Winston ultimate as well. Only know exactly where he is, and the Brig gonna be available. Oh, it's gonna be a great check coming through. Gonna be teleporting up top. It's gonna be a big EMP. Does find 3 people, instantly finds Spectres, but most support line gonna be low here for Northern. Just Frosty finds one, really find the other. It's gonna be jumping around with the standard Winston. It's gonna be Blue Jay that finds him. They're gonna be trying to push the point a little bit forward here, but it's not looking too good here for Northridge as UCR Gold is able to stabilize quite well. The Sombra's gonna be checked out quite well. He does able to get the health back. Is going to be the Winston on the point, but the respawns are gonna be heavily advantage of UCR.
Brunnigan doing his best to put some pressure onto the backline of UCR Gold, but it's not going to be enough. One Sombra, unfortunately, is not enough to beat a rallied Brig and a Winston. At this, and that was all she wrote for UCR Gold's defense against CSU and Northridge.
Yeah, a great EMP does come in from Broad Nugget, connects onto 3, and the Brig instantly is beaten down. But the Winston, having that Primal Rage, allows him to play so aggressive, gets both of the support line for Northridge to 1, ends up finding the kill, and not long after, the Echo helps find the kill on the other. So without that support line, just not possible for Northridge to win that long fight. So a great defense coming through from UCR, especially on that last point, considering the performance that Northridge had on point 2.
I'm very excited to see UCR Gold's attack against CSU Northridge. This could be the end of the series. I believe they don't need a full cap.
They don't.
So this could very easily. This could very easily turn into a difficult situation, but who knows? CSU Northridge is sitting on does have one of the more capable and flexible rosters that we've seen. Even when Broad Nugget was forced off of that signature Sombra, we saw a lot of mileage come out from the team in general. I'm personally very excited to see what the compositions are from both teams.
Yeah, I mean, a very back and forth round there where, we had dominance from both sides come out on different points. And it's all in all, it is a great attack, almost the full capture, but, you feel a lot better if you were UCR Gold, if you were just able to get those extra 4 or 5 meters or so. We do see, pretty similar coming to we see Blue Jay on the Junkrat. I can't imagine he stays on this for very long, but I really hope he does, because Junkrat is very fun. It's pretty much grounded fair. There's a little more damage, but we'll have to see what happens. He does seem like he's staying on the Junkrat.
Very interesting play. Possibly even looking to check angles against Broad Nugget is my guess. Frosty getting very dangerously low, instantly blown up as soon as he wants to take that high ground. But UCR Gold still managing to inch their way onto the high ground. Broad Nugget getting some pressure onto Kyoko and Spectrix.
Yeah, just right now, these losses aren't too much for UCR Gold. Their spawn is right here, so anything that Northridge does isn't too impactful, but they're going to be trying to dive on this on, I would imagine. Does miss the hack, which is quite unfortunate, but Broad Nugget should be okay here to survive. Frosty looking to dive the high ground, but Blue Jay is going to be the first person down here as he's switched back off. It's going to be a great sleep as well, coming through from Mac and Cheese onto Frosty, but Blue Jay going down, who's off the Junkrat and back on to this Echo.
Miyuki does get that first pick onto a Yalt, and a second kill onto Broad Nugget. CSU and Northridge now has no DPS in play. Kyoko goes down, but if UCR Gold regroups fast, which they do, Blue Jay gets a kill with the Mac and Cheese, this could very easily turn into their point.
Yeah, the respawn is just so much longer here for Northridge than it is for Riverside, so Miyuki's picks are going to mean a lot more than Riverside's pick, as Miyuki does an incredible job, as he's been doing this entire game. Frosty is going to be picking up Shroom Soup, but Miyuki finally does go down. However, the payload still, finally making just a little bit of progress here, but with with Northridge's reinforcements coming back now, at least getting, across that, spawn hold is going to be pretty advantageous for UCR.
Broad Nugget with a poke onto Kyoko. Kyoko does have that nano, and Spectrix is sitting on that rally. Let's see what happens here. Frosty looking to make a jump with that nano onto the backline. Does intercept the sleep, and Cheddar is caught by the hazard ult. Let's see if he survives. Broad Nugget now sitting on the EMP, but Blue Jay gets the kill onto Shroom Soup. Broad Nugget uses that EMP, hits 3, and on top of that, a purple lands from Mac and Cheese.
Wow, an absolute slugfest going back and forth here. It's going to be the Winston, though, and the Echo, the two members that you'd probably want alive. The Winston goes for the dive here on the Ana. Is going to be 1 HP, but Broad Nugget's doing a great job of bursting down this Winston. It's just some split focus there. A great job by UCR Gold to open up that fight, but ultimately not able to get the kills. If that Winston, before being locked up by the hazard ult, was able to kill that Ana, I think this fight would have been a different story, but great job from Cheddar to peel and save Mac and Cheese.
An excellent call. Cheddar saving his wall, splitting Mac and Cheese off from Frosty getting any extra damage. Broad Nugget now in the back line, goes for the virus, does get some pressure onto Kyoko. Cheddar looking to Miyuki with the kill onto Broad Nugget. UCR Gold needs to take this tempo, and they need to take it fast. Sitting on that bomb, that dupe, and that rally. They take that aggressive angle. Blue Jay hits.
Oh, what a sleep!
What a sleep coming out from Kyoko or Blue Jay. I don't know. It could be either one.
But Cheddar finds the kill onto Frosty. Northridge still very in this fight, with that Bob doing so much damage to Hazard on this fight, and Shroom Soup is fighting back quite a bit. Actually does decide to kill the sniper Mewtwo, and it's going to be him in the fair, so it's not going to look very good for them, but it is technically possible, as a lot of damage is going through onto the fair, and I would imagine that Mewtwo is going to be next as they finally cap the point. But Mewtwo is just doing such a good job of opening these fights up with these headshots on Ash.
I think Broad Nugget certainly needs to be a little more careful in how he approaches these engagements. UCR Gold caps first, 3 minutes left.
Yeah, absolutely. Still anybody's game here. Frost is actually getting body blocked in the corner here. Is likely going to be going down. Is actually saved up at the last second here by his team. Great job from his Ana to go ahead and support him. But yeah, I mean, look at ultimates here. It's just going to be the Frosty Primal Rage here, and it will be the EMP and Hazard ultimate coming through. But it won't matter too much if your Ana's dead. With that being said, Brunnock does get traded out here, so it's going to be even with Cheddar taking a lot of damage from Yuku.
Frosty causing havoc on the high ground. I believe actually forcing, actually forces Mac and Cheese into open low ground. Takes so much damage, and Blue Jay with the kill onto Ayalt. Frosty does go down for that, but that's a lot of space that can go in favor of UCR Gold if they play their distance right. Lots of damage also onto Cheddar.
Will he be able to finish this kill? Blue Jay's hunting from above. Tries to get the beam kill going in, but a lot of support coming through for Cheddar. Is able to get out at the last second. Miyuku continuing to do Miyuku things, and and gets a huge headshot kill, but as Blue Jay finishes off Cheddar. The DPS for UCR putting on an absolute clinic in this map.
I think it's absolute. I don't know if you saw this, but while Miyuki was securing those picks onto the supports, he was actually zoning them from taking any space onto Cheddar, allowing Blue Jay to finish up the kill for free.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the DPS is working in such good synergy. Like I said, Ashe is just so powerful for controlling space with her dynamite and burst damage. And Frosty does get to be 1 HP here. Cheddar is going to have the ultimate available. It's going to be a big EMP.
4-man EMP coming out.
Brig is going to be the first person dead. And with that being said, nothing else seems to be coming of it, but with that, there's a nano boost that actually comes out from Kyoko.
And he also gets a kill.
They want to fight this.
And he also goes down at the hands of Blue Jay. A huge purple goes down onto CSU Northridge's backline, but it's unfortunately not going to be enough. Blue Jay's dupe does go down, rather tragically, but UCR Gold in an excellent position, setting themselves up for great success as soon as they burn CSU Northridge's ults.
Yeah, while it didn't end up panning out for them, I don't actually mind, UCR Gold trying to, commit to that fight. They do only trade 2 for 1, so it's not terrible. The one they did get out was the EMP. But just a little bit too disjointed there. A lot of damage coming through from Blue Jay. He's actually at a 1 HP now. Juno is going to be doing a lot of damage here from the high ground.
Lots of pressure actually onto Brunnugget, who almost taken out by Frosty. Hazard ult and Barrage coming out on the side of Northridge. 2 kills now on the side of Northridge. Spectre trying his best to stay alive into Cheddar. We are now seeing a 3v3. Frosty commits onto the front line, trying his best to force out Cheddar. Cheddar wisely decides to give up space, but Blue Jay is in the back. He's in Northridge's spawn. He does go down, and that's more space that UCR Gold just barely inches through at the cost of 2 ults. No, 3 ults from Northridge Black.
Yeah, until Blue Jay got caught, that was a very winnable fight for Riverside. The Blue Jay getting caught, great job from Cheddar to kind of force him into that corner. It's going to be an easy kill for him there. It is going to be single fight territory. Pretty much the next clean victory on a team fight, if UCR is able to get that, is going to be this point. But you look at ultimate economy here. You have the nano here for Mac and Cheese and almost the EMP versus just this Primal Rage for Frosty. So unless Frosty can make something happen, they might just have to take a dry fight here and try to bait out some ultimates from Northridge.
Nugget again going for lots of poke. It's very, very close to that EMP. I'm sure that he wants to take it as soon as possible. It's critical that he engages, gets that EMP off as soon as he can. Very, very low. He goes down.
Finds him.
And Frosty gets a kill onto Shrooms him. He ults with the return kill onto Kyoko, but it's the only one. More damage is done onto CSU Northridge. Blue Jay goes down, but I don't think it's going to be enough. It's going to be enough.
It's going to be enough.
Gold.
Wow.
2-1.
What a prediction coming through from Blue Jay. Finds that beam kill into the Sombra. That's an invis, and that completely opens up the fight. No EMP available there for Northridge, and what a win for UCR Gold.
Nugget had to make the play with that EMP. He realized it was the last fight. I don't blame him in the slightest for wanting to chase that opportunity, but he was probably in far too dangerous of a position to do it. I'm thinking there is a world in which this fight easily could have turned in the favor of CSU Northridge should Nugget have just played that just a little bit slower. But
yeah, even so, I mean, just like that prediction coming through from the Echo is just so, I mean, yeah, you're not only negating anything the Sombra can do, it's the EMP's not there. With Frosty instigating havoc in the backline there with the Winston ults. Just a disjointed team of Northridge is not going to be the stand-up. There's so much burst damage coming through from, characters like Winston, like the Echo. Wow, what ends in such a climactic fashion as well. That was no C9. We've had a lot of C9s today. That was no C9. That was a clean team fight win coming through for Riverside. And earning their spots, to continue forward in this tournament.
I'm personally very excited to see how Northridge continues to develop their strategies in their continued stay in the California Collegiate Circuit. And well, a lot of people I think had their eyes on UCR Blues roster, particularly when you consider, we have the very well-known Scissors, we have a better player otherwise known as Suisse on that team as well. But I think UCR Gold, they're aware that they might not be the real attention grabbers of, or they might not have been the attention grabbers of UCR. But I'm very pleased to say, this team, you should definitely keep your eyes on in the collegiate circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely reminds me a few years back with UCSD Golden Navy, almost being a top 40 team in the nation, really proving themselves. And I think this is very possible here for UCR Gold too. If they're going to continue to play like this, definitely a force to be reckoned with. And, Blue isn't the only team you got to be worried about for UCR.
Absolutely. I'm personally very, very excited. And on top of that, we have more games coming your way, folks. What's a game that you're excited to see leading into this?
I'm excited to see winners final. I mean, not the winners finals, but we get to see UCLA versus CPP.
I believe that is the case.
Cal Poly Sonoma,
yeah, two teams that my local hometown heroes, CSU Long Beach, have constantly dueled out throughout the past 2 to 3 years. Every single time, a certified banger. So seeing these two teams who I know to be very, very on the level of Long Beach, I'm excited to see what it's like when my teams, in my eyes, the two closest teams to my team are finally deciding to duke it out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it'll be great. The winner gets that advance into the finals, while the loser, will have to play, play continuous more matches there to get into that finals or in that spot. But I mean, I'm excited to see a lot of games. With that being said, I think we got about a couple minutes here before our next game. We don't actually know who that's going to be yet, but it'll be, I'm sure, with the way things are going today, it'll be a good game. Are we showing someone's? Oh, are we live?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Aztec Game Spring 2025. We are now onto our winners final. Top of the bracket, we have CPP Black versus UCLA Varsity. I'm very personally excited for this series. What about you, Wild?
Super excited, Ian. I think this is the one we were talking about. You know, whoever wins this punches their ticket to the grand finals. You know, guaranteed to get some kind of prize. I mean, I believe first and second place, the only ones receiving prizes for this tournament. I expect this to be a great game. I don't think I've actually seen CPP play today. You know, I've cast a lot of games. I actually haven't been able to watch them yet today, but I know, I mean, the #1 seed, they've been absolutely slaughtering it. You know, I can't wait to see what they got for UCLA. Going into our hero and map pick, CPP did ban the Sojourn. You know, usually what Courier is known for has been popping off on the hero. No question about it. And then UCLA decides to ban Anna.
I think Soj is definitely a good ban on the side of CPP Black. They definitely want to check Courier in that regard. But let's also consider Shark Candy, definitely a star player. Excuse my language on the broadcast, but that is his name. Shark Candy, definitely one of the star players, and I believe we're actually going to see a best of 5 map series specifically regarding this. I'm personally over the moon at the prospect.
Absolutely. I expect to see hopefully a great series. And moving on to our map pick, it is going to be Samoa to start out with. You know, map, I mean, definitely not the preferred, I would say, starting map. You know, we've seen a lot of Lijiang, you know, a good amount of Ilios, you know, just a little bit of Samoa. So I am excited to be able to see this map again.
Me as well. I think we talked very roughly about the example of the set by UC Riverside Blue versus UCLA. And I think this does show UCLA, right? They're definitely they have consistently been a team that shows fundamentally they have such good control over the fundamentals, and on top of that, not only are they very effective together, but you have star players like Courier. CPP Black, I think, is another good example of having excellent knowledge of the push and pull required to play a good game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, UCLA, a staple in the scene. You know, I remember playing them back when they had Wisps, Xerxes, Courier, all those guys. You know, absolute blast to play them. Then, you know, I mean, yeah, and now, you know, still extremely talented roster. I'm super excited to see how this plays out. You know, I think something a little bit different though about Samoa. Samoa isn't really the best dive map. We've been seeing a lot of dive maps. And, you know, I wouldn't consider Samoa to be the best dive map. You know, I think this is a map where you could potentially see a little bit more brawl.
I agree wholeheartedly. UCLA, I will say they very clearly like to play that Ramatra, and I'm wondering if CPP Black is also going to run with that same strategy going into this. I'm predicting lots of messy fights, or either lots of messy fights where the brawl becomes effectively all over the point, or maybe even we're going to see very strong examples of excellent push and pull coming out on the side of both teams, where both teams know exactly how to tempo based off of ram form, or considering what angles they need to take in order to, shall we say, exert their control over the map as a whole.
Yeah, absolutely. Any kind of a brawl style, you know, cooldowns are everything, you know, rotations are everything. So, you know, if the teams are having that Lucio, you know, getting that speed boost down correctly, you know, playing those rotations well, could easily just decide who's going to win the map. You know, if you're communicating well with your team, you're not getting picked during rotations, you know, by the enemy DPS. You know, you're working well as a team. You know, brawl is really where you have to kind of work in a cohesive unit where, and it's something, you know, like Poke, it has a little bit more room, I think, for, you know, skill expression for people to pop off. Where Brawl, of course, people still can pop off. But it is going to be an extremely teamwork-oriented composition.
I will say I'm very curious to see what that ban on the Soj means for both teams. Now, obviously, if you've been watching the stream, you see UCLA Courier. He's more than capable of sniping and getting crucial picks across the map, seemingly at will. So I'm wondering what his strategy is going to be going into this next map. Probably an Ashe, maybe even a Tracer. Constant's definitely been putting in that work on that Tracer, as well as the Pharah. And I'm wondering what the DPS line of CPP Black is going to be doing in response to that. I know Boto is an excellent hit scan player, probably on the level of Courier. Fusion also, I had the great pleasure of playing against Fusion at some points during my time on CSULB, and also watching him in action on LAN. So I'm personally very, very excited now, and we also have real, very strong playmakers. I guess in the particular side of CPP with Shark Candy. I'm assuming that Ana ban was intentional from the side of UCLA, knowing how much of a threat Shark Candy can be on Ana.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, in terms of the hitscan DPS, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Cassidy here. That Cassidy grenade does work super well, into, hindering those people, hindering the enemy Ramatra, really forces them to play more defensively. Really, we can see anything as we're going to be loading into the game right now. Like I said, guys, this is winners finals. Whoever wins this is going to be bookmarking, checking their, or marking their ticket, booking their ticket. That's what it is. Trying to find it to the grand finals. So a big match coming here. And Courier, as I thought, is going to be rolling out on the Cassidy.
And Boto not mirroring, excuse me, but trying to match him on the Ashe. CPP running on that Juno Baptiste, while UCLA runs Brig Juno. We're looking at a matchup. A Fusion actually going onto that Genji. Very interesting.
And Learn to Swim playing the Orisa. So we actually do have quite different compositions at their heart. Orisa looking to play around angles, has some more long range damage. Ramata really wanted to get up in your face. Learn to Swim really is trying to get any kind of burst damage here. Fiddlesticks is going to be 1 HP here for CPP. Is able to survive here with Tropic as well, getting pretty low here. And Costas is going to be 1 HP here for UCLA as CPP tries to potentially capitalize on this. The Orisa is able to kite pretty well.
Both teams fighting tooth and nail over this central position, but UCLA is slowly capping, and I believe that is a cap on the side of UCLA. First capture goes to the red team.
Learn to Swim, though, completely away from his team, leaving Courier absolutely vulnerable, and it's an easy kill there for the Ramatra for CPP. It's going to be 1 up, but Learn to Swim actually does find the kill onto Boto. He's going to be absolutely 1 HP, though, onto the points of this Ramatra. Should just be able... Oh, it was a great Javelin as well.
Huge damage from Aldo down the line. Max manages to split off Tropic Gem. Wisely decides not to chase it, but because of that space that he left open, JJ gets the kill onto Shark Candy.
Wow, UCLA just doing such a great job of surviving on 1 HP here, as the Ramatra ultimate is already out, and he picks up 3 along with Fusion. It's easily going to be flipped, but Courier finds 2. It's an absolute bloodbath on the point right now, but with JJ finally going down, CPP is able to flip over that point. But at the expense of the Ramatra ultimate, extremely valuable ultimate. They do trade out for the Brig, but Ramatra definitely the more impactful ultimate.
A beautifully long and nuanced fight, but let's consider, UCLA did get that first cap. Even with losing that fight, they were able to build up almost 40%, while UCLA still, realistically only used 1 ult to match the Ram ult that CPP had used.
Yeah, absolutely. UCLA still in a very good position here. I'm looking for this Courier Deadeye here, kind of trying to zone out on the rest of CPP. It's going to be an aggressive play here coming from Learn to Swim. It's going to be a javelin off of the side. Courier finds the first kill onto Plutonic. As Tropic finds Fusion as well. It's going to be 2 up here for UCLA over CPP. The window's going to be helping out just a little bit. Bob's actually going to be on point. Courier actually having to roll away and force out the high noon just to survive. So as soon as this Bob goes down, I would assume it's going to be a take back. But Otto actually does find 1, and Boto finds 1 as well. Courier's not going to be given up without a fight, though. A great javelin comes through from Learn to Swim. As a Juno ultimate comes out from JJ.
I believe that was a misplay. CPP though, actually, even I will like to say they lost 2 very, very early into that fight, but still managed to stall out the point to the point where they now had 50%, and UCLA is just now reaching that in terms of percentage. Learn to Swim getting forced out onto point through with a lot of poke. Slow coming out from Aldo. Fusion used that blade.
Oh, a great kiting so far from the Brig, but it can't last too long. Otto finds 1, and Fusions continues to go off. Constant Learn to Swim, they'll fight back. It's going to be an even fight here on the point. Juno also comes out here from Plutonic, though, could be the difference maker. The health bars are so low for the members of CPP. However, it's going to be a close fight. It's going to be the next person that finds a kill. Costa all over Plutonic, but isn't able to find the kill quite, but Otto is right there and finds a couple kills, making it a 3-piece for him in the Rampage form.
Aldo is definitely putting in that work on the Ram, and I think he's showing us the difference in the tempo that you can set with Ram versus Orisa. Orisa probably much, Arisa's momentum is difficult to, I guess you could, is a constant output, while Ramatra is definitely much more tempo based, and I think CPP is doing an excellent job understanding the push and pull in time with Ramatra.
Yeah, absolutely. Risa's more of a poke character. Ramatra wants to get up in your face and deal a lot of burst damage with that Rampage run that's only up for a limited amount of time here. Although does have the Rampage. It was actually a flip from UCLA. It's absolutely massive. UCLA just flips the point while CPP isn't looking. So this entire time they're going to be gaining momentum here. Lunderswim is going to be pretty low and focused down by Fusion, but Plutonic is the one that finds the first kill onto Consta. Tropic isn't too far behind, but UCLA saves themselves by getting the point here. They're going to be at 99 when if they didn't flip the point, this round would be over.
That's, again, we see this with both teams knowing excellent, like, it feels like the team that is attacking knows precisely how to juggle the point and make sure that the other team wants to end it fast, forcing a move, even if they do lose some in the beginning. CPP now sitting on what could be 3 ults, while UCLA matches it with just as many. I do want to see how Aldo looks to use his Annihilation.
As Courier just goes to pop the high knee first, finds Boto. It's a huge kill coming through. The Ramatra is going to be a little bit isolated right now, but has plenty of HP. The rally here for Tropic is going to be big in bursting down. And no touches!
C9!
No touches!
C9? Nobody touches! CPP had so many ults going into that!
Wow, I mean, we've just had so many C9s today. That was going to be a close fight, too. While Courier did pick up the kill on the Ashe and the enemy team, there were a lot of ultimates available there for CPP that easily could have gone either way. But you got to touch the point. The point's the name of the game. At the end of the day, that's what matters.
I think if this was the case, I think that I would have preferred to see CPP Black actually take the fight underneath point. They know that they cannot risk getting their feet off the point. And we have news that there is actually going to be a technical pause. I am not sure necessarily who called it, but this just gives me an opportunity. Wild, what do you think CPP Black could have done better there to avoid the C9? Where do you think their priorities were wrong?
I think their team was just so split. I mean, you had Ramatra and Genji kind of off to the side fighting. The Ashe died. Everybody was just too split up in that moment. I mean, it was a great job from UCLA to kind of create that chaos to kind of create a moment where they can split them up. But yeah, in that kind of fight, you have to absolutely fight together, especially with that Ramatra. You need to give your Ramatra support. Going into that front line. Give Aldo what he needs. Just a great job from UCLA though to kind of just split up the members of CPP and ended up winning them the fight. I mean, I think UCLA, won that round off of just better game not knowledge, but. In terms of the point, again, they were able to cap that first point. So even though they lost the first fight, they had 35%. They were able to flip, when it was at 80%, to go get that percentage up and counting. And, at the end of C9, they are prioritizing the point over everything. And, I think that won on the round.
I think what I need to see CPP Black do in these next coming rounds is I want to see them act more decisively. It felt very much like they wanted to hold that space, but they didn't know their sense of tempo and knowing if they were winning the fight was great. But I'm uncertain if they were. I'm uncertain of how quickly they were. Shall we say, identifying key points in the fight. They know how to win the fights, but they don't know where they should be taking them from my understanding.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I think, having a fight or, a plan for a team fight and actually executing it, two very different things. You can have, you can talk for 15 minutes before a fight if you wanted to, but if you don't actually execute on, what you've agreed on or the win con, then it's all for naught. So I think CPP played well. Honestly, I think mechanically they looked better than UCLA, but just a little bit disjointed at the team level.
Ladies and gentlemen, we appear to be having some technical difficulties. We're going to go to a quick pause, but we will be right back. And just reminders on the score, we are 1-0 on Samoa in favor of UCLA. Stay tuned, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry about that pause. Just some quick audio issues on our end. But if I'm correct, I believe we are back, and we will be transitioning back to the very, very soon.
Yeah, of course. In case anybody's new out there or missed it, this is going to be winners final, which means the winner of this gets right into grand finals. It's been an incredible day of Overwatch, and right now we're at the beginning though of winners final between CPP and UCLA, with UCLA winning the first round of the first map of Samoa.
Alrighty, now let's see. So, again, quick recap about first round. UCLA, they definitely want to make a stronger argument about being able to, shall we say, make tempo irrelevant. I'll say that. They understand that with that Orisa, they have their ability to hold position when Ramatra is not in his form. I'd say they have a much stronger argument about holding space. Now that also means that when that Ramatra does use form, their ability to brawl does go down somewhat. But I will say UCLA has been doing an excellent job in kiting that, and not only that, in asserting point control. CPP Black actually let UCLA get what was easily like up to 40% in point percentage, and not only that, they C9.
Yeah, just a textbook example of playing the objective and realizing what your win con is. UCLA did a fantastic job doing that. Let's see if they continue, that great game sense and teamwork aspect of the game that's often overlooked sometimes, for flashy plays. Moving forward, because I think if they do, then they're in a great position to win out this series.
Righty, and here we are going into phase 2. Let's see, CPP running out again on that same comp. I believe they're probably going to be running the Genji. They know that it's working, and UCLA looking to do. Actually, I believe one of the teams actually rolled out on BAP previously, but now we're seeing a swap to both teams on that Brig Juno, trying to keep each other alive.
Yeah, the only difference here is the Courier McCree versus Boto on the Ashe. The Ashe having a little bit more long-range pressure, while the McCree, getting some more consistent damage from the mid-range. So we have to see which of those healers is able to provide a little bit more for their teams. A cage does come out here for Aldo. Doesn't really find too much here. Both teams kind of just vying for a position on the point, trying to burst each other out. It's a good cage coming through here to isolate, and Courier's going to find the first kill here onto Boto. So it's going to be a massive advantage here coming forth for UCLA, and with the rest of the team crumbling around him as Fusion and as Aldo is about to fall as well. A very dominant look for UCLA.
Courier showing that he's not a Sojourn one trick, managing to pick up 3 final blows, with Learn to Swim getting the remaining 2.
As Boto immediately goes ahead and switches over to the McCree, wanting to take that duel to Ashe, just being a little bit ill-equipped from, mid to close range. The McCree the Cassidy able, just provide a little bit more. So I'm excited to see this. Courier already has this high noon as well, so he's probably going to pop at this fight, just get that zone out. Oh.
Aggressive comms coming out on the side of both teams.
Yeah, Alright, well, there we go. Sorry, we'll leave it for a second, guys. As Boto decides to pick up a 3K. Had a little bit of a tech error there, so sorry for that lack of commentary. Boto, again, showing he can play Cassidy too. He can click the buttons. Alright, both teams kind of just vying for a position here. Nothing crazy happening. In terms of ultimate economy, we have Aldo with the Rampage, and we have the both support ultimates up actually for UCLA. It's a little bit more of an offensive versus defensive scheme on how to take on this fight.
Lots of ults on the side of CPP, looking to make the first offensive move. Tropic Gem getting dangerously low, and while Aldo walks on him, JJ pops that Ray. Unfortunately, not going to be enough. Consta does his best, trying to get the kill onto Fiddlesticks as a result, but Aldo gets the kill onto Consta, and Aldo sweeping up so much damage. So dangerous on this Ram.
Yeah, Fiddlesticks is just doing an incredible job of keeping their Brig alive while being forced on by the rest of the team, and getting that Juno ultimate off. I think they actually built up to another one. I don't even know if they used it, but regardless, they were able to keep up their Brig, which it allows for so much more healing to exist within the fight. So great job from Fiddlesticks there to peel for the other backline member.
CPP now sitting on what is effectively 5 ults, but they need to use this carefully. Any single one of UCLA's ults could turn the fight. Blade is committed by Fusion, and Ray is committed by Fiddlesticks. Fusion gets the kill onto Tropic Gem, and Photo gets the kill onto Courier. That is 3 ults used on the side of CPP, and 2 used on the side of UCLA.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of an ultimate dump there. CPP knows they can afford it. I mean, Courier was able to find the first pick as they're kind of cleaning up, but it's actually a stagger scenario. Look, only 83%. I mean, it's going to be hard for Learn to Swim to come back in time. They're going to have to honestly stall for him to come back. You might also want to switch. They actually go Life Weaver, I think, to pull him out of spawn.
Very interesting.
Not exactly sure there, but it's going to be 95% in counting here. Going to have both DPS ultimates available for UCLA. The High Tide, their High Noon actually comes out for both Cassidy's here. Nothing found quite yet. Constant not able to find anything with his High Noon. Oh, behind Boto actually does find Constant the last go the High Noon, and nobody touches. Wouldn't call that a C9 because of the zoning, you know, that Boto was doing with his High Noon. Very hard to contest. But yeah, I mean, kind of an ultimate dump there that ends up just working in CPP's favor because they have the point.
Certainly very difficult to walk through that Ram ult as well as a zoning that was provided by the High Noon. I think UCLA's decision there was reasonable, but I think it's also something to be said about how well CPP was aware of that ult bank. Yes, they did use more ults than UCLA at the time, but that just set them to an equilibrium when they already had advantage in terms of point percentage and map control.
Absolutely. I mean, CPP looking very dominant there from a team point standpoint, which is kind of what I thought they were lacking in the first map. You know, they had the skill expression, just weren't there. I think they also kind of flipped. Courier was getting a lot of the first picks, but through some superior teamwork and communication, it seems like CPP was able to get the upper hand on them. And then May actually does come out from Consta. He's going to be a major help in the front line.
Lots of damage going on to UCLA. Courier getting dangerously low. Fusing gets a kill up, dropping again 50. Costa has to use the ice block to keep himself up, and Courier doing his best to keep up some damage. But Alto gets a kill up to Learn to Swim. A big slow from Alto onto Courier. Gets to help secure the kill. And Plutonic and Alto just cleaning up all the hard work set by CPP.
Yeah, UCLA did a great job there of melting everybody to one, but just couldn't finish the kills. And, you know, with some great support coming through from Fiddlesticks and Plutonic, able to keep their team alive. Oh, they're looking a little sneaky here. They might be trying to help. Everyone's crouching. Nobody knows where they are. Maybe trying to surprise them right here. I think looking a little bit surprised. As they do, okay, see, there's going to be an aggressive pusher coming in from CPP to try to kill two, and they do. Otto, Bodo, and Fusion all picking up kills. What a surprise play coming through. Everybody's kind of crouching and hiding and just surprising them with an insane rampage form coming through from Aldo.
I have frankly no words as to how CPP pulling out the ambush tactics on LAN. CPP sitting on what could be 3 ults into this next fight. UCLA, they're down percentage, and not only that, I think they're going to be pretty annoyed after what just happened. CPP looking to match the rotate for right now. Learn to Swim, trying to take that main angle while getting poked out from so many angles. Aldo is definitely very close to this Ramatra ult. Oh, gets very dangerously low, takes a lot of poke from Costa, and Courier gets that slow, walks in with the ramble, gets a kill into dropping gem, gets a kill into Courier, JJ, Costa, they all fall apart. Aldo is not in the mood to give any space to UCLA.
Wow, just what an aggressive play there again. Just CPP initiating the fight, so the fight is on their turn. Popping that launcher ultimate, just doing so much. There's a great cage to lock him up and zone out the rest of the team. Just a great overall play coming in from Aldo and the rest of CPP.
UCLA perhaps looking to bait the rotate. No, they decide to commit to that high ground. Courier very, very close to that ult. As well as so many members of UCLA are close to their ults. Courier was sitting on that High Noon. Boto commits with the speed ring. Looks for an angle onto Courier and Consta, zoning pretty hard.
Not able to find anybody quite yet, but the blade coming out here from Fusion, so the Blizzard comes out. But however, Costa's giving the first hit. Courier, the huge kill onto Fusion. It's going to be a huge blizzard coming through from Costa to lock everybody up. And even though he's dead, he wins the fight for his team.
That was, I believe that was 4 ults used on the side of CPP for UCLA's 2.
Wow, I mean, just the patience of UCLA, you know, they're down. It's 90% in counting. The patience of them not to just pop those ultimates and save them for our next fight is incredible. And now their ultimate economy is looking a lot better. They're almost on this Juno ult as well. So great from incredible patience from UCLA to keep themselves in this game even after the fight has been won.
CPP is definitely in a very strange position right now, but they have plenty of point percentage, and I know they want to take these fights as fast as possible, looking to build up their own ult percentages and force out UCLA's. UCLA retreating back to their side of the point. Speedwing comes out on the side of CPP.
Great cage kind of just to zone them out. A Briggle comes through from Chopper to give a lot of shielding away to his team. JJ has his ultimate if he needs it. However, UCLA looking pretty healthy, is deciding to pop it now once the Ramatra on Aldo is just absolutely shredding through.
Huge damage from Aldo, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Doing his best. to keep his team in the fight, but not going to be enough.
Wow, Aldo did so much damage there so fast, but UCLA was able to focus down the same targets together.
Boto gets to execute onto Consta. CPP can easily take this advantage and start trying a swap from Aldo onto the Maga.
Ooh, just wants to get back maybe just that little bit faster to try to capitalize on the fact that Consta's not going to be quite there yet.
Courier looking to set up his high noon on the long angle. Boto as well sitting on it. This could be a duel of the Cassidy ults. Fiddlesticks is now very, very close to his Juno Ray, and I want to see an aggressive play come out from CPP as soon as they get that Ray. I'm predicting a ring very, very soon. Let's keep eyes on Shark Candy or Fiddlesticks. Ring goes out, Ray goes out. A hard commit from Aldo and Boto as well. Fusion sitting on the ult. Aldo with the kill onto JJ. Aldo with the kill onto Courier. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at 98% CPP. We go into overtime. No, CPP takes the first map of our grand finals.
Wow. What an orchestrated fight is exactly as you called it, Ian. I mean, CPP knows they have the overwhelming ultimate advantage, and they know they have the advantage there with that ring on the Juno. And as soon as they get it, okay, we want to press this advantage. We want to go to them now. That's exactly what they do. And that helps them zone. And with that, Boto does actually clip one there with the high noon. And with that, it's over from there. It's over from there. A great map coming through from both teams there. I really think the aggression coming through from and the kind of determining the pace of the game is what won CPP that map. After getting off, losing the first round, they looked pretty dominant as well, to be fair.
Hey.
But their aggression and pace setting, I think, is what made them so dominant in that game.
Hey, even the best of the best need a warm up, and CPP seems more than happy to show that even players on the quality of Aldo, Fusion, Boto, Plutonic, and Shark Candy all need a little bit of time to warm up, but as soon as they get rolling, you can't stop them. They're true juggernauts in this collegiate field, and UCLA, well, they weren't able to stop them. They weren't able to stop them on this map, but who's to say for next map? I'm very excited to see, actually, from CPP, I saw Aldo swap to that Maga. Now, Maga has recently been seeing a resurgence, particularly against Ramatra and Orisa comps, and I'm very excited to see what's in the future for us.
And we are getting word that UCR Blue has won against UCR Gold, which is to be expected. That is, UCR Blue was the higher seed. So they are going to be playing the loser of this game in losers finals in order to see who will play the winner of this game in grand finals.
Very excited to see UCR Blue versus CPP Black and UCLA Varsity. Wild, I actually want to talk about this. These three teams, right? They're definitely some of the better teams in California, and I think it's for good reason. I think these three teams are definitely at that level where our players are looking to break into that. Where our players are maybe even looking to break out of that top tier 3, maybe into that tier 2 level. It's very, very impressive.
Absolutely. I mean, we're seeing very high level teamwork coming through. Not only teamwork, but also mechanics. You need both in order to compete at, this high of a level. So both teams, having their times when mechanics are coming through. But ultimately, I think, the team play of CPP Black, just that aggression, that pure aggression, you love to see it. I mean, just pure confidence that they're going to walk into you. It's their fight. It's not your fight. They're bringing the fight to you, and you have to respond. So that mindset that CPP had in that first map is very, very difficult to beat.
I think there's also a lot to be said. Aldo is definitely making his name known in the kill feed, and I think that's a testament to how good CPP are for one another. Shark Candy enabling Aldo to take such unwarranted aggression, and the way that Fusion and Boto are either blowing open UCLA's defense with a critical pick, or providing critical damage that allows Aldo to just walk in and knowing that UCLA does not have any more resources at their hands.
Yeah, I mean, Ramatra is, when you have that rampage form, you are literally just running in and punching them. Like, you are just beating them up. And we saw that from Aldo time and time again, where his team, is able to help him get some burst damage down, help get some cooldowns out, and then boom, he's in there. Off to the races. We actually do get our map though for our hybrid map, and it's going to be Numbani again. Numbani is in a very popular map today.
Certainly agree. And me personally, I'm always happy to see some more Numbani. Very much a fun map to watch because we get to see explosive dives. We get to see how teams react to that, not only in how they start fights, but how they do their best to stay alive during those fights. I'm personally very excited to see if the Broncos want to extend this lead to a 2-0 or if the Bruins want to match it up to a tie right now.
Absolutely. I mean, like I said, on Samoa, we practice on no dive. It's not a dive map, and Numbani is an extremely dive-heavy map. And UCLA did get the map choice because, they were whoever the team is that loses does get to pick the next map. So they did pick this, which means they are confident in their dive in some capacity. Wouldn't be surprised. We've seen a lot of Ash on this map. Wouldn't be surprised to see Courier on Ash, as well as just it's a typical Brig on it. We've seen a lot on this map today, though. So I mean, who knows what we'll see now.
I'm very excited to see that as well. And I'm actually excited also to hear from our bans, which I believe are coming in now. All right.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Let's read this off. We have from CPP Black a Farah ban, and from UCLA a ban on Winston. So that ban on Farah definitely an answer to Consta's danger, to Consta and Courier on that probably on that Sojourn Farah poke. Something very, very scary to play against. I believe. Wait, hold on, ladies and gentlemen, just a moment, please.
Best of 3 or best of 5? So it is actually a best of 3. It is a best of 3, so it is a shorter game than we anticipated, which is completely fine. I mean, I'm just hoping we get some high-level gameplay, but yeah, the Winston ban is a bit crazy. Winston, the #1 tank that you see on this map. We've been seeing a lot of D.Va. We will probably see a lot of D.Va this map, considering that the Winston is banned as well. Maybe some Sigma, if somebody really wants to run like a pokey comp, kind of a pokey stationary composition, but I think we're seeing D.Va a lot.
100%. I agree wholeheartedly. And again, I feel like there's an argument to be made about how flexible every player on both teams are. We saw Courier mostly on that Sojourn for today, but he definitely showed that he is dangerous on that Cassidy. And Fusion also a very, very flexible player, playing that Genji, playing that Tracer. I'm very, very excited to see what teams or what compositions both teams roll out on.
Yeah, and we saw a lot from Boto as well. Boto, really giving Courier a run for his money. Both hit scans look very impressive. This is another map where hit scans should thrive. It's I'm assuming we're going to see some Ash, potentially some Sojourn, even Tracer we're going to see. So, I mean, I'm excited here for the DPS showdown.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are seeing from CPP Black a Tracer and an Ash classic on this map. No Ana, curiously enough, coming out on the side of CPP. A Juno Brig, interestingly.
They are. We did have the Life Weaver, but they are still in spawn. I'd be surprised if Learn to Swim does stay on this as well and doesn't switch over to something a little bit more mobile like the D.Va. But yeah, I mean, from CBP, this is very standard. I was pretty much exactly what I was expecting, minus the Ana. It said, Little 6 deciding to opt over for the Juno, which we actually have seen quite a bit of teams, kind of going over to that if they prefer it. And we do actually see, wow, look at this composition. We got the Lucio Kiri.
A very, very aggressive hazard dive composition I think they want to go for here. CPP doing their best to match the rotate, get plenty of pressure in, big dynamite, lots of damage, and Fusion is now sitting up to as far as 25% on his ult. Boto getting very, very low. I'm actually quite interested to see. We see Boto on the Tracer and Fusion on the Ash.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of, it kind of goes back again to saying, oh, it's a big, huge dive coming through here from Aldo to kill Courier. It's going to be the first kill of the game, first blood. And the Lucio Tropic is not going to be too far behind. But going back to what you said, Ian, yeah, I mean, it kind of just goes back to the flexibility these teams show, right? Like, you got to be able to play everything.
Most certainly, and Boto is happy to show that his Tracer is up to par, marking Consta, who's been on Tracer all day today. CPP, a minute down on UCLA's time bank.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, really not getting too much done there, even with the ultimates, really only getting some for the Tracer and the Kiri. Not too much here to be said for either team, except that was a dominant fight win for CPP. And the bomb here from Aldo, actually almost going to be first up here on the ultimate leaderboard.
Topic Gem doing his best to mark Boto with his teammate Consta. Now both rotating to the high ground. That Lucio actually going with him, something that's a little bit more rare. Consta getting dangerously low, and Shark Candy as well is cleared off of that high ground. Aldo is doing his best to clear the height of JJ as well as Courier, but he doesn't make it out. He forces TP from JJ, but it's not going to be enough. UCLA managed to get 2 kills while his back is turned.
Yeah, Consta and Learn to Swim are able to get kills here, so although playing a little bit too aggressive here, the Kutsune does come out here from JJ just to finish things off. They want to cap this point as soon as possible, and with Learn to Swim finding Fusion, that's exactly what's going to happen.
4.5 minutes in the time bank as UCLA caps first. Learn to Swim already going pretty aggressive onto Shark Candy. Boto is doing his best to match the angle. Rally committed by Plutonic. Does manage to assist the kill onto Learn to Swim. Consta does get low. Boto with the kill onto JJ, and CPP, even with giving that first point, literally forces UCLA to sit in their spawn and think about the space that they just took.
Yeah, I don't like that engage from Learn to Swim. Just a little bit too aggressive there. So now, able to hold this choke point, able to hold close here at CPP. There's actually a very annoying choke hold to get through sometimes, especially if the enemy team is playing it correctly. All those actually are going to be 1 HP though. The ultimate is going to be coming through here from Learn to Swim. It's going to be pretty big here. He's able to jump back up. He's a tank that can wall climb everybody.
An excellent hazard ult coming out on the side of Learn to Swim. CPP committing, I believe, I believe it was Brig Rally, the previous fight, excuse me. But CPP now sitting on that Juno ult. The hazard typically wants to take this fight pretty aggressively, look to dive as deep as possible. But I imagine that as soon as he does, there's going to be a maneuver from Shark Candy to pop that Juno ult and blow up Learn to Swim.
Yeah, so we're seeing these Sojourn Ultimate popped here first from Courier. Great peel coming in from Aldo, but will it be enough? He's going to get some free reign here to get some good shots in. But Consta's going to be the one that opens again with a pulse bomb here onto Plutonic. A huge beat does come through as well for Topic to keep his team healthy. It looks great here for UCLA to play aggressively. That being said, they do find the kill into Aldo. Learn to Swim is going to be 1 HP, but the rest of UCLA looking pretty dang healthy.
All right, UCLA in an excellent position to cap this second point. 4 minutes left in the time bank, but CPP could definitely switch up their comp. This third point is certainly a lot more flexible and not necessarily as necessary for dive as the other ones.
Yeah, and Fiddlesticks here getting a little bit staggered here, so a lot of heals not available for CPP having, so they're gonna have to cede even more ground.
Bomb committed, and unfortunately nothing acquired by Aldo. I wonder if Aldo's going to go for a switch here.
I was thinking the exact same thing. He still hasn't remech, so I'm thinking, is he going for a sneaky remech?
No, Aldo goes for the
switch,
swap onto Ram. Very, very good swap in my opinion. Fusion now sitting on that Sojourn ultimate while JJ is sitting on that Curie ult. I do want to see how this brawl is taken with Learn to Swim and Courier in mind with that Curie ult.
Plutonic does actually get bursted down to 1 by Courier and Consta. However, he's able to get healed up pretty well. It was going to be an even fight here, but like I said, there's going to be a big ult coming in from Fusion, but a bigger wall comes in from Learn to Swim to help kite out this ultimate, and Fusion's going to get nothing out of it.
Ooh. Oh, a huge kill from Fusion onto Consta. Curie ult is committed by JJ, and Learn to Swim takes advantage of it. Takes that extra speed, walks down Fusion, and down he goes. Aldo is doing his best to stay alive. Shark Candy also dangerously low, but Plutonic doing his best to keep him up. Plutonic also very, very close to that rally. Consta now sitting on this pulse. What is he going to do with it? Courier on the off angle, but Boto is marking him. Courier gets very low, and he goes down.
Yeah, just a little bit too aggressive of a flank there coming in from Courier. That being said, UCLA is still wanting to fight this. The beat actually comes out. They want to fight this without Courier. Forces out the rally from Plutonic. JJ finds the headshot kill into Fiddlesticks. A huge pulse bomb comes through from Consta onto Fusion. Will he be able to find the kill onto Plutonic, though, is the real question. The spawns are so much closer here for CPP, so it looks like they are going to maintain. I don't agree with committing there without Courier. Your main source of damage.
I agree wholeheartedly. It was a gamble on the side of UCLA, and the hard part about gambles is that you're not always going to win them. CPP now in a very, very good position to win these next couple fights with that Ram, with that Ana ult.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just nanoing this Ram. They do it. Fusion did as well. Go over to the Genji here. Maybe wanting to save that for a Nano Blade if possible. But Learn to Swim is going to play pretty aggressive here. Good shield, actually. But so many ults being popped here. But it's the Nano Ram just pushing forward from Aldo. He does not care. Like I said,
just ripping and tearing through UCLA's backline. plenty of damage done. Aldo is definitely showing why he was so comfortable on that ram on the first point into an Orisa. But that's also 3 ults used on the side of CPP. UCLA sitting on what could be 2 ults in this next fight, especially that very, very strong Hazard ult.
Yeah, I mean, there's literally no counterplay to Nano Ramatra unless you try to speed away. Troppy just a little bit too slow, I suppose, on getting his team away from that. Besides that, there is no counterplay. He will just shred your team. With that being said, he's actually going to be 1 HP now, and Courier opens up the fight with a kill onto Boto. We're going to assume it's going to be a cleanse here of that anti, so it is going to be very possible for UCLA to continue to push forward off of the back of Learn to Swim.
Aldo doing his best to stay alive, does manage to survive through the Hazard ult. Courier ult is committed by UCLA. But you see, look at TPP. Look how quickly they're backing out. Costa does get the kill onto Plutonic. Huge damage from Courier onto the Tracer from Fierce. He gets the kill onto Courier.
Oh, what a save!
Flame coming out from Shark Candy, and the DPS line of CPP manages to clean up. Learn to Swim does get Shark Candy, but Fusion and Boto clutching up.
Wow, what an absurd clutch with less than a minute left on the clock. Fusion and Boto combined for every single kill for CPP. I mean, Consta has been stellar with these pulse bombs so far from UCLA, but has not been enough. Courier even got the first pick in that fight, but it was not enough. Because, again, these spawns are so dang close here for CPP. If they go down one, they can just stall out and back up and then re-engage with 5.
UCLA's ult bank is very, very dry at this point. CPP could have 5 in this next fight. I'm not feeling optimistic if I'm voting for UCLA, but anything is possible.
The Nano Blade.
Fusion is sitting on the
Nano
high ground
Blade
position for his Nano Blade. Aldo can also use his slow to complement that.
Here we go.
Fusion commits with the blade, gets the Nano.
Oh, it's a huge
the
lead coming through from Traffic.
Tropic Gem does go down in response. Costa gets the kill onto Plutonic.
Costa does.
Fusion gets the kill onto Costa. Rambo's committed by Aldo. He wants it. He wants JJ. JJ tries to TP out, but it's not enough. 4 ults is all it. 4 ults is what it takes for CPP to deny the full cap.
I mean, it's crazy because every time Consta is playing he's getting these picks on Tracer every time. Consta's playing so well, but so are the DPS for CPP. I mean, that Nano Blade it was a great beat, a perfectly timed beat. You cannot ask any more from your Lucio, but there's a finite amount of shields that he gets. 3 or 4 Nano Blade slices, and that Lucio is gone. And just a great job from CPP, while the Lucio is away here from UCLA to converge on them with that limited amount of healing. And really just run over them. Wow, what a play from both teams, but specifically CPP. Everyone on that team is playing cracked right now.
I think there's something to be said about, I don't know how else to say it, but CPP's level of foresight when it comes to UCLA's ult bank. It definitely feels like CPP, especially on that last fight, 4 ults coming down the way. And I feel like, especially when you look below this caliber of play, you will see a lot of teams either overcommitting or undercommitting their ults. It feels like the chance of that happening at this level of play is particularly rare. I feel like CPP, like both teams, will occasionally have that fight where they're overcommitting ults or undercommitting ult economy, but in general, I think that is such a critical skill that both of these teams have in either turning the other team's lead or continuing to assert their own.
Yeah, with that being said, I definitely would have liked to see Learn to Swim switch off of what's that tank's name? I'm so sorry, I forgot his name. Is it Havoc?
Hazard.
I keep wanting to call him Havoc. I'm so sorry. I did want to see him switch off of Hazard in that last fight. It seemed like the Ramach was getting a lot more done. The Hazard looked amazing in the first 2 points. But with, a little bit less opportunity for that dive potential, I think the Ramach just did a lot more.
Aldo walking at, this is something actually quite rare. You don't typically see such a ground brawl focused composition as the ones that we are seeing on this from both teams today. But Fusion with the kill onto JJ.
It's a big wall actually coming out to split up the team. Huge coming out from Learn to Swim. Costa does find the melee kill onto Fusion, evening out this fight. Aldo is going to be continuing to stay on this high ground, though, putting a lot of damage into the Lucio. So space still being controlled extremely well by CPP. UCLA is hanging in there.
I'm sure that CPP wants to start making their move towards the point. Learn to Swim committing onto that high ground, gets a lot of damage in, does get purpled, manages to take out both supports.
Yeah, great job from Learn to Swim to kind of bait that Ramatra off the high ground just to hop back on and put pressure on the supports. He was anti and 1 HP, but decides to live. Although just wanted to jump off the map here. Great playing there from Learn to Swim.
Wisely deciding to reset. Now let's take a quick look at the ult banks. Consta is very, very close to that pulse bomb. Learn to swim, probably getting his ult this fight. CPP Aldo actually opting for the swap onto the D.Va. Very, very wise, I think, looking to clear that high ground.
Yeah, I think especially for this first point, you want somebody with a little bit more mobility than Ramattra. Ramattra, Aldo's putting in a lot of damage on the Ramattra, but D.Va just, gives you a little bit more mobility and flexibility here with this composition. Courier having to back up quite a bit, though, having to play this kind of low ground position as CPP is looking to already attack the point. Oh, it's a huge first kill, though, coming in from Tropic Gem, finding Fusion first. And with that, CPP is just going to wait. They have no reason to push in now.
Excellent disengagement from CPP and better angles held from UCLA. Looking to set up Courier and Tropic Gem for beautiful poke onto that back line. Aldo looking to clear, Aldo playing that close right high ground, probably looking to clear UCLA's height. I'm curious to see how Learn to Swim does his counter dive in response to Aldo swinging onto the defender's height. Nano is committed onto Aldo.
Hasn't found anything quite yet, but it's putting so much pressure onto the back line. The ultimate comes in, from the Deadeye from Boto comes in, kind of just to zone everybody out. Hasn't found anything quite yet, isn't actually found anything, but with that being said, CPP is at least going to get 1 or 2 ticks on this point. The Kirika ultimate comes out from JJ, is going to be an aggressive play. The beat comes out as well. Double support ultimates coming in from UCLA as they find 2. Constant, Tropic, and JJ, everybody getting involved.
CPP actually, interestingly enough, only deciding to use the, well, I guess they didn't have anything else at the time, but CPP at the time only had the High Noon. I think that's personally worth it if UCLA is now down Hazard ult, Lucio ult, and Kiri ult.
Yeah, you don't hate that at all. I think you're gonna have both DPS ultimates potentially for this next fight, but with the Brig and the Genji and the D.Va here, CPP is looking in a little bit better position in terms of ultimate economy.
Hey, we see CPP Black's back line now looking to take up the middle lane. Courier set up on the far high ground. Huge purple goes in, and Aldo looks to stuff that corner. Fusion is already on that angle, sitting on that blade. Constant chases him out.
Who's 1 HP? Absolutely massive. The ultimate does come out from Courier as well as the rally from Plutonic. Courier trying to find any type of angles. Fusion's trying to slash
Huge
through and finds
damage!
2. That's going to be it here. I think there's going to be points with Aldo finding JJ and Fusion picking up another. That's a great hold from UCLA, but a great attack from CPP on that fight.
Definitely a lot faster from UCLA on their turn, but CPP, they finally decided to have settled on a comp that they want to roll into this, and I think it works to great effect. I think that CPP definitely looking to play to their own strengths here. Also coming up on that Nano, probably looking for a Nano D.Va engage onto the Kiri.
Yeah, absolutely. We're probably going to be seeing the Nano here. The Nano Blaze nowhere close season just decided to pop it. So onto the tank is going to make a lot more sense here. Lucius going to be chipped down to 1 HP, but Tragic is able to live.
Suzu is used by JJ.
Big cooldown to get out there if you're CPP. Putting a lot of damage here onto Aldo though as well. Just trading a lot of damage back and forth without any kills really being exchanged. With that being said, the cart is still moving here, so good progress coming in for CPP.
Learn to Swim, looking to take that angle, constantly peeking out. Conso sitting on that pulse bomb. Wisely decides not to use it, knowing that Plutonic very easily could have caught it. Wait, no, he's gonna go for another pulse soon here.
Looking for a good flank to use it. It's gonna be 1 HP. Boto is gonna be 1 HP, but it's definitely
Hazard ult is committed by Learn to Swim. I don't believe it caught anything. Courier gets the kill onto Boto. Nano goes out onto Aldo, who does manage to force the TP from JJ. JJ does have to use that Suzu to keep himself alive. Learn to Swim also getting very, very low. Aldo has to use this bomb to remech himself. I don't think it's going to be able to get much value on its own. Boto now very, very close to his ult. Pulse is committed by Consta. Not going to be enough. Beat goes out by Tropic Gem. And Courier gets that kill onto Shark Candy. I think this is the end of the fight right here from both teams. UCLA very happy to end the fight here.
However, Boto does kill Learn to Swim, so not completely out of it. Aldo does get demeched here, so it could go either way still.
Wait, Aldo has the baby guns down JJ?
Definitely possible now, as actually Boto is looking like he has the ultimate here and wants to pop it. It's going to be the Brig as well, providing a lot of cover here for Boto. Finds 1 onto Courier just started the fight. Finds 2 and finds Tropic Gem.
Plutonic acting as his impromptu tank manages to secure sight lines for Boto to get those 2 critical kills.
Yeah, it's going to be rough here for them to take it. It's just going to be 3 people left. Hazard is taking so much damage. However, Courier is going to be back with the ultimate. Aldo does find 1 kill onto Learn to Swim. Aldo's mech is going to be going down though, so it is actually possible here for UCLA to flip this.
See, both teams looking to take their sweet time. Costa has no recall, forcing the Suzu from JJ. Both teams are very low. Alto gets a remake kill. Alto Costa, Balto with another headshot. Ladies and gentlemen, second point goes to CPP.
What, and that pulse bomb was that pulse. Costa decided to pop that pulse bomb, and instantly he got clipped by the Diva remake. First one that we've seen today. Massive kill coming out there, and Bota follows up with 2 more kills. And you look at the ultimates out there, the Nano Blade is up for CPP. They do only have a minute left, so it's going to be 1 or 2 pushes maximum. But this Nano Blade, look, what is UCLA that has to deal with it?
And UCLA has no beat to match it. Plutonic gets the opening pick. Onto Costa. Nano Blade goes out. Huge damage. Onto Courier. Laser swim. Dropping gem. Fusion cleans up.
See, but you don't actually hate that. If you're UCLA, they use the Nano Blade there. They are going to have a couple ultimates, but UCLA coming up on this beat. I think they're okay with getting that out of the way right now. So UCLA definitely still has a chance here to come back. Learn to Swim does go over to the Ramattra to have a little bit more staying power as well. It's a great cage actually to lock up the Genji. Gonna be 1 HP. The backline. This fusion goes down. The cage set it all up from Learn to Swim. It's gonna be 1 down here coming in from CPP. They're gonna want to disengage right now, but it's gonna be a big bomb. They're gonna be a big bomb. See, I mean, they do force out the bomb. He is just going to remake there, but that's another ultimate they just forced out, which means in the rest of this map, CPP has 2 ults maximum, while UCLA potentially coming up on 4 here.
I believe a wise move on Aldo, deciding that at the end of the day, another fight is worth using that bomb. Nade goes out on the side of CPP. Unfortunately, does not get anything. Plutonic uses that rally as a means to blow open the fight. Beat is committed by Tropic Gem. JJ also getting very, very close to that Kiriko ultimate. CPP now on the back foot. UCLA sitting on so much ult percentage.
Yeah, UCLA is going to have all the ultimates this fight. We'll see what people will have absolutely. The Costa gets Plutonic with a major kill coming through. Courier is going to be demaking all of those. So either way, Courier does find the kill with that huge Sojourn ultimate, as Learn to Swim is going to be having
I believe that this Ram ult could be the end of the fight. Learn to Swim asserts his control of the point. Ladies and gentlemen, 1-1. We are going to a map 3.
What a play coming through from the brig there for CPP. I believe Plutonic coming through, finding that massive kill onto Contra, but just the ultimate disadvantage is just too great for CPP to make up right there. So I mean, it's great from Courier to find a couple kills with that Sojourn ultimate. Just clicks a couple heads as Courier does. Learn to Swim had that Ramattra ultimate at the right time, and I think made the right switch to Ramattra on that point. It's something that I wanted to see, you know, on that offense, but does decide to do it on the defense, and it works out.
Definitely good awareness on the side of UCLA, realizing that they can play this point differently. It's not about dive like the first 2 points, and I think they did that excellently. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now at map point. This has been a very, very exciting series.
The loser of this has got to face Riverside too in the loser bracket, who are tough. They are a tough team. They duped it out with UCLA. UCLA did get the better of them in that best of 3, but that is no guarantee if they were to face again. With that being said, we're going to be taking a quick break. It's 5 minutes, so players, maybe go over some strategy, go to the bathroom and such. Don't go anywhere though. Don't miss a minute of this exciting action.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Aztec Games Spring 2025. It's been a long day. Still got some more Overwatch to cast for you guys.
Yep, somehow me and Ian are still here. I don't know what's going on, guys, but we're here to watch some dang Overwatch, all right? We're here to watch the ending. This is the last map of Winners Finals. It is UCLA 1, CPP 1. This has been a great series, a close series so far, as you can tell, 2-1 and 3-2, and we're going to Circuit Royale to finish this off.
Alrighty, there's going to be lots of pressure on the DPS lines of both teams. However, I don't mean to say that as if to put pressure on them, because realistically, let's talk about how both DPS lines have been putting up such good numbers throughout this whole series.
Yeah, I mean, it's been an absolute slugfest coming out here. I mean, I think Courier and Conspa both have just been looking insane. Like, both doing the other absolute most, and same thing with Fusion and Boto. Everybody's getting picks, and here, this is what I like to say, we got some Widowmaker duels here. This is it, guys. We can finally get to see some Widowmaker duels here. We got the Zens. These are heroes I personally have not seen yet today, and I'm excited here to cast this.
The pressure is certainly on for Courier and Fusion, knowing that they are definitely the ace assets for their team going into this match. Consta rolling out on that Pharah, very, very good on poke map, but Boto looking to lock it down with a very stable Sojourn pick.
Yeah, absolutely. Going for the hook shot here. Doesn't find anything, is Fusion's. But yeah, Consta, the Pharah is really good here, despite it's being double hit scan, because even if you just get a little bit of damage off, then Widow can finish them off with a body shot. With that being said, I'm pretty sure Consta's switching right now. So, he is coming over to the Genji, so ignore everything I just said.
Consta swapping onto that Genji. Let's see, Aldo looking to force out Learn to Swim. Learn to Swim very, very low in a very dangerous position right now. Ooh. Fusion with the kill onto Consta. That's a lot of brawl focus that UCLA has now lost. It's onto Courier to make up for the difference. Is he able to do it?
Oh,
Fusion
doesn't quite finish
barely
the kill.
manages.
Gets the dink onto Courier, but doesn't charge it up quite enough. I mean, luckily Consta's, his respawn is going to be right there. So it's not going to be too big of a deal. The rocks are going to be coming out from both Sigmas. Not really find anything. Both kind of just biding their time. Aldo actually does get hit with that rock. The Immortality Field comes out. A big Immortality Field already coming out because Learn to Swim was able to hit that rock onto Aldo.
Alrighty, it looks like UCLA looking to shove off the corner, but Consta is deep and unfortunately does go down. UCLA wisely deciding to back out right now. Altbanks on the side. Altbanks on the side
Fusion.
Of UCLA CPP equal, and Fusion with another kill.
Yeah, Fusion not really hitting the headshots, but it doesn't matter. He's finding the kills. Good job from his team to get that Discord orb down and get a little chip on him, so he doesn't have the pressure. He doesn't need to hit that insane headshot. He just go with the body shot and get the kill.
Although very, very close to that Sigma ult, and CPP now sitting on double support ults. Let's see what plays made here. Infrasight committed by Fusion, looking to take that angle against Courier. Courier is very, very careful about that angle, and wisely decides not to poke it unless he knows that Learn to Swim is swinging it also.
Yeah, great job from Swim there. Just kind of, also gonna be a big flux coming out to negate the window. Doesn't actually hit that many, it doesn't matter. The Tranquility also comes out here from Plutonic as Boto finds the first kill into Consta. Consta not having the best of games right now.
Certainly not. Definitely hard to play into this if you're not committed to that poke like the rest of your team. But there is a world in which Consta can close the distance, and Consta Real Havoc Courier getting dangerously low. Now also sitting on that Infrasight, wants to take that angle. Ooh, just barely manages to misses that shot, hits her body. Unfortunately, not gonna be enough. Lots of pressure down. Does help. Dropping gem. Does get that kill onto Aldo. Consta with plenty of damage in. Shows why that Genji pick can work on Circuit. With another kill onto Consta.
Yeah, great there coming in from Consta, like I said. I mean, vice versa. Courier's able to hit most of those body shots, get people low, which means Consta can just dash in and get that dash reset. As we saw there, he finishes off both of the support line, I believe, for CPP, and it's gonna be it's a decent time. It's a decent hold, I would say, for CPP, but plenty of time left on the clock here. 3.5 minutes for UCLA to take on this midpoint.
I agree wholeheartedly, and let's see. Aldo is looking to take down the main angle. Fusion
Ooh,
takes
Courier!
Courier gets a huge pick onto Boto. That's a lot less damage and pressure. That is now going on to Learn to Swim. CPP has to give up some of this.
Again?
Courier takes another peek.
Ooh, just
does get a body shot onto Shark Candy. Wants to take that long angle.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, UCLA just playing hyper aggressive here. Costa's got the Widowmaker 2, 1 HP. That is able to get out alive, but does force out the immortality, so not too bad there from Costa. Both immortalities actually down for both teams. Boto's gonna have the ultimate, but JJ in return has this tranquility.
And Boto is definitely looking to make a major play. Lots of ults coming out on the side of CPP and UCLA. I really want to see how each team responds to every ult used. Courier looking to take that long angle. Very, very dangerous. Fusion with the kill to Courier. Window comes out on the side of Dropping Gem, and Boto's ult unfortunately gets nothing done with Consta on him. Plutonic uses Transcendence in response. Fiddlesticks now uses his own window. JJ and Learn to Swim sitting on their own ult in response.
Oh, he misses the rock. It's going to be huge here if they're able to finish off either of the tanks, but it's a great ultimate coming in from Jay to keep his team alive. Fusion finds 2. They're just body shots, but that doesn't matter when they're dead.
A very, very comfortable team kill coming out from CPP. Boto with a very good switch onto the Genji, realizing that UCLA was in a position where he would have had a lot of action on that Genji.
Yeah, Boto actually does go ahead and switch over to the Genji here after, being the, when Consta got on top of him a couple times on the Sojourn, decides to switch over. I think Genji is the better pick here. With this being said, Learn to Swim does have the flux here. It's gonna be whether or not they can get this immortality out, and then Learn to Swim is kind of just free to go ahead and click that button. So that's something to look out for.
A lot of damage from the Widowmaker.
Finds just the one, but the immortality field does come down. Fiddlesticks is able to kill Consta though. Consta getting a little bit too aggressive.
And how does he get that kill with Shark Candy caught in the Sigma ult?
So actually, I'll comment on that right after this. Courier's still be looking for those shots here. Still, it's going to be UCLA backing away. But what happened was Consta actually dashed into the Flux to try to kill the Baptiste before the immortality field could go out. But wasn't actually successful and ends up paying for it with his life.
Lots of ults coming out on the side of CPP. Very, very close. Very, very close shave for Courier into this. Tropic Gem commits the window. And JJ helps. And JJ doubles down on that damage. All done with the kill onto Tropic Gem. Both Baptiste down. Lots of sustain. This fight is going to end very fast. Consta goes to the play, but Boto and Plutonic turn around on him fast.
But Courier and Learn to Swim pick up kills as well. Can go either way, but it's going to be a big flux coming through to finish this off. As Aldo is going to finish off the remaining 2. A big flux. However, look at the ultimate economy here. We have 2, almost 3 here for CPP, while we're only going to be have about 2 here for UCLA as well. So it's going to be UCLA's going to be coming in with this added disadvantage.
Courier recognizes that it's not about landing a critical pick right now. It's about taking the safe road and just doing some
huge
damage. Huge rock forces out so many heals from Tropic Gem onto JJ.
And it's going to be a big flux here. He's actually able to find 1 or 2 fusions. Going to be the first person dead. Courier, the one finding the final blow. Boto goes ahead and uses the blade. The immortality field comes out. Can he find anything before going down? He's going to be 1 HP, but doing his
lots of damage. And you do for C9. The blade forces another C9. How does it happen? How many C9s in this one day alone?
Another C9, and that was such a winnable fight for UCLA. Just not in the right position there. Boto pushing back everybody with his blade. Nobody being able to stay far enough up to stay on that cart, and it costing them dearly.
Another point. Wow. Another point with at least 4 people alive, or maybe at least.
Yeah, it's about. I think it was a 4v4 there. For both teams. That's an insane C9. I mean, we've had so many of those today, but that one sucks. That one's in the winner's final. That one sucks.
I think at a certain point there needs to be a certain level of awareness where realizing that your Genji is shifting the momentum, or correction.
The other Genji.
Yes, where the Genji just acts as such an effective zoning tool. It's such a unique and interesting way to think about, I think, why Genji can be so effective. He has a very particular use with his ult. Genji has a lot of particular use when he doesn't have his ult, but as soon as that ult is popped, he makes such a big and dangerous area to occupy in the team fight.
Yeah, I still think UCLA maybe think if they had, 5-10 more seconds to get on that point, just not pay close enough attention. In the chaos of the game, ults are being popped everywhere. It's so hard to stay focused. But that's you kind of have to in that situation. But UCLA still a formidable attack, still definitely a winnable game for them. Courier does look for the shot there, doesn't find anything too much, but yeah, for here it's just going to be a little bit of a poke competition to see if the Sigmas can find any substantial rocks, or the Widowmakers can find any good headshots.
Fusion looking for the wall climb over, does get some angle onto the backline of UCLA. Now it looks like Learn to Swim is getting a bit pinched out, does get just shy of half health. Oh, dangerous angle peeking Courier like that.
Yeah, very dangerous. Lucky to walk away with his head still on his shoulders, to be honest. And Boto's playing very aggressive here with the Sojourn. Does find the rail shot, not enough to find the kill, though. His Tropic Gem is able to heal that back up for himself. Now it is Learn to Swim actually being pushed back slightly with a low shield and no grasp.
No kills coming out from Courier just yet, and there's a lot of pressure from CPP onto that front line. Learn to Swim doing his best, but is aiding a lot of damage. Within just a second, eats the rock.
A Fatal 6 finds the first kill into Costa. A lot of damage gone here from UCLA. It's up to Courier here in his heroics, and can he find a headshot? Boto actually does have the rail shot as well. Does actually hit Courier, but not for the kill. A nice headshot for kill, but
very,
not
very close.
enough. Oh,
lots of damage onto Fiddlesticks, just barely manages to live.
That's such a close fight here with everybody surviving on 1 HP, but Tropic Gem is going to be the first person to go down. 2 Fusions finds a double piece, and Boto finds one too. See, the DPS of CPP absolutely eating.
There's something to be said here about how CPP is playing this. I think they're treating this more like a brawl composition, and they're putting so much pressure, taking so many angles onto Learn to Swim that they're effectively nullifying the Widowmaker. And Courier, I believe, is aware of this as he makes the swap to Sojourn.
Yeah, Courier just not getting as many shots as he wants. I mean, CPP playing very well around that Widowmaker, and I think it's the right switch. I mean, now we just have the mirrored Genji Sojourn. We have a big flux here. A lot of ultimates coming out for us. CPP is going to be... Aldo cancels on his ult! He cancels Learn to Swim's ult. Absolutely massive. That's going to... That costs them an ultimate and so much space. Now he's going to go for the ultimate. Finds a couple for himself. Forces out the Zen ultimate. Now, Aldo's going to continue to push forward as CPP continues to push forward on this payload.
UCLA's arsenal is shrinking and shrinking. The only real chance that they have is Constance Blade going into this, but CPP is sitting on the Sojourn ult as well as the Zen ult, but Fusion goes down!
Courier finds the first pick. Massive. Constant wants to dash in here, play a little aggressive here with the Genji. Fusion's the first to go down. Didn't have that blade quite yet, but forcing back. CPP giving UCLA a little bit of a lifeblood. Learn to Swim is going to be 1 HP, though needs to play a little bit more carefully.
That's a lot of crucial space and time that is now lost if you're CPP. Boto uses his ult, but he gets a pick. There's one, goes down. They walk through the window, and Fusion gets a kill on the Tropic Gem. Everyone on UCLA is so low, and Boto hits a fadeaway shot onto Courier, finished up by Plutonic.
And that's
Ladies
it.
and gentlemen,
That is
the conclusion of your winners finals. CPP goes to grand.
Wow, what just an aggressive combination of ultimates coming out there. The Sojourn and the Zenyatta combo, just making sure that Sojourn cannot die. As Boto continues to push forward, he cannot die with that Zen ultimate up. Clicks some heads, and with that, it's in the books.
What an amazing series we just got to watch, and what easily could also become our grand finals, but I'm sure UCR Blue does not want that to happen. I'm sure UCR Blue wants to turn the odds around. They want to put themselves on that podium as much as all 3 of these teams in the top 3 want to do. We have an exciting series ahead of us, and I personally cannot wait to watch.
If this bracket is on stream, it is not correct. Do not worry. So UCLA is dropping down into the losers finals to play UCR Blue, and they will play CPP in the grand finals. But what a series. CPP just turned it on at the right time. It's a dominant map. Courier was not able to find the angles on the Widowmaker. You know, they know how dangerous he is on that hero. Just wasn't able to find it. They were playing well, you know, peeling for their backline. Really just not letting him have any space whatsoever and checking him when he does. So just what a great game though. You know, both, you know, it was a battle of the DPS lineups there. I mean, as much as it was a tank and healer game as well, I think they all played well. The DPS there really is what pushed them over the edge on that final map. Just Fusion especially. Fusion really coming into his own on that map. But what a series. What a series, guys. It's not over for UCLA. TVP is advancing. And yeah, we have 2 more matches today. We have 2 more. We have the losers finals and the grand finals.
And for anyone watching, complaining about Widow and Poke on Circuit Royale, congratulations. Watch CPP's game. You'll learn how to beat that Widow. Plenty to be learned here and also be entertained by. Ladies and... Wild. What a wild game that was.
Yeah, what an intense game. It's got me tired. It's got me tired, but you know what? We're not done yet. We got 2 more banger series left to play. We are going to be, taking a quick break here. Kind of catching our bearings, catching our breath.
Right.
We will see you guys very soon.
And also we are shifting this this casting duo to our other casting duo, Lag and Takio KL. Be excited, folks. They're gonna take over for us, and it's gonna be amazing. Stay tuned.
last match we have here for today's Overwatch 2 Aztec Gaming Spring Games 2025 tournament. I'm Lag. I'm here with Takeo. We're gonna be your casters for this losers finals. We have UCLA Varsity taking on UCR Blue, and this is a team we haven't seen on stream all tournament. They've been quietly making their way through the lower bracket, and with UCR Blue, there's somebody we gotta highlight. We were talking before the broadcast started, and Scissors has to be a player that you look out for, because in my mind, if you can compete on the world stage in another country, Stockholm, how much harder can the Aztec Spring Games be?
Yeah, that's actually crazy that you mentioned that.
I can tell.
That's actually crazy that you mentioned that. You didn't even mention that to me. I was just unaware, but I knew he was like a pro player in quotations, but I had no idea. That's really interesting that you even mentioned. But Riverside, I'm pretty sure they were eliminated very early, or not eliminated, but they lost their first match, and so that's why we haven't seen them so far. But they've been a very, very good team throughout the tournament. I mean, making it all the way here to losers final. If they win, then they're gonna make it to the grand finals and have a chance of playing against Pomona.
Yep, Pomona. Pomona is who the winner of this match meets in the grand finals. This is the Aztec Gaming Spring Games 2025 Overwatch 2 Losers Finals. Learn to Swim kicking off on this Ramatra comp, almost a direct mirror on the UCR Blue. The backline is the only differentiator here. Looking to take White Room now as UCR Blue, as UCLA Varsity is maneuvering their way around Control Center, looking for an opening. The aggressive dash from Consta, not finding too much value. The space created, though, gonna force the alternate form out of both Ramatras. Not one pick found yet. As I speak, Learn to Swim with the first pick on his Silver Surfer. UCR Blue gonna cut their losses, opt for a reset. It's gonna be UCLA Varsity with the first cap of the Losers Finals.
Yeah, UCLA Varsity able to, put the aggression onto the back line, taking out the Kiri. And we see a couple different characters on these teams. Like, we see a Cassidy from UCLA, we see a Sojourn from UCR. Some of these different picks can be the differentiating factors here. But Consta coming in, Courier killing the Sojourn, that's actually really big pick. We're going to see if UCR is going to have to back off, or they're going to be able to come back. But looks like it's going to have to back off a little bit here.
Yep, a couple picks found by UCLA Varsity. Scissors was actually the first to fall. Now, pressure coming out from UCLA. UCR Blue has to break through, and they have the ultimates to do just that coming up shortly. You have to keep your eye on Watermelon Dog with that Kiriko Rush overclock from Scissors here. We're going to have to see what they opt to do. A little bit of space bought by UCR Blue, and a lot of damage taken by Varsity. Overclock coming out from Scissors. None found, but enough damage for Sweets to come out and take 2 picks off of UCLA. It's going to be a reset for UCLA Varsity. They're sent back to spawn. A team kill coming out from UCR Blue as they flip point.
Yeah, massive fight there. Yeah, massive fight there. Courier used his Deadeye, and Dino Nuggets used Overclock. No other ultimates were used that fight, so we're gonna have a lot of ults being in play here.
Here's the blade out from Sweets, the Orbital Ray. Gonna make it a little difficult for Sweets to try and find a pick. It's gonna prevent it entirely. The blade is completely wasted as they create a lot of pressure with the rally, but that's both support ults. They don't have an answer for the Annihilation. Tropic Gem is gonna be the first to fall, and it looks like the beat isn't going to be enough, or it's gonna be too overwhelming for the side of UCR Blue. 3 ultimates expended though, and you have to wonder, maybe they might want that one back. That Sound Barrier, Rush, and Annihilation coming out from UCR Blue to flip that point.
Yeah, I think they've overinvested there just to be able to flip the point. UCLA Varsity is going to be coming back with a blade, and I don't think UCR is going to have anything to be able to really respond to that. So we'll see if they're going to be able to either shut it down or force it early, or however it's going to go. But
Consta has his blade in his pocket,
yeah,
and it's
here he is with it.
Looming
Takes
over
out the
UCR
Genji.
Blue. He goes in, gets booped initially. An excellent response from Shark Candy on the Brigida, and it looks like they're going to use the space created by the blade still to flip the point. Constantly Courier, the DPS line of UCLA Varsity, who have been so dominant during this tournament run, have cleaned up picks once again, forcing UCR Blue back into spawn. They do have ultimates to combat this though. UCLA Varsity coming back up on the high noon with for Courier, but the overclock in Scissors' pocket. We'll have to see if he can find the value with it. Now, slowly pushing up UCR Blue. We keep eyes on Scissors. The overclock looming, seeing if he's looking for an opportunity. He opts to use it, the deflect. High noon, gonna create a lot of space, and Scissors falls. Consta shuts him down. Not gonna find anything with that overclock. Once more, 92% and counting. UCL Blue has completely overwhelmed the forces of UCR. Now, the orbital ray just to secure the rest of the fight, and it's gonna have to be a stall. Scissors does find a pick on a Learn to Swim, but Courier with the pick on a Silver Surfer. It's gonna be almost impossible for UCR to find the momentum to flip this point, and they won't be able to.
Yeah,
UCLA Varsity will find the first round on Lijiang Control Center.
Yeah, absolutely massive there. Like, I really like what I saw from them with their Genji blade. Like, sure, it didn't get a lot of kills, but think about what else the ultimate was doing. It was creating space, and they were able to capitalize it by rushing in with the space that the Genji blade created, and they were able to completely capitalize. So I think that was absolutely a great play by them. And I think UCLA Varsity, they just really need to really focus in on how they're going to use their ultimates every fight, because we saw Dino Nuggets use his overclock, but he just wasn't able to really do anything with it.
Yeah, shut down by Consta as well. We saw Consta on the Genji was a constant force in shutting down Scissors on that Sojourn, but now a ball comp coming out from UCLA Varsity to find the initial pick. Consta, I utter his name, and he finds a pick onto Shmi, cleaned up by Learn to Swim as well. That's going to be an immediate shutdown. UCR Blue, try as they might, are going to have to reset once more before the point even unlocks.
Yeah, and we see some swaps here from UCR Blue. I think they're just going to try to respond to the Wrecking Ball and the Pharah here by switching to D.Va. So I really like to see the Pharah Wrecking Ball on this map. I think with the boot potential, you could get a lot of environmental kills and win team fights just off of those. So
Me trying to find a positioning here on the D.Va, going to have to play a huge role in shutting down Consta. Learn to Swim with the slam engage will actually get taken down. Might have been punished a little bit. Courier with the trade, but still, UCR Blue has created a lot of space. It's all about if they can sustain on this point now, as Shmi is taken to very low HP, risking a D-Mech here, trying to fight for his life, his team's life. The Matrix expended. He'll try and regroup with his supports. The point is slowly flipping in favor of UCR Blue. Look at Consta though. He has his barrage if he opts to use it. There are so many members of UCR Blue have been taking so incredibly low. Scissors building 90% to this overclock as well. But look, this fight is lasting a long time. 49% and counting. Consta finally with the barrage finds the pick onto Silver Surfer. The rest cleaned up. Shmi does find one for his troubles, but even he's demeched in the end. And it looks like after that entire fight, how long we waited for a pick to be found by either side, UCLA Varsity will still come out on top.
yeah, UCR Blue, I think, took really long to engage there. And I think because of the fact that they lost their Curie so early, they kind of had to play a little bit passive and just kind of poking here and there, trying to see if they can get any picks, but they just weren't able to really do anything on that. So
JJ found the pick on a Silver
taken down
Surfer.
early.
That's going to
Jesus.
be massive considering Silver Surfer had the beat. 80%. I think if you're UCR Blue, you have to call for a reset there. Any staggers would mean the complete map loss here. And it's another. Suisse is found. He's 89% to that blade. This is a complete shutdown of UCR Blue. Courier activates the perfect moment for an overclock. He's found 2 picks. He DMX Shmi. Learn to Swim. Clears the rest. The beat by Silver Surfer finally activated, but there's
They
not
didn't
a
get a
touch.
touch.
100% to 0 on that second map. It was dominance out of UCLA Varsity, and you have to commend them. UCLA Varsity coming off a 3-map close loss to Cal Poly Pomona in the winners finals, striking back, coming out the gates, swinging against UCR Blue.
Yeah, absolutely utter domination right there from UCLA. And, you know, if you're UCR Blue, like, you kind of look at that and you're just thinking, like, you know, that was just a bad map. Like, because we've seen them play. I know they haven't been broadcasted yet. This is the first time they're being broadcasted tonight. But they've been very, very good so far throughout this tournament, in spite of the fact that they, like, lost their first map. You know, the fact that they're here in the losers final, I think says everything that you need to know about them. And this is a strong group with a lot of really great players, and we're just gonna have to wait and see if they're gonna be able to come back.
100%. For all the folks at home, a quick reminder that this series has been shifted to a best of 3 instead of a best of 5 to accommodate for time here. It is getting late here at San Diego State University. We need to be able to ensure that these teams get home safely at a moderate time. So this is a best of 3 series, so, you know, that means all the more that UCLA Varsity's 1-0 lead here, they're pushing match point against UCR Blue. All the work that UCR Blue has put in through the losers bracket to make it to this point, they don't want to watch it go squandered. We didn't really get to introduce the hero bans of Lijiang, but something to be noted is that UCLA Varsity opted to ban the Symmetra, and throughout this course of this tournament, UCR Blue has been very reliant, especially in the Brawl comps, on their Symmetra player, on Suisse, who primarily specializes on Symmetra. So you have to wonder, does that ban kind of shift the mentality and maybe led to the discomfort of Suisse or other players on UCR Blue in the composition they played? And maybe that plays a reason and why they're down 1-0 right now.
I think that definitely does play like a part into it. Like, you know, they're obviously getting target banned because there's no reason why they would ban Symmetra if he wasn't. But, you know, he's still a strong Genji too. Suisse is a very good Genji as of what I've seen so far, so I don't think they have anything to really worry about. If they can't play their main composition with the Symmetra, then they can still flex to other compositions, like some dive like they were doing. So I think, you know, UCR Blue still has an opportunity to come back. Like, it's just a one map loss, you know. The first map on Control Center, I believe, was very close. So it is what it is, you know. Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't. And it is what it is at the end of the day.
It is anything but over for UCR Blue. Let us reiterate that point. These two teams are the top of the top echelon of the competitors we have here at Spring Games for this Overwatch tournament today. We have seen a lot of teams come and go, but these two teams have been some of the constants that have stuck around to this point, and now the culmination of all the matches they played leads up to this. While we wait for the next round's map bans and hero bans and such, I want to kind of focus and recap to kind of, you know, reiterate how we got to this point. A reminder that the reason that UCR Blue is in the losers bracket in the first place is because earlier in the quarterfinals in the winners bracket, they faced up against UCLA Varsity, and in an upset, or at least what many believe to be an upset, especially considering the seeding and all prior knowledge to what we have of these rosters coming into this tournament, UCLA Varsity knocked them down to lowers. Now, UCLA Varsity unfortunately receiving a loss to Cal Poly Pomona in their previous match has been sent down to lowers, and now we are seeing a rematch of the earlier winners quarterfinals between these two teams. UCLA Varsity initially got the best of UCR Blue. Now it's time to see if UCR Blue can adjust and finally get their get back against this team. This team is the reason UCR Blue isn't losers to begin with.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting that you mentioned that. Like, if they do get double eliminated, I have to imagine that's going to suck for them, and they're going to feel bad about it. But, you know, game's not over. I think that's something that they have to be talking about right now. Come back, like, yeah, we lost them one time, but have to try to keep that positive mindset, because at the end of the day, if they win right here, then they're in the grand finals. Right. And win or lose, you know, that's still a big accomplishment, especially making it all the way through the losers bracket. Like, that is something that is really, really challenging to do. So I highly commend them, even for making it this far. And also another thing, I think we were briefly talking about this before the broadcast began. Aren't the 3 teams that are remaining, aren't they like between 1 and 4 seeds?
The top 3 teams remaining in the tournament, which are Cal Poly Pomona, UCR Blue, and UCLA Varsity, are all respectively the 1, 2, and 3 seeds of the tournament. So they have worked their way from the very beginning. And I think most would look at that seeding, look at the results, and say, hey, you know, maybe this was an expected result, and maybe this, you know, really isn't the most interesting tournament or most interesting result we could have gotten, considering the upsets really haven't been in place. But the seeding doesn't say everything. We are where we are now because of an upset. UCLA Varsity was the team to upset UCR Blue, and now they're rematching them in this lowers finals. And I really do commend a team like UCLA Varsity. They came off a very close 3-map series against the number 1 seeded Cal Poly Pomona in the tournament, and to send them down to losers. they played a very grueling, put a lot of effort into that 3-map series just to have to play another back-to-back 3-map series against another tough opponent. But you really can't even tell. If you're asking me, I would have never noticed that they just played a grueling match before this one. UCLA Varsity has seemed to lit a fire underneath them coming into this match.
Yeah, and looks like we got the map pick and the hero here. So it looks like we're going to be going to Blizzard World, and Riverside decided to ban Juno, and UCLA decided to ban Winston. What do you...
I mean, I think that's really interesting to me. You know, I think you said that UCLA decided to ban Winston.
That's right.
I think maybe it's something that they've noticed or seen in previous UCR Blue matches throughout this tournament that's just favored. I mean, I think for a lot of teams, Winston is favored on this map, but I think it really tells me that either UC Riverside or UCLA Varsity, excuse me, want to either hone in and focus on this ball composition that we just saw on Lijiang Tower the map previous, or they want to go a completely different direction with it, but as long as Winston is not played in the map. So I'm really excited to see what they pull out here, what compositions we see, but regardless of what happens with Takeo, I know for a fact that this is going to be a good map.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of Winston played on this map earlier. I believe it was Pomona. I'm not quite sure exactly who it was, but they were playing a Bastion into Winston comp on this exact map. So this map is one of those maps where there's like a variety of team compositions that can be played. Like, I think, yeah, we're gonna see UCLA rolling out on the Hazard here.
I count on
Yeah,
you.
something to note, Hazard I think has been somewhat of a comfort pick for UCLA Varsity, as it seems we're running into slight technical errors perhaps with the match. But, you know, to continue my talking point, UCLA Varsity on the Hazard does not surprise me. In fact, Hazard was the hero that UCR Blue banned on Lijiang, and that's the reason UCLA was not playing Hazard. I think Hazard is a big fallback or comfort for UCLA, so I'm not at all surprised that they run out on the Hazard here. If anything, that seems to be their bread and butter and what they're looking to run.
I think that's actually a really good point that you just made, talking about how they decided to ban Hazard, so they decided not to, or well, they weren't able to play.
Right.
Decided, right? But I also find it interesting that UCLA decided to not go for the Symmetra ban and just let Suisse run rampant on his Symmetra.
Well, because of hero bans, naturally, they wouldn't be able to ban Symmetra twice. So,
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah.
I
So,
was unaware
so
of that.
unfortunately, even if they wanted to, they can't keep Suisse off the Symmetra. But I think something natural to speak about in terms of this this map, Blizzard World. Symmetra isn't necessarily favored here, right? I mean, maybe you could try and pull out some creative comp if you've run it in practice before and are confident in your TP rotations. I think that's something we've seen from a team earlier in this tournament. It definitely is possible, and you know, as I speak, we're gonna see this Ramatra comp with Suisse on the Symmetra. So this is a comfort pick for Suisse. He's been running it nearly the entire tournament, and I imagine UCR Blue are well practiced with the SimTP comp, with the SimTP rotations. I'm excited to see what they pull out here. Once again, we see Scissors on the Sojourn. He was really struggling against Consta on last map. We're gonna have to see if he makes any adjustments going forward. But here we are, kicking off map 2 of our losers finals between UCLA Varsity and UCR Blue.
Yeah, and the thing I think you were also mentioning about the Symmetra is this is a very open map, so I think she's gonna struggle to find some value here.
There she falls.
Yeah, she
Suisse, the
falls.
first one to fall. Learn to swim. Gonna find the pick on the Hazard. Shmi close to follow. It's just a reset. Scissors completely gives himself up. The backline for UCR Blue trying to escape with their lives. Trying not to stagger. It looks like they may just be successful in doing so. Watermelon Dog, no. He's going to get picked off, and that's gonna be... that's not a pick that you want coming out of that fight.
I don't
but
think that UCR Blue is going to be able to retouch here.
No, I don't think so either. I
Yeah.
think it's going to be a very swift point capture for UCLA Varsity, and really it looked effortless. You have to question whether or not the Symmetra pick is going to work out in your favor if you're UCR Blue. If that's something you want to commit to, even if it's something you practice, this is a tournament. This is your tournament life on the line.
Yeah, exactly. UCR Blue has made it very, very far in this tournament, and if they do decide to continue sticking with the Symmetra, I'm not so sure it's going to really work out for them, like you were saying. So we're really just going to have to wait and see if she's able to find the value that she's really looking for here.
Mistakes happen. Obviously, the first point is not how UCR Blue wanted their initial fight to go, but we move on. UCLA Varsity staging, taking this high ground, the leap from the hazard, trying to eliminate Scissors. They're going to take him out immediately. The cleanse immediately used, as well as the TP from Watermelon Dog to try and save Scissors, perhaps going to fall in that instance, and now it all comes crumbling down for UCR Blue. Silver Surfer trying to maintain his life, trying to keep Shmi up, but it's all for loss. Shmi using his form just to try and stay alive and stabilize more. The card progress slowly makes its way forward as the rest of UCLA Varsity cleans up UCR Blue, and it's back to the drawing board for UCR.
Yeah, UCR Blue forced to completely retreat there, not even able to get any type of recontest.
Look at the switch. Sweeze.
Oh, yes,
maybe
we switched onto the Genji. I did not even notice that.
a big nade coming out from Watermelon Dog. You have to question whether the confidence there is there for Sweeze, considering he just switched. The cart slowly makes progress now, though. The downpour coming out from Learn to Swim. Is there going to be a touch? It looks like there will, but someone has to maintain on this cart. It looks like it's going to be the presence of Sweeze. He's fallen extremely low. I don't think the presence for UCR is going to be enough. The rush comes out from JJ just to try and secure it. The beat from Silver Surfer, 99%. He has it. He will activate the beat to sustain UCR even longer. UCLA has to find the picks here, and they have the weaponry to do it. Kansa activates the blade, and there's no answer left for UCR Blue. He finds the pick on a Silver Surfer. Picks do come trading back from UCR Blue, but the cap is there. The point presence is not, and UCLA Varsity 5 minutes, capping second point on Blizzard World. We head to point 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they just have to win really 2 more fights here. If they take a really early fight, really ahead, then they might just have to win 1. And the thing is, too, is I don't think UCR Blue was really using their ultimates properly that fight. Like, wasting beats, so when it's just you and the Ramatra, I understand for stalling purposes, but I just don't really agree with that move necessarily. But UCLA Varsity is going to have a couple ultimates of their own coming online right now. They got Beat and Overclock.
Overclock coming out from Courier. He's been a mainstay the entire tournament, and that's why the pick on his Scissors, the deflect from Sweets to keep himself up, but another pick on his Silver Surfer. Courier is on a tear. He looks to completely decimate the rest of UCR Blue, and he looks to do just that. UCLA Varsity has completely shut down this UCR roster. UCR has no answer for the likes of Courier. Now, Scissors falling once again. A stagger. Can anyone get a touch of this
No
point?
touch. No
4
touch.
minutes captured. 3 points for UCLA Varsity. I have not seen this all tournament long. I have not seen this in any recent tournament of memory. This is a complete decimation. I don't know if you're UCR Blue, where you find the mental to come back into this match. This has been so one-sided. UCR Blue has no answer for UCLA Varsity.
Oh, I think UCR Blue is starting to BM a little bit. Maybe just mental is probably wavering here, but, you know, it's still winnable at the end of the day. And I know that sounds like copium, but, you know, they still have a chance to come back here. Giving up 4 minutes, though, is going to make it real tough to be able to do so. But I think if they just really hone in, focus up, think about, okay, we just gave up 4 minutes and we had a lot of really bad ult usage. They just think about that and utilize their ultimates in the next coming fights. You know, who knows? They might be able to win the map, but UCLA Varsity has just been super dominant this map and the last one. But this one especially, I have not seen that, like you were saying, all day. We're just utter domination. 4 minutes to be able to take the point is just ridiculous.
It's hard to turn.
I am so very impressed by the level of play we're seeing from UCLA Varsity. UCR has not been able to breathe this map, and in all honesty, I'm looking at these hero picks. I don't see confidence from UCR Blue. The Moira pick, I just really don't see it. Scissors has transitioned onto the Symmetra. Sweets on the Sojourn, something I don't believe we've seen him play this tournament. This spells to me that it feels like in the minds of UCR Blue, there's really just no hope for this map.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing the Symmetra player letting someone else play Symmetra. We're seeing the Moira here from the Lucio player. I mean, it's just, you hate to see that, but yeah, it's just gonna be the same as before. Courier has just been so good on this Sojourn, able to get his railgun shots and take out plenty of people. I mean, he got 3 picks that fight, and it's just a wash.
I am really interested to see if UCR Blue continue on this composition, because it really almost does feel like there is just no coming back from this. The DPS line from UCLA Varsity, Courier, Consta, have been one of the best DPS lines we've seen in this entire tournament today. I look at UCLA Varsity, I see a tournament-winning team. Learn to Swim has come under some pressure. Watermelon Dog falls, though, to Courier once more. I have to say his name. He keeps popping up. He won't go away. A nightmare for UCR Blue. They won't forget his name after this match. Consta, another piece of this. Silver Surfer does find the pick onto Learn to Swim, but really, what is it at the end of this team fight? Shmi has transitioned to the ball, and I just do not see enough adjustment coming out from UCR Blue to feasibly come back and take this map from UCLA Varsity.
Well, you know, UCLA Varsity is without a tank for the next couple seconds. If they're able to take a fast fight on the point, they might be able to take it, but
Look who has overclock. Courier once more. A tick given up by UCLA Varsity, perhaps chasing the ball. The rush coming out from Kiriko to both advance and sustain the damage on Learn to Swim. They have beat as well on Tropic if they so choose to use it. Learn to Swim going in aggressive. The downpour to use as well. The overclock coming out from Suisse. Let's see if he can find anything. He gets trapped by the downpour. He's being kept up beautifully, but the blade from Consta finds 3 and completely deletes the UCR Blue roster. It's only Shmi left to survive, and I think there's just a need for a complete reset for UCR Blue.
Yeah,
the blade
why
from
is Shmi
Consta
still-
was the period on that team fight.
Shmi's gonna get staggered here. He's
1 HP.
There's
He
no
needs
way
to
he
get
makes it
away.
back.
He needs to find a health pack. It looks like he will, but they really are working on chasing him down. UCLA, that he'll passive regen his health, and I think he'll get away.
Oh my god, I thought
my
he was about to
goodness.
fall off the map.
I thought he was about to fall. Still low. The adaptive shields used. It's a 1v2. The cleanse pulled out. Courier yet again finds a pick onto Watermelon Dog. This is such a strange
we
fight.
see the coalescence coming out from Silver Surfer here.
Almost solo. I don't see any coordination on the side of UCR Blue. Silver Surfer, I'm not seeing it. UCR Blue has completely locked out of this match. Courier with the overclock just to clean up Shmi. Will he find the pick? I'm not so sure, but even if he doesn't, there's 37 seconds left on the clock for UCR Blue, and I really don't think that this is feasible for them to come back into this match. Silver Surfer has gone into the backline, into spawn of UCLA Varsity. 24 seconds left and counting. I just don't see a world where this comes back.
Yeah, I think this game's pretty much over. I mean, people are just playing whatever they want at this point. They kind of just want it to be over, which I feel really bad for UCR Blue because they got a chance, but they weren't able to really, you know, actually really get a real chance here. Like, they weren't able to capitalize on the chance they were given, you know? And it's just unfortunate because they made it really far, but UCA Varsity is just going to come back and they're going to be facing Pomona again, the team that just beat them. So, the grand finals, so hopefully we'll see a really, really good matchup there that's close, and hopefully we don't have people giving up.
I think if there's a positive to take away from UCR Blue, I think at the end, even though they may have accepted their fate to UC Varsity early in Blizzard World, at least it seems like they had fun. They went out having fun as a team, even if it meant not necessarily off-rolling, but playing off-meta heroes. They ended up playing what they wanted to play in the end of it, and that's what matters. Fun is at the front and foremost for these rosters, and I understand the sentiment. It is late. It is getting late. These rosters still have to drive home at the end of this tournament. UCR Blue has been here, just as the other teams, all day. So I think maybe that aspect has also gotten to them. But regardless, a huge thank you to UCR Blue for competing and participating in this tournament. Unfortunately, they fall and are eliminated by UCLA Varsity in the lower bracket finals. And that means UCLA will take on Cal Poly Pomona in the grand finals up next.
Thank you, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finals. It's been a long day of a lot of Overwatch. Finally, we see a repeat of the winners finals today. CPP Black versus UCLA Varsity. I believe we have the wrong names. Just to remind y'all, I'm in, he's Wild. So how are you feeling going into this last series?
I am very tired, as are we all. But you know what? The winners finals, that was a great series. UCLA did end up falling, but they won against UCR Blue in the losers finals. So now we are going to go into our winners finals. It is our only best of 5 our series that we are playing today. Let's do it, guys. Get hype in the chat. Let's do this.
Very excited. So I believe we have a Zarya and a Juno ban. I'm not sure which one came from which team. However, I would like to say that, navigating away from the Zarya Juno ban, I'm inclined to think both teams want to avoid a long, drawn-out brawl.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume so with those bans. I am a little bit confused by the Zarya ban. We haven't really seen any Zarya today. We have, a little bit on some maps as a counterplay to D.Va. But we really have not seen much Zarya at all, maybe 1 or 2. So the Zarya, the ban is a little bit confusing. Juno, we have seen a ton of, though. Totally understandable, yeah, that Zarya and Juno both kind of involved in brawlier comps. So definitely trying to avoid. But that being said, Samoa is a brawl map. This is a map where we're probably going to see a lot of Ramatra get played, as we have, previously today. So maybe, people just wanting to play a certain subset of brawl, or just, maybe not wanting to. Yeah, Juno has been very powerful today. Juno is stellar. I've been fight changing, so no surprise there.
I'm inclined to agree, and I want to see if UCLA Varsity is going to keep on running that Hazard that they've been running pretty much all day, as well as CPP running their Ramatra, which they very clearly seem fond of. So at this point, I think it becomes a matter of which team can follow up on their tempo, and how quickly each one can either set the tone or react to the plays made by each team.
Yeah, absolutely. I think UCLA really has been the only team that's gravitated more towards the Hazard rather than the Ramatra and these kind of brawly comps. Even in dive comps, yeah, UCLA have very, very much favored the Hazard. So it is if CPP was the one that banned Zarya, I would find that a little bit confusing, just because how much UCLA's been relying on that Hazard. But yeah, I definitely expect Hazard Ramatra to come out here. Hazard for UCLA, Ramatra for CPP. Both can fulfill kind of similar roles, with Ramatra having a little bit more carry potential in my opinion. But obviously Hazard a little bit more mobile and has a bit more pick potential.
Of course, and I'm excited to see how these two differences make themselves apparent as we load into Samoa, our first map of your grand finals.
Everybody in chat, hope you guys have been watching. If you haven't, you've missed a lot of banger games, and we're about to see a banger series right now. So everybody strap in, and I think we're going into the map right now. No, I guess not yet.
Eminently.
Very soon. Yeah, what has been your favorite match of the day, Ian?
Well, I think it's kind of funny that my favorite match of the day has been a repeat of what we're seeing in the grand finals right now. Without a doubt, it's probably been the constant back and forth that we saw in our winners final. These very same teams, and I think we're quickly learning why. These two teams show a very, very well-rounded yet also nuanced skill set. It feels like they know exactly how to balance the fight, and it's not just a game of mechanics. It's not just a game of who does something faster. It's a constantly balancing on the edge of a knife. Peak Overwatch coming out, and it really shows the quality of each of these players, right? Where each of them are capable of making plays on their own, but not only that, when you combine them, put them all onto one team, what you see is the result of where they're all greater than the sum of their parts.
Absolutely. We've seen some great pop-off moments from the individual, but team play is what's gotten these teams here to the finals. So no doubt that we're going to continue to see that. Obviously this is winners finals was a great game. We've had a lot of great games today. UCSD versus Slow in the one. But I'm very, very excited to see this. As nothing too crazy coming out here. We do see We do, as we have their typical chance here. Oh, they don't actually take...
Aldo misses the TP to begin with. All right,
Misses
great
the
start to
TP.
your grand finals.
We do see very similar compositions here, with the only difference being the tank. So, I mean, one thing that Ramattra, wants to do is control space a little bit more, while Learn to Swim here on this Hazard is going to be a little bit more mobile. It's going to be a great wall there, or sorry, great cage there to lock up Courier, and it instantly ends up in a kill through Fatal Sticks.
First kill from our local celebrity, but Learn to Swim is clearly not intimidated by fame, getting his kill onto Platonic and Boto as well. Fusion does manage to force the Kiri Suzu and the Kiri TP.
And
he
finds one, but that's being said, Aldo actually also finds two as well. A very scrappy back and forth fight. Kiriko Fiddlesticks actually having to go and get this health pack just to stay alive. Fusion's gonna be 1 HP there, is able to stay alive for now. No team has capped as of yet. Learn to Swim is gonna be going down though to Bato. So with that being said, and yeah, there we go. And Fusions, after finishing off Tropic, it is going to be CPP here, but a great clapback there from UCLA, specifically Learn to Swim here after Courier was the first one down.
I think Aldo certainly does a good job, and CPP as a whole, in terms of knowing where the low targets are. Fusion was able to force all of that, and there was Aldo waiting at the bottom, ready to snatch up JJ. Consta gets the opening kill onto Fiddlesticks. Learn to Swim looking to position aggressively, wants to take the damage against lots of damage onto Courier, but Courier managed to get the kill in return. Aldo with kill on Tropic at 50, but there's too much coming in the way of UCLA Varsity. A disgusting shot from Courier finishes Aldo, and Plutonic trying his best, but Learn to Swim showing that every death needs to be paid in blood.
Yeah, Courier taking on Fusion in the flank and then continuing to put in damage from behind as the rest of his team Learn to Swim and Consta pincer from the front. A very effective strategy. Only 30% going over to CPP, and you have Learn to Swim with this ultimate, with this Hazard ultimate, although not too far behind though on this Ramattra. But so I'm trying to capitalize on this moment where Ramattra doesn't have his ultimate and we can push in without being afraid of the rampage.
All right, it looks like lots of people on CPP Black getting very low, but Aldo decides to commit harder. Dropping them does take the kill onto 50. Good boop from Plutonic helps Fusion secure that kill onto Consta. Courier very, very low. Does manage to shut down the blade from Fusion, but CPP Black has lots of control on point. Does manage to get the flip, even with UCLA committing P to it. Curio comes out on the side of Shark Candy, and Aldo still sitting on that ram mode, but JJ uses that Curio, wants to shut down Aldo as fast as possible, but Plutonic commits the beat, tries to get Aldo as alive for as long as possible. Aldo doing his best to get the kill onto Courier, does land critical damage, and Boto finishes. Constant gets the kill onto Aldo, but Fusion cleaning up all the hard effort from the rest of his team.
What a back and forth fight. So many ults being used from both teams. 3 from UCLA, and I believe actually 4 being used from CPP. Crucially though, CPP does flip the point very early in that fight, so that entire time they're accruing percentage, and they're looking at almost a one-fight territory here. If they're able to win one more fight, off of maybe some good shots off of Boto, Sojourn ults, they're in the position to win this round.
I'd also like to point out how CPP Black started that fight down some huge damage. Lets Fusion get the kill onto Costa. Boto sweeping up 2, make it 3. Do I hear 4? Okay, probably not. However,
no, you do not, but exactly what I thought was going to happen happened. Boto, realizing that he has the only ultimate, he wants to play aggressive, clicks a couple heads as he does. And only Costa ult here, only the Genji ult here coming in for UCLA, so they're not looking great, and having to fight and kind of fight for this point presence. It's going to be a lot harder without the Ram as well.
UCLA manages to get one onto point. Consta sitting on that blade. I want to see Learn to Swim go in and get some stuff out. Consta goes in with the blade. Does get the kill onto Plutonic. Is going to be committing, trying to get a kill onto Boto, but it's not going to be enough. Tropic Gem still goes down. Reload.
Aldo and Courier both. Okay, so Courier actually finishes off. All the way looking good for UCLA after the blade coming in. Boto goes down to JJ, and not even really having to commit too much, not that they had anything to commit, but the ultimate economy not looking terrible here when in comparison to these 2 CPP. They just need 1 or 2 more fight wins here. A great recall here to just to get out alive from Courier. So UCLA back in the driver's seat after, it was looking a bit grim.
And a good stagger from UCLA onto Fusion. But let's point out, Fiddlesticks or Shark Candy is very, very close to that ult, as well as Fusion to that blade. Kiri and Genji ult combination is disgustingly strong.
Let's just see if they realize they're a little bit ahead in this ult percentage. In a longer fight, UCLA is going to get their counter pressure. Boto finds the first early kill onto Courier. No tracer remains. Not a lot of damage here. Fusion's going to go for the blade in the back. Suzu comes out early, so the Kiriko can survive. Great job coming in from JJ to survive, but will it be enough? He is still alive right now. Going to pop the Kiriko rush right away. Still a very gutty fight. UCLA but still has priority or capture point of the point here, but Learn to Swim goes down to Fusions. You guys out of Fusions, CPP looking very, very good here to cap with Boto killing Consta as well. And with just 1 or 2 alive, Courier cannot do much on the point. With that being said, it's going to be the round right here.
Beat goes out on the side of UCLA Varsity, but unfortunately only gets Tropic Gem. Nobody else is able to get the beat, and Boto punishes Tropic Gem for his hubris. CPP Black coming up on the beat of their own, and Fiddlesticks or Shark Candy gets the kill onto Courier. Ram ult goes out on the side of CPP Black, and I believe that is all she wrote. Boto uses the Deadeye onto Consta. Beat goes out on the side of CPP, and that is first point comfortably in the hands of CPP Black.
Yeah, some decent stall coming in there, but UCLA just looked a little bit too disjointed in that final fight. I think CPP just doing a great job of pressuring out the backline. JJ was able to survive from that Genji blade, but he's being misplaced from his team, not really able to give any support to Learn to Swim, who ended up going down. And from there, the dominoes fell one at a time.
Still, let's talk about how UCLA was still pretty effectively controlling that space. Even if it does seem CPP was winning the majority of those fights, UCLA, I believe, was simply 1 or 2 steps behind, or maybe even a couple seconds late in some of their reactions. I think, admittedly, it is getting late over here, but I think if UCLA can wake up a little bit, get warm, we will see a much more competitive series.
Yeah, absolutely. Their macro still looking pretty decent here. Some good point percentage getting just off of good positioning. But that unfortunately at this point in the game, that's not gonna be enough to win out a map. A lot of damage being put into Alto right now. I mean, kind of just biding his time. Both of these teams kind of looking for any kind of opening. Does find a little bit of healing here. Yeah, I said both teams kind of just poking out at each other. But at first pick going on to Plutonic by Learn to Swim. A huge first kill here. Getting that Lucio down means no speed boost, no mobility added to the rest. CPP Black, and with that being said, Aldo also goes down. A direct result of Plutonic falling first.
Very, very good space control coming out from UCLA Varsity. It's pretty interesting noticing how effectively they were poking out Aldo, even when you consider how their team comp very much favors Brawl. And I think it is a testament to say a lot of these players know what to do, even if their comp doesn't directly favor a certain path. Aldo does swap onto that Maga, probably looking to punish Learn to Swim on every one of his engagements.
Yeah, absolutely agree here. Although already actually 1 HP, decides to charge in though into the backline. Although just absolutely feeds that fight, and his team is gonna collapse around him.
A very questionable play coming out from Aldo. I understand that his priority was in disrupting the backline, but I think there was a major lack of sync with Shark Candy and Plutonic.
Yeah, absolutely seen it a little bit better synergy there. Needed more HP if he was going to dive in like that when, yeah, all of UCLA just instantly collapsed on him, exactly how they were supposed to do. Their macro, like we said, still looks very, very good, even after having, been here for 9 hours.
Right, looks like Fusion wants to take an angle into a lot of those squishies. Does get poked out pretty quickly. Although he's still low, it's going to be very, very difficult for him to take an angle into that much poke. Also doing his best to check the right angle. Aldo swings out onto point. Uses his charge, and Curiel comes out on the side of CPP Black. Suzu comes out on both sides.
Yeah, Fiddlesticks picking up the kill on the Courier, but it's going to be a big beat coming through from Tropic to keep his team alive. The Genji's going to be absolutely 1 HP here. Tropic, they can't hunt him down quite yet, though. JJ does pick up the kill on Fusions. Looks really good here for UCLA to continue to steamroll this point. Really only using the 2 ultimates as well.
But Aldo does get that exit kill onto Consta. He's getting lots of pressure in on Learn to Swim. Suzu is used on the side of UCLA. There's a huge wall trapping Shark Candy in, but it's not going to be enough. Boto takes the wide angle and right into the hazard downpour.
It's a great boop, though, coming out from Plutonic to give his team a little bit more space as Aldo finishes the kill onto Learn to Swim. Boto finds a nice rail on the Tropic, and it's only 2 remain to make it 1 for UCLA. CFP does recover at the last second, and their ultimate economy is looking nice. They have 3, they're gonna have 5 by the start of the next fight.
Depending on how CPP Black plays, they very easily could turn this from a 99 to a 100 in this, to a 99-0 to getting 100% in their favor. I do want to see Aldo go for an early cage, force Learn to Swim to look at him, because Amaga is easily gunning down that hazard in cage.
Yeah, Boto being very aggressive here with the Sojourn ultimate. Doesn't find anything too good here. Nice kiting coming through from UCLA, knowing that they can just bide their time and wait about 10 seconds for this ultimate to be over. However, that's 10 more seconds that CPP has gotten on the point.
Courier commits his own ray, but is stomped down by the Maga. although doing his best to do as much damage as possible, he gets very, very low, but the damage is done. Fusion commits Blade to the fight and gets so much damage in. Boto and Fusion cleaning up that beautiful, beautiful cage from Alto to secure the fight win.
Yeah, I absolutely think you take that, though, if you're UCLA. They end up burning 3 ultimates that fight. They do have both support ultimates left, but you are going to have your Blade. You're going to have your Rush. So it's going to be a clean 2v2 here. They can even wait one more if they really want to be careful and try to play for this beat. But yeah, I think that's, if you're UCLA, that definitely evens out the ultimate economy in a way that you really need it in order to win this next fight.
I do want to see how Shark Candy does use his Kiri ult in response to it, used at the same time as Plutonix beat a questionable choice to stack support ults. Learn to Swim gets dangerously low, and there's lots of space being made on the side of CPP Black, but UCLA immediately follows up with momentum of their own to shift the fight.
There's so much healing being put out here by JJ. His team is all so low, but Aldo is so low as well. It's going to be a flip, though, from UCLA. A flip comes out. Learn to Swim does kill Aldo here, but with Tropic Gem down, a lot less healing going to be available for UCLA. Fusion does kill JJ. But like I said, UCLA has crucially flipped the point, so they have another fight to go.
But while Learn to Swim was doing damage, Learn to Swim was chasing CPP Black's backline, the front line of CPP Black actually managed to clean up UCLA's backline faster. And now we are sitting at 85% last fight.
Yeah, but we have the sound barrier here. We have the Hazard ultimate, and they only have the rail to counter. So it looks good here for UCLA coming in as long as Tropic doesn't Ajax. That's the #1 thing right now. They have to touch the point, obviously, as well. Tropic looking for a big beat here. Learner Sim kind of just poking down from afar, getting a lot of damage into it, trying to get this flip back pretty early here. A lot of damage going into Fusion. Fusion's down to Costa. Huge early kill coming through. They want to play aggressive here. It's going to be an aggressive beat. Bodo decides to go for the Sojourn ultimate. Doesn't matter, though, because Costa picks up some nice dash resets. It was just Aldo on the point. UCLA is going to make this 1-1.
What an intense series. What good and like, it feels like even if UCLA is committing 2 ults for any given fight, it feels like they know and are happy with that, knowing that CPP is going to be committing 3. And again, I think CPP did a very good, provided a very good example of this previously, where you can see that they have a certain level of foresight when it comes to how many ults are going to be used in the fight. And I think UCLA is actually turning that around, allowing them to grab that point that we just saw.
I mean, what won UCLA that fight was Contra's Blade. I believe Contra. Yeah, he goes in, uses the Blade, and they stack their support ultimate. CPP stacks both Kiriko and Lucio, so if they had saved one of those for the next fight, it would have been a totally different story. So that pressure that the Blade provided, from Consta, really just won them that round.
I concur, and it looks like CPP is returning to that Ram comp, while Learn to Swim is back on that Hazard.
Yeah, we're not...
Give us just a moment,
One
ladies
moment,
and gentlemen,
guys.
please.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Sorry about that, guys. The cage comes out here from Aldo trying to lock anybody down. Doesn't quite find anything. Learn to Swim looking quite healthy on the point. With really only Fiddlesticks looking a little bit low right now. It's both teams trying to vie for any advantage, any stun they can get. Fiddlesticks still going to be 1 HP here on the Kiriko, but then his Lucio goes ahead and comes back and helps them out. Costa the first kill, though, onto Fusion.
It looks like CPP Black is looking to play this very carefully, but Consta immediately just removes Shark Candy from the fight. CPP Black knows that they can't win that with their Genji and their Kiri both missing, so they wisely decide to back out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Costa, again, showing his Genji prowess. I mean, finds the first kill and then is able to eliminate Shark Candy with a really nice combo. So really putting his team in a great position. No ultimates really close here. Notably, though, Aldo has switched over to the Winston. Maybe trying to go for more of a dive-centric style rather than try to brawl it out.
I'm curious to see what Aldo dives here. Actually just goes sends it straight down the middle, draws a lot of cooldowns and attention onto him, and CPP Black actually managed to secure a lot of that space.
Yeah, absolutely. Just baits out a lot of cooldowns. Doesn't really get too much done, but, you know, now it gives them another chance to go to this follow-up dive. It's going to be in the back lane here. Tropic is going to be 1 HP as Aldo does actually find that with the help of his Lucio. It's going to be a very close fight here. Consta is able to stay alive, but the health bars for UCLA are dwindling much more than they are for CPP Black. Aldo and Fiddlesticks both pick up kills, and this is a pretty clean fight win here off of the back of, Aldo just going in, getting out resources, resetting, and then going in again.
It's not very often that you see a dive fight be long and sustained like that, which is much more the jurisdiction of brawl compositions. But I'm actually very impressed. CPP Black knows exactly how they should be playing this, even if their comp doesn't necessarily favor a certain length of a fight. Learn to swim, slowly walking up into the main, probably looking to force out Aldo, ensure that his backline doesn't die like they just did. But lots of ults also coming out on the side of both teams. I do want to see Curial used by the side of Shark Candy first, responded to with a beat from Tropic Gen 50, Platonic with the kill onto Courier, even through the beat, and lots of pressure from Aldo onto the backline. JJ is forced out low, Plutonic with another kill onto Consta.
Yeah, Aldo just doing so much work. Plutonic does, get the final blows here. I believe 3 actually. But Aldo just putting so much pressure onto the backline of UCLA. Their support is really not able to support. They're running away from the Winston. They can't focus on healing. Which just opens up so many more opportunities as Plutonic, comes in there and frags a little bit out with the Lucio.
A part of me does wonder if UCLA could have committed more ults there to try to win the fight. Both teams sitting on about 4 ultimates going into this, and I'm very excited to see Consta trying to poke out Aldo out of the fight. Aldo dives and responded to with a Curie ult from JJ, responded to with a blade from Fusion, and responded to with another blade from Consta and a beat.
Yeah, absolute pandemonium going out on the point, but it's UCLA coming out on top with Consta and JJ picking up kills. Aldo is going to be trying to come back with Primal Rage, probably trying to stall us out. 299, Courier finds Boto as well. No need and no reason for Aldo to feed here. A great fight. Just absolute ults getting popped left and right there. So much chaos, but UCLA, within that controlled chaos, finding the upper hand.
Both teams now sitting on 2 ults, a Primal and a Sojourn ult for CPP Black, and a Sojourn ult and a Hazard ult for UCLA Varsity.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this fight is going to depend on how much Aldo can pressure out these supports. If you continue to pressure out JJ, it's actually going to be the Courier popping his ultimate first on the Sojourn, isn't able to find anything. Actually takes a lot of damage. Just Fiddlesticks and Boto both find kills there on their role counterparts, and this is a quick fight win for as the opponent is immediately going to flip back. Consta does find 1 kill into Fiddlesticks, which is massive. However, he does pop the ult just to finish off the rest of UCLA, and it is going to be dire for them, 90% and counting.
If Aldo plays this right, he definitely can make a lot of space. Courier with a switch onto the Venture. I'm very curious to see how that works. UCLA is also still sitting on that Hazard ult. I'm very curious to see what happens. Boto is probably going to look to be set up on this high ground, and as well as Shark Candy looking to enable him with the Kiriko ult.
Absolutely, Boto going ahead and popping the ultimate, is able to find anything, puts a lot of damage out, but no final blows here for him. However, the Kitsune is going to allow him to do so much more damage as Learn to Swim is getting absolutely shredded, but it doesn't even matter because the rest of his team is going down as well. Courier can switch over to Venture, and Costa were the first to fall. However, probably not be the last.
Ladies and gentlemen, 2-1 in favor of CPP Black for Samoa. 1-0 for your grand finals.
A very scrappy, close-fought battle there. Both teams did a lot good. I think in terms of that final point, I think UCLA just put themselves a little bit of too big of a disadvantage early on, allowing CPP to get so much percentage. However, a close fight there, a lot of people popping off, whether it be through team or individual means. A very close game so far.
I agree wholeheartedly. And I'm uncertain. Do you remember if UCLA capped first point on Samoa during winners finals?
No, I do not.
Okay, well, regardless, I think there is a statement to be made. We did see, I believe, double overtime coming out on the side of from both teams during second phase of Samoa. And again, as you said, it is a testament to how competitive this series really is at its core. I feel like both teams are fighting a constant mental war to gauge the other team's play, as well as exploit the other team's tendencies. And so not only are we seeing a high level of competitive Overwatch, we're also seeing a high level of reading each other's playbooks just from what clues they're given about each other.
Absolutely. Like I said, these teams went the distance, played the full 3 maps in the winners finals. And clearly, yeah, these teams have a great understanding of how each other want to play. They know that, UCLA is a little bit more, pop-offy, with, their DPS having some more pop-off plays, with Hazard just being a little bit frailer, I think, than Ramatra, not as much as kind of that, Titan in the middle that you can rely on, whereas, CPP going over, yeah, and playing that Ramatra comp, it's more centered around that Titan in the middle, well, with him creating, albeit the Winston actually worked out very well for them in kind of distracting the backline during that last map. But overall, I think they played the Ramattra more, and that was kind of, their centerpiece, placing themselves around those cooldowns, and, making space for their DPS.
Certainly a very strong sense of timing, as you've just described. And I'm very, very impressed to see, like, it feels like these teams, not only are they aware of their own timings, they're aware of the other team's timings. They like a crucial skill, as you can imagine, at this level of Overwatch, is recognizing what opportunities are provided, assuming you're able to avoid the other team's crucial abilities. Again, seemingly obvious, but so many teams, even at this stage of the game, are so caught up in this desire to just attack, that they actually rarely comprehend the need to pull back, avoid getting hit by very scary cooldowns, and then immediately following up. This transition period is definitely a part of what makes a good team good. And again, both these teams understand how to shorten this transition period to literally be a matter of seconds.
Absolutely. I think, impatience, again, was the key word there. Sometimes people get impatient. They want to make something happen. They want to make a play happen. So they, maybe try to go in when, some valuable cooldowns are still up for the team. Which kind of goes back to, I think the first thing I said today when I was on stream is that I think the team that is most consistent is going to win, because both of these teams, we've seen them been able to control their ult economy as well. We've seen them been able to pop off. We've seen them, be able to work together as a team. It's who's been able to do that the most consistently, I think, is going to be the winning team, not who can, pop off the most or who can, create something out of nothing. That's as cool as that is, and as fun as that is to watch. It oftentimes, more often than not, it will result in, a loss or a lost fight. So whoever's going to be able to play consistently with their team more and just practice discipline, whoever's the most disciplined team, I think is going to win.
Precisely, and I think a pretty good example of this, as displayed in this series, would actually be Fusion and Aldo. I feel like any damage that Fusion is doing, Aldo is there to clean up the kill, able to shrug off any incoming fire and just walk in, pluck that kill out. Or alternatively, Aldo landing so much damage onto the front line that Fusion is able to go in, get a kill, immediately dash out.
Absolutely, I do think, something to note, Aldo seems to just be on a more similar page with his DPS than the DPS of UC and Kank of UCLA. Again, I don't think any of them have been playing bad. They've all been playing great, in fact. But in terms of synergistically, I think, CPP just was that, slight step above them, finishing up on those damage and kills more efficiently than UCLA. And we do have, surprise, guys, we're going back to Numbani. This seems to be the popular map. Lucio is banned here from CPP, and Winston is banned from UCLA. So this is something we saw before. The Winston bans resulted in more D.Va play. But these are both bans that we've seen in previous series before.
Well, Aldo, I believe, was playing a good amount of D.Va on his Numbani attack, so I very much see that as an option for CPP. But let's also talk about, I believe Aldo is pretty much the only person that's consistently pulled out the Maga going into these maps. So with that being said, I think that there is something to be said about Aldo's flexibility.
For sure, and I think on the other side, Learn to Swim has been playing almost exclusively the Hazard. And on this map as well, he's played primarily the Hazard. So maybe, I think UCLA saw Aldo's Monkey last map and was like, he is good at this character. He's good at this hero. He can play at this hero at a high level. So with that, cutting it out of his arsenal, completely understandable. But yeah, we did see Aldo play D.Va earlier, and he looked great.
No DPS bans this time around, so we're gonna be seeing, I'm gonna guess, Courier either on that Ashe or that Sojourn. Always very, very good. And I'm very curious to see what the DPS lines are going to be on the side of CPP.
I generally think the Tracer looks better on this map. However, Consta has been so good on the Genji, I wouldn't be surprised for him to see it. We actually do see Fusion on the Genji and Consta on the Tracer. Yeah, both of these two have been absolute monsters on these two heroes today. So no surprise there. Yeah, they're sticking to them. And we do see the Kiriko. We see the Kiriko Juno support line for UCLA versus the Ana Brig, the more standard, coming in for CPP.
I actually am kind of curious. Oh, huge kill onto Fusion from Learn to Swim. The fight proper is now beginning to break out. Learn to Swim looking to take this high ground, but Shark Candy actually managed to get the kill onto JJ. I think if I'm UCLA, I don't want to take this fight if I can avoid it.
Yeah, you're down such a great source of healing here. I mean, doing anything now is kind of just feeding ult charge to your opponent. Or if Juno can get back quickly, that also changes things. As Juno is almost back. But, and yeah, Learn to Swim is actually for the healthiest. Costa picks up the kill into Boto at 1 HP here. Absolutely massive. A lot of damage off the table here for CPP as UCLA also picks up their first tick. Although it does get a health back as well to stay healthy, but JJ has found Plutonic. So teams trading back and forth. Although he's going to be out of mech here. Great out of mech here. But Baby Diva kills one. So just trading back and forth here.
I believe it was also the last Nambani that we saw on Winners Finals that Aldo was actually able to get a trade every now and then, but it doesn't look like this time around the trade will be enough to help secure the win. UCLA Varsity takes that point handily.
Yeah, I mean, trading is always going to favor the team that still has their tank left. And with Learn to Swim still alive, he's able to provide so much peel for his backline that are still alive that it just ends up making a world of a difference when all those no longer alive.
Tropic Gem very, very close to that Curie ult. I want to see UCLA set the tone. I want to see them make an aggressive play and start this on their terms. Aldo getting very dangerously low, tries to force out Fusion, or tries to force out Concept, excuse me. Kiriko ult is committed by Tropic Gem. Courier getting very, very low.
Wow, going down already is Aldo's mech, but he decides to pop the ult. Finds Costa! That is a huge pick to find here for CPP, even though it's a quick respawn, it gives them the slight advantage, and UCLA immediately seeing that Costa has gone down, decides to just back up and disengage. That's 2 ultimates being used for CPP, and 2 for UCLA, so good job for CPP trying just to match them while maintaining their kind of position with the cart.
Very aggressive positioning taken from UCLA right now, opening themselves up to multiple angles, but Sharkady manages to get the kill onto Costa, Aldo gets the kill onto JJ!
Wow, just kills coming out of nowhere from this split kind of style. Both of these teams playing D.Va, you know, although you've seen a little bit more of him on D.Va than we have on Learn to Swim. Learn to Swim, although, you know, helping out his supports there, getting JJ all the way up to that ultimate. But yeah, I mean, this is a really advantageous position to hold. With that being said, with all those mech down, they are going to have to back up a bit. He's got to land just a couple more pistol shots. I mean, UCLA realizes the situation and decides to dive in right away. Learn to Swim, first kills, Fiddlesticks. Next is Plutonic, the support line for UCLA, or sorry, for CPP. Completely down, eliminated by UCLA. Boto finds a great shot onto Consta.
Aldo goes for the reset.
Yeah, just resets. I think that's the right call. But yeah, I think Fusion's actually spawn trapping. Fusion on Tracer is spawn trapping, I believe. He is.
I believe he's trying to go for a pulse.
Oh,
just barely gets the one mag. But now Consta can't take the fight as reliably.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that ends up working out for him because Costa is so far behind. The ultimate does come out here for the D.Va. Learn to Swim doesn't find anything quite yet. Corey doesn't find anything either. Both swordsmen actually finding nothing with their ultimates. Learn to Swim is the first one to break blood in this fight. Actually finding 2 in Aldo and Fusion. Aldo consistently getting DMX'd first. And UCLA pretty convincingly is going to be capping this fight. Or sorry, capping this point.
I think we're now seeing the difference in compositions and the problems in running D.Va versus Monkey with this in mind. Especially if you look at CPP Black's support composition, it's definitely much more offense oriented, playing a lot off of the nades coming out of Shark Candy. But unfortunately, that's just not having the same value as if you were running a Monkey, especially when they're playing D.Va and they could reliably eat the grenade every time it comes in.
Yeah, although excited actually to go over to Ramatra, wanted to revert back to that more brawly style now that the Winston is not available. I absolutely do not hate that whatsoever here for CPP. He's trying to make something happen. With, you know, a Q-State comes out early here for Tropic, putting in a lot of damage into Aldo. Going to be able to survive, though. Ramatra Cage comes out, doesn't really find too much here. Still just kind of a battle of poke right now, as Fiddlesticks has their plate absolutely full, trying to keep people alive. It's a great dive coming in from Learn to Swim. The Nano comes out to keep Aldo up, putting in a lot of damage into the enemy team, but they're doing a great job of kiting this Nano. Ramatra, Learn to Swim. Finally, his mech does go down, and he's going to be taken down as well. Costa finds a huge pulse onto Fiddlesticks, though, making sure the point is very close to being capped as well. Some great shots coming through from Tropic to find Plutonic.
I believe this could so easily be anyone's fight at this point. Although does get the 4-up, Fusion with the kill onto Consta. Tropic Gem has no util, and this fight just barely goes into the favor of CPP Black. CPP Black now sitting on 3, perhaps 4 ults into this next fight, and UCLA sitting on 3, assuming that JJ can build up his Juno ult in this fight. Something that will be very, very critical as we move into those last
looking
couple
for a little
meters.
sneaky pulse here, it seems, just to buy his team a little bit more time. Doesn't seem like they notice him quite yet. Decides to just drop in right now, gets a lot of chip in, trying to just draw some attention his way. Going for this pulse, quite yet, doesn't actually find it. Boto Fives find the first pick here onto Tropic, and with Costa going down as well, UCLA surely just going to be trying to reset this fight. Learn to Swim absolutely needs to keep his mech alive here.
I think that camera perspective we got of learn to swim, turning around as soon as we made that call was pretty accurate of the right choice to make. You know that this is overtime. You want to go into the fight. You want to go into these fights with as much as you can. You can't afford risking even a. You can't.
Ooh!
A huge one mag from Fusion onto Consta. Drop again, doing his best to stay alive, but Fusion occupying the angle very, very dangerously. Drop again, does manage to get the kill onto Shark Candy. Although probably has to use his form to keep himself alive. I do want to see if he commits the Ramble until this bomb goes out on the side of Learn to Swim. Courier responds with a Sojourn ult of his own. Boto as well, but both Sojourns don't find any value. JJ uses that beam of his, and Aldo uses his form to keep himself alive. Just barely staying up.
This is an ultimate frenzy. Everything is getting popped here at once with no kills coming to result. UCLA is going to be slowly pushing this payload, but without finding any picks, it is going to favor CPP as their spawns are just so much closer. Aldo is going to be getting low here on the Ramatra. His team trying his best to keep him up with so much damage being pulled. The Tropic finds a huge headshot, but Fusion trades out. The carry is not available from both teams, but Shark Candy going to be available much sooner as they continue to trade out. Costa finds the kill on Diffusions. It's an absolute slugfest going down here. Boto's going to be 1 HP, but Aldo's the only one finding kills right now. He has to absolutely touch the point. He found 2, and with just the D.Va alive, they are going to be able to hold on here. There's going to be some reinforcements, but the spawn is so much closer for CPP. They're going to be able to hold on here for sure. Oh, as Aldo gets dangerously low.
Aldo is low!
Never mind, Tropic comes in. Will not give up.
Just barely gets out, trying to get that exit pick. Unfortunately, not able to. I believe we saw almost every ult used during that fight. Only 44 seconds left on the clock. UCLA getting closer to that Sojourn ult. CBP Black sitting on like a scary amount of percentage ahead.
Yeah, I mean, this you want to aggressively use this Keiko fight here if you're Shark Candy. You absolutely just want to pop it and just go in on this team. They, Learn to Swim actually has switched over to the Ramatra as well to counter Aldo, but he's not going to have enough time to build up that ultimate. Goes for the Pulse Storm, doesn't find it, but forces out some cooldowns here from UCLA.
Suzu is used on the side of UCLA. If Shark Candy does take this aggressively, it needs to happen now. Learn to Swim trying to take an angle on this. Aldo actually not getting poked out at all. Aldo has been at full HP this whole fight.
Yeah, the Kisune Rush finally does come out here. Plutonic is going to be 1 HP, though, as the Tracer on the flank does a lot of damage, but Aldo finds the first kill to JJ. And finding another one here onto Courier, it looks pretty good. With Learn to Swim and constantly going down, it's all but over.
CPP Black bites down, prepare themselves for what I believe it was a 3+ minute hold, and they hold it down versus UCLA. It's kind of crazy when you consider how quickly or how easily UCLA took second phase.
Yeah, I mean, Numbani is known. This third point is notoriously hard to capture because it's such a far distance that you have to walk if you're an attacker. I mean, it's generally designed that way, so it's more difficult, but Numbani is one of the extremes where it is one of the hardest third points to capture on Escort. And I don't know if we might have seen one today. Of all the Numbani maps that we've seen, I think we've seen maybe 1 or 2 teams fully cap it.
I think that is definitely true, and very much a statement about how CPP likes to use their knowledge of the game and apply it to a Ram comp. Every time I've seen Aldo on the Ram, it feels like he's pulling triple overtime. Not only is he clearing space, he's constantly wailing in terms of damage, and constantly blocking and supporting his teammates.
Yeah, I think that round goes. You know, what really came together was the tank and DPS synergy. Just the tank, is doing everything he needs to do. He's putting in the damage. He's creating the space, everything you want from your tank, but also creating opportunities for your DPS to go and pop off.
We can also definitely see, even with, well, actually, I'm very curious to see how LA plays this, because at a certain point, they were constantly trading kills. And I'm worried if CPP Black, should they have not had defender spawn advantage, does UCLA win that?
Absolutely. I think absolutely UCLA had a chance to win that there in one of those fights, but that's just how this map is designed. It's going to be equal for both teams. Let's say CVP gets there, it's going to be the exact same thing. Costa does actually go over to the Torbjorn, a pick that we haven't seen him play specifically tonight, but some other teams have him play, kind of as an anti-dive to this D.Va and Tracer or Genji.
Right, and now we are seeing Aldo does get dangerously low, constantly trying to poke out and figure out an angle onto this high ground, but it's going to be very, very scary with the angles held by UCLA. Aldo manages to push into the top, and Boto does Courier does his best to cover his tracks. Shark Candy gets very, very low, has to use both utils, but it still does look like CPP Black is controlling this high ground very closely, although just barely manages to get out with his mech still up.
Yeah, I mean, Shark Candy is using both his utils, so it's not going to be available there for Aldo, although miraculously it manages to escape with his life. With that being said, Boto does find the first pick here. JJ doesn't look like he's too far behind. Gonna be 1 HP as Boto finds a nice double kill. Fusion's looking for a double kill of his own.
And it looks like this point goes comfortably in the favor of CPP Black, dominating as they have been.
Absolutely. Yeah, just a great turn in that fight. Luckily, UCLA is actually able to get out pretty concisely, so they're not going to be staggering any ult percentage, and they can actually contest this very early on. As long as Consta is able to get out here. Does go back to the Tracer, which I do think is the right call. He was looking very, very good on the Tracer.
I think if CPP Black looks to make the first move, they can do it before UCLA can properly register a response. I do want to see all of CPP Black just collectively crash down upon the roster of UCLA varsity. But as the seconds slip by, UCLA does get closer and closer to having ult of their own.
Yeah, Consta in a little bit of trouble there, but is able to manage to get away with his life. The DPS of, a great first kill coming out from Aldo. No courier means absolutely no damage on the side of UCLA. Aldo's mech is going to be quite low though, so he is forced to use the ultimate. Hopefully he's able to remech here if you're a CPP. Does actually get the remech off, but all this time the card is still moving.
Can we talk about that absolutely clutch kunai coming in from Shark Candy, landing some critical damage onto Courier?
Absolutely, yeah, just making it way easier for Aldo to finish him off again. That's the tanks, that's Aldo's connection with the rest of his team. The Kitsune comes out here early from Tropic, UCLA trying to make something happen. Using CPP playing around it defensively extremely well. Boto is putting in a lot of damage here as well into the backline, maybe looking for this flank kind of around the side here with the rest of his team. They do try to go around the edge here. Gonna be the other Kitsune comes out from Fiddlesticks here, again, to try to put in damage. Boto finds a huge shot here on the Tropic Gem. Gonna be first down. Learner Swim is able to find Boto as the rest of his team going down pretty quickly. It looks good here for CPP to full cap.
Blade and Rally are both committed to the fight, and CPP clearly wants the second point. Very, very, very much. Committing almost everything. No, actually everything they had just to win that point. I believe that was 5 ults.
Yeah, you have almost 5 minutes here to cap this final point. I mean, like I said, UCLA had a lot of time with the last point. We saw what happened to them, so definitely still possible. It's in the stars here for UCLA to get this defense. The strategy now, what CPP Black needs to do is just keep feeding, make sure you have your 5 ultimates, and force them to use their ultimates and just come in with 5. With that being said, Fiddlesticks absolutely baptizes Consta with a couple of headshots.
JJ opens up with that raid, doing his best to force CPP Black out. Consta does make that switch onto the Genji, and CPP Black knows that even with a key pick, they're not going to be able to win against a Ram in the Juno ult. CPP Black takes a lot of space here. Courier does get dangerously low. CPP Black now sitting on Diva Bomb. UCLA has no ults here. Depending on how CPP Black takes it, it could be very, very scary. Good damage from Consta onto Fusion. Plutonic is still also low. Consta does have to remove himself from the angle, but Shark Candy is very, very close to that Kiriko ult. UCL, they're going to keep on looking to poke and prod at this corner, looking for critical advantage. Learn to Swim does go somewhat low, but is still sitting on that form. Commitment is added. Oh, he's CPP Black. Shark Candy uses his ult. Learn to Swim, it does have to use his form to keep himself alive.
It's a huge J coming through here from Shark Candy. Suzu doesn't quite hit exactly on the mark that he wanted, but no kills coming out from either team yet, which is always going to favor the defense. Tropic is going to be using this huge rally to keep his team alive. It's going to be a counter rally coming through, though. Tropic is dead. No more rally help, but both Briggs go down. So it's going to be an even fight. With that being said, Fusions picks off one, so DCPP going to be ahead just by a little bit. Will UCLA be able to coast off of these close spawns and hold on?
A huge kill from Consta onto Fiddlesticks, a point blank, triple blank. Fusion uses his blade, desperately trying to keep his team still in the fight. Sword is used by Fusion, then forcing out the Suzu from Tropic Gem. He gets a rebound kill onto Tropic Gem 50. Fusion with a kill onto Consta. Learn to swim with a kill onto Fusion. CPP Black does have to remove themselves from this angle, but look at the difference now. Now UCLA is sitting on so many ults while CPP just used 4.
Yeah, such a great effort by Fusion to keep his team in that, and a great Kiriko gate by Shark Candy to start him off. But unfortunately, just not enough. These defending spawns, you have to full team wipe. You have to get at least 4, or you're just going to have a really difficult time breaking through. Boto on the flank, you're trying to make something happen. Aldo does find one, but he trades out with Boto. Learn to Swim finding one. It looks grim here, However, Aldo continues to find pressure and find damage here. Corey's gonna be 1 HP. Aldo actually just going in. Fiddlesticks
Aldo has to finish this with the pistol. Aldo gets the kill as the baby diva. Learn to swim is committing onto the backline. Does have that ram ult. Is getting so much pressure onto Shark Candy, but Shark Candy and Plutonic are keeping themselves up.
Absolutely needs to use the Ramble here and needs to find a kill or two. Finally decides to pop it and does find that kill onto Plutonic. Goes down to Boto, but again, the spawns are so dang close. You have to kill at least 3 or 4, or it's kind of just meaningless.
3 ults on the side of CPP Black. UCLA coming up on 2 of their own. A very, very dangerous combo with that Ray Juno. But there is a world in which Plutonic can get his ult beforehand, and assuming that Shark Candy can make enough time, Plutonic can get that rally and shut down this Ray Blade.
Absolutely, I think the eyes are on Consta right now. Can he find this Blade? You know, with Fusion being so far behind in percentage, or, you know, maybe a good time Suzu coming through. Oh, it's a good Suzu coming through, but it's a huge shot from Courier to find Fiddlesticks. And Boto does find one onto Costa, but with their Kiriko down, it's going to be very hard for CPP to sustain themselves even with the rally.
Shark Candy still, even if he does go down first, that does mean that CPP Black is still holding on to that Kiriko ult. Tropic Gem and Courier coming up on ults of their own as we go into this last, what could be the final fight.
Absolutely, yeah. About a minute left. Room for 1, maybe 2 more. With just Shark Candy's ultimate here on the side of CPP, and they're gonna have the Brig ultimate and maybe Courier as well for UCLA. This is honestly anybody's game to take. Whoever can find this first pick, likely gonna have the incredible advantage.
I'm afraid what's going to happen here for CPP Black, even if they do make the first move. First move is forced out by CPP Black, using that Kiriko ult to make a lot of space. Tropic Gem does use that rally in response. Courier does get dangerously low. Aldo is very effectively stuffing all of UCLA varsity. CPP Black now wants to consolidate this fight on the point. Aldo is getting closer and closer to that ram ult. CPP Black wisely knowing to go for a soft disengage, now sitting closer to 2 DPS ults, while UCLA has 2 scary ultimates of their own. Courier is setting up on this long angle with this Sojourn ult. Aldo is doing his best to inch
Courier pops the ultimate, trying to click some heads here as well. The Genji ultimate comes out for a few seconds like Courier. It gets traded out with Learn to Swim, chooses the Ramata ultimate, finds one. UCLA going to be in the lead right now, but Boto finds Learn to Swim, can still go either way. JJ trying to down, Boto finds
Oh my gosh! Boto and Aldo clutch up! Boto with 2 critical kills! Aldo finishing the second!
my gosh!
Make that
Aldo and Boto!
Boto and Aldo secure the second map win for CPP!
Oh my gosh, what a clutch. Just the 2 alive. Pops the both ultimates, cleans them up from some stellar shots here. Wow, I mean, what a match, what a clutch coming through from the tank and Sojourn.
Player involved. What an incredible
you can
series.
see. Yeah, I mean, so close. It's got to be gut-wrenching for UCLA. You know, you hold for almost 5 minutes there in overtime due to a couple ults. I mean, great play, great job. You know, consistently getting on that cart, making sure overtime doesn't give it up, getting Aldo enough time to get that ram ult. Boto again clicking heads, just playing so well, and both teams just really showing what they're made of here. It is going to be a 2-0. I think we are going to take just a very brief break right now, just to give the teams a minute. But with CPP Black up 2, they're in great position to take this tournament.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now at match point for Aztec Spring Games. Unfortunately, our other host, Wild, had to leave, but now we see a return of that mango habanero. I'm the heat, he's the sweet. I'm Ian, he's lag. We are ready for this last game. UCLA is going to fight this tooth and nail, but CPP Black is hungry. They want that 3-0. They want to prove that of the teams here, they won Aztec Games Spring 2025. Lag, how you feeling going into this?
I mean, I'm as excited as ever. Even when I was back in the audience in the main room watching this match, I just knew there was something special between these two teams. The fated rematch in the grand final. So far, Pomona has looked dominant. I will say, the maps have been extremely close. I mean, you were there. You casted the end of that Numbani ending. It was an extremely close match. So this is not to say the scoreboard isn't necessarily a reflection of how close this match has been. But Ian, this is it. This is do or die, sink or swim for UCLA varsity. The culmination of this entire tournament brings us to Route 66. UCLA varsity needs to win here.
I wholeheartedly agree, Lag, and I don't like making absolute statements, but it pretty much feels like whenever CPP does have access to a very aggressive RAM-based rush composition, that they abuse that, for lack of a better word. They know absolutely how to leverage their strengths, their knowledge of the game, and time it specifically off of Aldo's form on RAM. It's scary, and it feels like whenever there's a brawl, even if they're always trading, they always have an ult. And I remember 2 maps ago, I said the concept of foresight. If there's any team that knows how to do it, knows how to get 4 ults in their back pocket for the last fight, it's CPP. But let's go into match point for our grand finals.
This is it, kicking us off, the beginning of the end. 2-0 lead for Pomona. UCLA needs to show up here on Route 66. Pomona showing a dive on a brig composition with that Winston, and UCLA, their bread and butter, back on their normal composition.
Learn to Swim does force Aldo off of that high ground. Aldo looking to re-engage onto that height where he knows that JJ is sitting. With that Lucio, no break to keep him off. Aldo jumps for the height, and Fusion manages to get the kill onto Tropic Gem. Courier is deathly low, but Aldo wisely deciding not to greed for the kill, knowing that just the one is more than enough to help stall UCLA's assault.
Oh yeah, a huge nade, by the way, out from Shark Candy to cause that in the first place. Playing very slow as Aldo. He needs to be extremely careful. That's a lot of alt charge gain now on the Nano for Shark Candy as Aldo comes back in with his bubble. Courier getting pressured out by this Tracer of Fusion, living for the meanwhile, but Pomona getting ever so pressured. Down goes Aldo.
Nade goes onto the height. Learn to Swim does get purple, but is not going to do enough against a very, very sturdy Hazard. All of CPP Black falls apart. Fusion trying his best, maybe to set up a pinch. He gets the kill onto Consta!
Consta falls, but really, what is it for? 2 on the cart now. The cart progresses. Is it going to be enough to flip the tables here? It looks like a reset spawn coming out from UCLA, but Fusion wants to take the duel to Consta. A tale of 2 Tracers in spawn. It looks like Tropic will back up to try and help, but what does that mean for the front lines of UCLA varsity? As Pomona respawns are back, they've stalled the cart progress, and now it's Pomona's cart for the taking. UCLA split, staggered even, but Courier opening up the fight on a pick to Boto.
Aldo with the kill onto Courier in response. Tropic Gem fights Fusion on point, manages to win that. Nano does go on to Learn to Swim. Learn to Swim is just chunking through the backline of CPP Black. This fight may already be over in favor of UCLA varsity, now capping just shy of 2 minutes.
Learn to Swim Hazard clears it up, cleans it up very cleanly on that last fight win for UCLA varsity, capping on first point Route 66, and I think they've looked tremendously better. An upgrade from the previous map on this Hazard composition. They look comfortable. It's something we've seen from them all tournament long. This is the final stand they're making, and I think it has to be with this Hazard composition.
There's something to be said about UCLA's need to brawl this and make it last as long as possible. Assuming UCLA's backline can survive the initial dive from Aldo and CPP, I think UCLA has a much stronger advantage should it last much longer. Fusion looking for that pulse, lurking below. Very, very close to Learn to Swim. Get some damage onto Tropic Gem. Nade goes out on the side of Shark Candy. Fusion is looking to take the duel against Consta. Looking for another pulse. Does get the recall force. I don't think he's going to be able to achieve anything. does lay that bomb down, but it's not going to be enough. But Fusion does still manage to live. No, but Career says no. Beat is committed by UCLA Varsity. Aldo on that Primal, trying to get his environmentals, but a Tropic Jam just barely manages to live. Rally is committed on the side of Plutonic 7, trying his best to sustain. Boto also using the social, trying his best to do some damage, but both teams are constantly trading back and forth. Gonza uses the pulse. Downpour comes from Learn to Swim. Does manage to help secure a lot of space, but CPP Black cannot afford to give any of it.
Sleep out from Shark Candy, and the pick from Plutonic might just spell the end of this team fight as Learn to Swim most dangerously low, taken out by Fusion. Pomona has come back in full force. Fusion is back. The respawns have come through, and I don't think UCLA is going to be able to sustain this fight. Consta retreating back to spawn. If he makes it out with his life, it looks like he will for the moment. Pomona closes it out with the respawns coming back. UCLA not able to take that team fight and capture this second point.
Let's look at the ult bank here. JJ is sitting on that nano. That could be a very, very scary tool, assuming CPP Black's backline is not there to intercept it properly. Shark Candy also sitting on that nano, and I am honestly more confident about CPP Black's ability to counter, but Learn to Swim gets slept on the way in, does get forced out. This does delay his push a little. He does his best to get some pressure onto Plutonic 7. Plutonic 7 jumps by 3. Fusion manages to get the kill onto JJ. In response, Fiddlesticks does with that nano onto Aldo, who is trying his best to do some damage, but it's not going to be enough. UCLA getting more and more kills, but Fusion says no. He wants another kill. Gonza gets the kill onto Aldo, but I don't think it's going to achieve anything. Fusion, last one alive for CPP Black, but unfortunately not able to clutch it up for his team.
Look at the trust UCLA has in Learn to Swim's Hazard. The nano going on to Learn to Swim. I think a lot of times we see that on even a Tracer or a Sojourn, but Learn to Swim has essentially trademarked this hero. Hazard is his for the taking, but as I speak those words, Ramatra, a switch from Learn to Swim, JJ now onto the Juno Lucio. I see speed in the near future as this fight kicks off.
Lots of damage from Aldo, managing to clean up the backline. Consta does manage to get the kill onto Plutonic 7, but Boto is there to prove that even no matter what Consta does, it's not enough! It's not enough! Because CPP Black spins back, gets a team kill!
An excellent answer out from Pomona. Fusion very sneakily hiding for this pulse bomb. We'll have to see if he scouted out for the moment. It seems like he might not be found. Courier may be raining some shots down. Speaking of Courier, active with the overclock. Now he finds the initial pick and activates that overclock, looking for more. He's taking down low HP. The Aldo Primal Rage trying to sustain, trying to stall out the overclock for as long as possible, but he's overwhelmed. Aldo taken down now. The beat from Tropic Gem was too much from UCLA Varsity. The damage was too much. Boto falls and the rest tumble down. UCLA Varsity finally being able to break through this first choke point on third point of Route 66.
And that's to say, this is, I would argue, not even the hardest part about taking this point. When you consider that CPP Black still has control over that Mega, that is very, very crucial. And there's, realistically, let's look at the ult on the side of CPP Black. Blade coming through, and we see a dive from Aldo, looking for an engagement onto the backline. Aldo taking a lot of damage, but Fusion and Aldo managing to pick up Tropic Gem. Aldo trades his life for the kill, but Consta still sitting on that pulse. Plutonic gets a kill onto Courier. Consta is trying his best to stay alive, but the collective dive from CPP Black seems to be not enough. There's UCLA was ready for it. Consta sweeping up all those kills.
It's a whole lot of Consta in the kill feed. We've seen him all tournament be consistently a problem for enemy teams, but you have to be careful with Learn to Swim. He has the Annihilation, but his form is forced early. His defenses are down, but he might look to use this Annihilation with the input from Aldo, but he goes too far. Now is the perfect time to strike. The Annihilation comes out. He takes out Boto, and the Coalescence might be too little, too late. Out from Shark Candy, Plutonic is able to find the pick that might spell danger with the respawn advantage coming out from Cal Poly Pomona, but the cart's moving too fast, and Aldo's not able to touch on the Mauga. That's a third point capture with 38 seconds left on the clock for UCLA Varsity.
I am curious to see what this plan from CPP is into that. It feels like whenever they went for a dive, UCLA was ready for it. They always had a plan. So sure they might have lost their Lucio or their Ana, but it always feels like they're always ready to answer it with 3 kills of their own onto CPP Black. Now, a part of me, I believe I did mention how strong CPP Black appears on the Ram comps, but I feel like this is now showing in the wrong way, where CPP Black's dive feels somewhat difficult to execute properly. It feels like Aldo is dying on almost every single one of these dives.
Yeah, I was just gonna mention, at this level of play, any small mistake can spell danger, can spell disaster for your map, for your tournament life. And I think there were several instances where Aldo maybe going in a little too deep, maybe a lack of communication, whatever the disconnect may be, just not nearly enough support needed to upkeep Aldo, and it ended his demise several times. And I think UCLA Varsity did a wonderful job at punishing that mistake.
I certainly think that CPP Black, I believe that there is a world in which that they can more successfully sync their dives in the same way that we've seen that their Ram do. Obviously, it's a very, very different composition. You're not gonna expect sustain, and your Monkey is not gonna be in the fight as long as you would expect with a Ram. But assuming CPP Black can time their tempo a little bit better, I think they take this very, very easily.
I think this Torb pick out from Kansa is going to prove to make Aldo's Winston pick even more difficult for him. His life is just going to be so difficult trying to break through this on a brig Torb composition, holding this top high ground on gas station. First point, Route 66. Learn to swim back on the hazard. We've talked about him so much on this hero, showcasing it once more. CPP looks to try and break through on this first initial push.
And it looks like CPP recognizes the difficulty of
There's a
playing
switch.
into that. Does swap off the Tracer onto the Ash. A good option in my opinion. And Aldo also swapping onto the Hazard.
I don't recall that this is something we've seen a lot out of Aldo, and I'm kind of curious what the mindset is here, considering it feels like the comfort really has been the Ramatra and now Winston caught for CPP Black. We'll have to see how Aldo performs. The initial push onto Learn to Swim, but it's not going to cash him out just yet. A lot of abilities expended out from CPP Black just to try and create that pressure. Learn to Swim, though, taken very low, and the Onanays coming out from JJ, trying to upkeep a lot of damage taken out from UCLA Varsity. Learn to Swim falls.
Lots and lots of pressure coming in from CPP Black. Very relaxed in taking as many angles as they can. I definitely want to speak to the advantage of the Ashe and that Genji on multiple angles. And it feels like while Aldo was drawing so much fire and attention on the front line, Fusion was keeping just as much pressure onto the front, while Boto was free to take an angle, get some free dynamites in, while nobody could really address him. Now 5 minutes left in the time bank for CPP Black.
Consta back onto the Tracer, realizing that the almost counter pick to that Winston composition no longer needed, no longer relevant. JJ with this nano. We'll see how JJ uses his nano to activate the rest of his team members. Fusion creeping up on this blade. Recall forced out of Consta's cart, slowly pushes toward this first corner on Route 66. Second point. Push coming out from UCLA Varsity as Consta's the first to fall. Traded back immediately. UCLA looking for an answer. Health packs expended. Armor packs expended from Plutonic. It's a war of attrition here. On second point, the High Noon force from Courier. The wall, maybe not nearly enough, but the LOS is excellently disengaged from CPP Black.
A heavy dive goes on the Plutonic, but his teammates are there to cover him. CPP Black
The
does use that downpour. Learn to Swim. Everything goes into Learn to Swim to have him sustain that, and Aldo spins back with a kill onto dropping Gen 50, realizing they have no resources. Courier and JJ also very dangerously low.
The downpour from Learn to Swim,
but Fusion gets caught as well as Boto.
The turn, look at this. Picks coming out from Learn to Swim. The downpour expended, but is it going to be enough? I believe he's just on his lonesome. Learn to Swim and Consta, the tag team, but I really don't like this positioning. He's trying to preserve his life in this mini room, try and use his wall to try and live as long as physically possible, but he's too isolated. The rally now from Plutonic to sustain even more. Learn to Swim finally falls. The pulse bomb does trade out on the Shark Candy, but is it too little too late? Is it too overwhelming from the side of Pomona?
Shark Candy doing his best to stay alive, does manage to make a lot of time until he's unfortunately stuck.
He's
Fusion
so
over
split.
here, looking to take the kill onto Tropic Gem. That's a lot of damage. Tropic Gem needs to be very, very careful. No, unfortunately, it's not enough. He does go down. Aldo goes down as well at the hands of Consta. Aldo unfortunately disconnected from the team fight. I don't believe CPP Black circles back immediately to reassert the tempo. I believe they're going for a reset here, but Boto does not want to give up an inch of space. Always a threat on that Ashe, even against a player as good as Courier.
These fights are messy, long and drawn out, and I think that's where we see honestly, the mechanics of these players start to shine. We have such a high caliber of skill coming out from these players. UCLA Varsity have held on for now, but it really feels like only a matter of time. Here's the blade out from Fusion. He's antied immediately. 35 HP taken down by Tropic.
Unfortunately, not enough. A very, very scary blade into any on a Brig, even if there's ult use or not. Boto does get the kill onto Costa. Courier does get dangerously low. His hope is thankfully bailed out by Tropic Gem. We are now sitting on equal numbers again. Both teams very, very careful in trying to take further engagements.
The ult economy for both teams really limited here, though UCLA Varsity is just coming out on top in that aspect. JJ once more with the Nano. We'll have to see how they opt to use it. A Nano on Learn to Swim, something we've seen repeatedly. Can he find the value he's looking for? But the High Noon will, regardless of what Learn to Swim is doing with this Nano. Though he doesn't find anything, it forces CPP Black just by Courier's value found out from the High Noon.
It definitely feels like CPP Black's relative slowness on the hazard is showing itself as Costa does manage to get the kill onto Shark Candy as the rotate is happening. We're now down to a minute 30 out of a 5-minute time bank.
It is crazy to me how this clock has continued to dwindle down. Pomona has struggled to find a consistent answer to break through this hold. UCLA Varsity has on this second point. As I speak, Courier finds yet another pick as he's done so well, shutting down these fights before they begin. It's gonna have to be another quick reset from Pomona, and that's even more time taken off the time bank.
And with every single minute wasted, UCLA gets more and more ults. It's very, very scary to play into this. Aldo does manage to force some people off of the high ground. Aldo is still, unfortunately, getting pressured by so many. I do want to see how Shark Candy and Aldo use their ults to great effect. And that's not even talking about Boto, who can clearly make so much space. Hazard ult comes out on the side of Aldo, who manages to help secure 2 kills onto the DPS of UCLA. Learn to Swim does get the kill onto Shark Candy, who did just use that ray. Tonic now sitting onto that rally. Probably going to be very, very crucial coming out. We can see Learn to Swim in the X-ray. He's trying to get out, but it's not enough. CPP Black does manage to get the cap. 2 minutes on the clock.
Wow, crucial there, crucial. A lot of ults expended from the side of Pomona, but it's what they needed to be able to break through. They were having trouble without them, and now we see the swap once more on this third point from Learn to Swim onto this Ramatra hero, and we'll have to see how this affects their composition, how this affects their third point hold, but really, I'm not worried. Learn to Swim has looked excellent on the Ramatra as well as the Hazard. Now Courier with the High Noon, looking to push the issue, looking to press forward, an aggressive angle, and he uses it to find Boto. First pick of the round, gonna send Pomona back to spawn early, but they're not done just yet. The rally coming out to try and turn the tides, try and take the fight back. Here is Courier with the High Noon. Can he find a pick? He'll find the pick on a Fusion, constantly finding value off of this High Noon, and it looks like just for now, the dust may have settled, but Pomona's looking to come back quickly.
CPP needs to get out as fast as possible. They need everyone they can.
The pulse bomb.
I also feel like pulse bomb goes out. Does not, unfortunately, does not get anything. CPP Black needs to win this as soon as possible if they even want a chance of being able to win the map.
I'm looking at this blade from Fusion. Here he is. He's looking for the right opportunity pocket to pop it. He goes on to Tropic. Gonna clean up the backline from UCLA Varsity easily. But I want to note this time make 30 seconds left. Really, essentially one clean fight could end this map for Pomona. UCLA has Nano on their side. Rally slowly building up. The annihilation from Learn to Swim. Surely, Shark Candy's looking to build this orbital ray. But we're gonna have to see how the fight evolves. How long they can strand it out. 13 seconds and counting down for this last fight.
It's certainly true, and I want to see Aldo build up this ult as fast as he can. It's going to be the only crucial, it's going to be the crucial advantage that they have playing into UCLA Varsity. Courier managing to get the kill onto Shark Candy. C9! Another C9!
It's absolutely ridiculous. The amount of C9s, it hasn't been that many, but the fact that it's happened this many times already, that's how the map ends. We were prepared for an amazing ultimate combination fight of these last final seconds on Route 66. Third point, but we won't get it. A C9, they failed to touch cart, and we're going another map.
We are now 2-1. CPP Black still at match point, but I believe this is somewhat reflective of what happened on Samoa of our winners finals. You saw you saw CPP play in a way where they wanted to dominate the fight. They know how to carefully balance everything related to that fight. But again, they keep on forgetting the critical objective. Maybe if they move a little bit faster, they can do something about it. But at the same time, their understanding of game state is so good that if they know that if they try to move it faster, it's not going to work out perfectly in their favor. And I think it also speaks to UCLA. I've been very, very biased this whole night about how I've been describing CPP's knowledge of push and pull. But that's not to take away from UCLA's knowledge of it at all. UCLA always having very, very strong fundamentals. They know what that hazard enables them to do. And because of that, they were able to stall CPP's advance for long enough to the point where they felt they were stuck in between either we walk into the point half-assed, excuse my language, or they just don't touch the point.
I mean, it's incredible. And I think we really have to speak to the level of play that UCLA has been playing at. They held second point for a long time, and that played a huge factor in the time dwindling down to even lead to the possibility of a C9. And even though that's how the map ended, who's to say UCLA wouldn't have taken the last fight anyway? We saw the ultimates coming up online, and UCLA had been looking very confident in those team fight holds up to that point on third point. But regardless, the fact of the matter is, Ian, UCLA is not dead yet.
No, they are not, and it shows the quality. Again, I keep on saying this over and over again, but again, the quality of the players is always so apparent when you realize they know how to make something happen out of what appears to be nothing. Are we going to a break? Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a break. We are now 2-1 in our grand finals. Match point CPP Black. Can the Bruins come back swinging hard, or will the Broncos punish UCLA for their hubris in thinking they can take a map off of them? Stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, just like our namesake, you can't get rid of us. We are the sweet and the heat mango habanero shit that you be getting at Wingstop. Excuse my language, I apologize. I'm the he, the sweet, and we are moving on to Coliseo. CPP has banned, I believe, a Tracer, while UCLA has banned the Ram, a very, very good and obvious read coming out from that team. But I am curious to see how CPP responds to that ban. Lag, what is your prediction going into this?
I mean, I think we talked about it before broadcast started back up again, but I am predicting maybe some sort of either Hazard or Monkey-based comp coming out from Pomona, considering they can't play that Ramatra. And, I mean, that's something we were talking about, reiterating the entirety of last map, how good Pomona was on the Ramatra comp. Now they can't play it. And actually, look, we're seeing a Sigma out of Aldo.
Okay, so they're definitely looking to play this a lot slower than UCLA varsity. Fortunately, Sigma, I would say, enables your team to get a lot more space. Even if Learn to Swim does get a lot of damage, he is probably just going to eat a rock. And for that aggressive follow-up, you do have Shark Candy on that Juno. Boto and Fusion looking to take off angles here, while UCLA varsity looks to take this, while UCLA varsity looks to stack on the left.
I think
Point is now unlocked, and we are now, and let's see, UCLA varsity wants to take a lot of angles. They're definitely looking to make the first move here, but CPP is probably looking to read this. Dash comes out on the side of Consta, and Aldo unfortunately does miss the rock. CPP Black immediately begins to back.
Now, as this fight begins to wrap up, I want to make this point to you, Ian. To me, that felt expected. The Sigma is slow. The Juno is the only one. And look, we see the swap immediately. I just don't think the Sigma is going to be able to compete there. And I think Aldo feels the same way, obviously swapping now onto the Hazard. The Juno is really the crutch for that Hazard. And without the Juno ring, the speed to escort him, it's just going to fall flat. Now, this Hazard composition. But look at the pick. Courier, once again, onto Shark Candy. Perhaps another pick. Looking for the pick onto Boto has been so strong this entire series. Now, once more, another switch from Aldo onto the Winston. What's happening here, Ian?
I think CPP is lost, quite frankly. They're confused. Wait, Aldo does try to go for the jump onto JJ. Unfortunately, not going to be able to get enough, but he is very effectively zoning UCLA to stick onto the point. Does try to interrupt Learn to Swim's rotation, but that is also first checkpoint within 2 minutes in favor of UCLA varsity. JJ commits that Kiriko ult, does keep Learn to Swim alive, who is on critical HP, very, very low, less than 50, does get lower and lower with every single fight. Aldo does manage to clean up the kill, Fusion with the kill onto Courier.
I understand the idea of wanting to continue to pressure and sustain with the Kiriko rush from JJ, but I really think that's one they're going to want back. Because considering, especially they capped the checkpoint, I think if you came back into this fight with a rush of your own, especially Consta has the blade now, midpoint here about, you would be in a much better position. But the Kiriko rush expended, and there's nothing they can do about it now. Pomona, with an ult bank of their own charging up, we're going to have to see how they utilize it here.
I am curious to see who makes the first move here. Both very, very aggressive teams, but I feel like UCLA varsity can definitely sustain better in those dives, while CPP Black might have an advantage in the burst. Well, I'd like to say they have an advantage in the burst, but realistically, it's going to be very, very hard. Kiriko Suzu is used by JJ, as well as Beat, as well as Blade, as well as Sojourn ult. And, I mean, as you can imagine, three ults in a row. What else are you realistically going to do into that?
I mean, it's a complete ult fest. I mean, only a few select members of each team actually saved their ults for this next upcoming fight, but the important part of this all is a stagger on the Fusion. That could be huge. UCLA continuing to push this bot back to the initial checkpoint. Fusion will have the blade coming back into this fight, but I mean, UCLA is looking to have a good position already at the start of this push map.
Aldo looking to assert his control onto the point. CPP Black now sitting on 3 ults, while UCLA, very, very crucial ult with that downpour. I'm not sure if he got anything. He does manage to get Plutonic, but Plutonic pops that rally in response. Blade is committed by Fusion, but Courier with the second kill!
Courier finds 2 mid-fight just like that. The DPS line taken out completely from Pomona. UCLA continuing to press their aggression, pressing into their spawn of Pomona. Courier has been on fire, and I can't say this man's name enough. He has been found too much value on this Sojourn. Boto, in his own right, looking to make a comeback here. Aldo does have the rush along with him. JJ now coming into this fight to try and keep up. Boto's found two of his own. The trades come back from UCLA Varsity, but the Primal expended now. Reminder that the bot is still pushing, still making its way toward that Pomona second checkpoint, final checkpoint. It looks like UCLA still trying to find stragglers at the point. Pomona will finally push UCLA back toward their side of the map, but look at the ult expenditure.
And not only that, a 90-meter difference that CPP still needs to make up. And UCLA, I believe, has gotten all their respawns before the respawn reset. Although doing his best, trying to force out Consta. And immediately UCLA begins to apply the pressure again. They know they can relax. They have such an advantage in terms of push progression. Although goes in, looking for some damage onto the backline, is getting very, does get poked out immediately. Kyrie gets blown up in response. UCLA is just ready for every single one of these dives.
I mean, how many times have we talked about this? This was an issue last map, and it's apparent now still. Although, not finding enough of support. Another switch! What is your comment on this, Ian? Because I can't wrap my mind around it.
Well, it seems to me that UCLA has a much stronger grasp of the Hazard pick, but unfortunately, CPP, while definitely a good team in their own right, unfortunately just isn't going to be able to do much into that. Learn to Swim, I feel, is like for every time that CPP Black could be playing the Ram, they are not able to any longer. Costa uses that blade, does manage to get that kill onto Fusion, as well as Plutonic 7.
The overclock used from Boto on his own side of his spawn, falling low in his own right. UCLA still pushing this bot, and it doesn't look like they break in a sweat, pressing the issue even further. The overclock finds absolutely nothing. The downpour looks like it could be the end of Aldo, and it will be. The cleanse expended, but there's too many resources coming out from the side of UCLA Varsity. The bot pushes. They need to get a touch on. Pomona needs to touch this point. The slide will come out from Boto to try to contest, but will it be enough? The Courier overclock looking to overwhelm the boop. We're going to map 5.
Map 5 within less than 7 minutes. Are you kidding me, UCLA? How do you do it?
Ian, I need you to look at me when I say this. I need the chat to listen to my words when I say this. For UCLA, that was easy. That did not look difficult in the slightest. They looked Pomona Black looked outclassed in every single aspect of their gameplay, completely uncomfortable, and I think it really started with the Ramatra ban. They kept swapping their tank. They couldn't get a grasp on what they wanted to play, how they wanted to play it. It led to their downfall, a complete cap on Coliseo. UCLA with all the momentum swung in their direction now.
And now that, it's incredible, really, how as soon as CPP Black, what was once their greatest strength is now their greatest weakness. Their efficacy on that Ram comp simply doesn't measure up on any other comps, and especially in a team that I assume has such a strong grasp of how to play with Hazard. How are you supposed to play Hazard into that? You can't beat somebody you can't beat somebody on a comp that they've been practicing, that they've been playing before you have.
100%. And I think the fact of the matter is that, you know, UCLA Varsity, that's their comp. That's what they practice. That's what they're used to. That's what they're comfortable on. You just can't match them. And I think the Ramatra ban hurt Pomona a lot. But, you know, coming into this next map, this map 5, this is tournament point. Both teams, tournament line on the line. This decides our grand finals winner. But Hazard hasn't been banned yet. I sense perhaps a Hazard ban coming out from Pomona on this last Flashpoint map. But the issue is, Ian, Learn to Swim has looked great on the Ramatra as well.
I agree wholeheartedly, and remind me, who is it that picks the first ban?
It will be the loser of the previous map will have first ban. They will get to pick the next Flashpoint map as well, have first hero ban.
There is a double function. Note what Lag just said. There is a double function in banning Hazard. So not only does a critical asset of UCLA Varsity get taken out, but CPP Black is actually able to protect their own asset. Ladies and gentlemen, need I remind you, you can only ban one role per map.
I mean, this is just unbelievable. And I think when I sat down in this chair, Pomona up 2-0 in the scoreline, this was maybe the last thing on my mind, but here we are. 2-2 scoreline. We're headed to map 5. This has gone the distance, and I think if there's anything that you could say about this UCLA varsity team throughout the entirety of this tournament, it's that they have fight in them.
They certainly do. Being sent down to losers was not enough to stop their momentum. And might I also add, they forced it to map points in the winners finals as well. It's a constant I was going to say it's a constant back and forth, but UCLA is in a position to reverse sweep a grand finals against the number 1 seed.
I was not daring to utter the 2 magic words that could possibly be afoot for this map 5, but I mean, you took the words right out of my mouth. It's been said, a reverse sweep may possibly be on the come up for UCLA varsity. We'll have to see what happens, what concludes at the end of this grand finals for Aztec Gaming Spring Games 2025 Overwatch 2 tournament. We'll be back with map 5 after this break.
Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, all things do come to an end, like this absolutely amazing grand finals, and unfortunately, tonight's appearance for Mango Habanero, Heat, and Sweet. Ladies and gentlemen, the score is 2-2, CPP Black versus UCLA Varsity. The Bruins came ready to throw hands, and even down 2 maps, they were hungry. But the Broncos, always kicking, always fighting, I'm sure don't want to let the absolute slaughterhouse that was last map be their defining legacy. Now, actually, let's go into these bans. Would you kindly read these out for me, Lag?
Yeah, so throughout the map and ban process, we've come to the conclusion, and it has been announced to us, that Pomona has decided to ban Ana, and UCLA has decided to ban Zarya. This is not something that's immediately apparent to me. This is a 5-match series. A lot of heroes have already been banned on each side. I can understand that maybe at this point, it becomes a little confusing as to where you go, especially with these compositions that both teams have already played, have established who they want to play, how they want to play, and some heroes have just straight out already been banned. We've seen a Lucio ban, a Kiriko ban, a Tracer ban. None of it has been able to stop UCLA Varsity. And I really don't know what the impact is going to be on this final map. Maybe you have some words to speak for it, Ian, because I really don't.
Frankly, this Ana and Zarya bans seem somewhat confusing from both teams. Pomona, it definitely feels like the aggressive engagements are enabled by either Kiriko or Hazard, and on the other hand, it feels like Pomona's ability to stand their ground and constantly be moving is enabled by probably either a Juno or a Ramatra. But we don't see any of those relevant bans coming in from either team. Maybe they just want to see each other fight at their best, which, I mean, as cool as it would be, is some pretty bad strategy.
I mean, Ana, Zarya, neither have seemed to have a relevant presence necessarily, especially on a map where it looks like both teams are gonna opt to play a brawl or rush oriented comp. So really, this is an all-out brawl between both the best compositions, the best play that both these teams have to offer. Map 5 It doesn't get better than this. We kick it off on New Junk City. This is the grand finals, the last map, UCLA Varsity versus Cal Poly Pomona Black.
UCLA Varsity running on the comp, very, very familiar to what they've been running this whole time. That Juno Brig with a Ram, with a Hazard, constant on the Pharah, interestingly enough. CPP Black looking pretty similar to what they'd run on Ramatra, but instead of Ramatra, they're running a Maga. I'm guessing they already were expecting Learn to Swim play this comp.
Yeah, I'm a little puzzled, and I think now it's piecing together why they banned the Ana. Maybe they felt it was a threat to this Mauga composition, but with Ramatra available, I'm really surprised that they didn't just stick with Comfort. Regardless, Concept pressured out on this Pharah. It doesn't matter. Courier's the one to find the first pick on the Shark Candy. Fusion is soon to follow. Aldo can only survive for so long. He may be able to survive with his life, regroup momentarily with the rest of who's alive from Cal Poly Pomona, but yet again, UCLA Varsity taking the initial advantage, the point capture on first point New Junk City.
I think there's something to be said about Courier's value as a cast. The cast is a much sturdier hit scan than most of the other ones that we see. He's generally prepared to stand his ground. Aldo goes in for the charge. Does not knock anyone down, does pop that E, trying his best, gets good damage onto Courier. Courier barely lives, but dropping gem goes down in place. The sacrificial lamb, Courier is in a bad spot. Boto gets 2. Learn to Swim is doing his best to cause some havoc. Gossa gets the kill onto Fusion. Boto with the 3rd kill, this fight alone.
I mean, Boto and Courier have just been complete counterparts for each other. Both amazing performances on the Sojourn. But let's note, Constant's still alive. He falls now, but that's 70% and counting for UCLA Varsity. Realistically, that's one fight away a win from inching that much closer to completing the reverse sweep.
Something that you overwhelmingly see on Flashpoint maps is that whoever caps first is, generally speaking, the person to win that point, and thus it snowballs. It could very easily snowball into a 3-0 win.
I like this rotation.
Or, oh yes, a very, very interesting rotation, especially knowing that UCLA Varsity is playing a very, very sturdy comp. Courier does pop that ult, but he is still dangerously low, about half HP, and point immediately flips to UCLA Varsity. Barrage goes out onto Aldo. Gossa kills himself in response.
He tried to hide from the overclock clock from Boto, but it meant the end of his life. Now the orbital ray out from the side of UCLA Varsity. The rally to respond. Fusion finds a pick in the midst of the chaos. UCLA Varsity trying to hold on. It's seeming for the moment. The downpour coming through from UCLA Varsity. Learn to Swim finds a crucial pick on a Shark Candy, and things are just completely elevating out of hand. Pomona has to stay present on this point. Aldo has come back on the Mauga. He's
Big Stomp getting so much damage onto Learn to Swim. Learn to Swim does get damage to get the kill. This is all on Aldo right now. How much damage can he do with this short amount of time? I don't think it's going to be enough. Learn to Swim is getting sustained, and first point goes to UCLA Varsity.
You Learn to Swim finds four picks out of 5 from Cal Poly Pomona to completely shut out Pomona on first point. Takes it 1-0.
You know, I think it's very funny that this man's name is Learn to Swim, because he's certainly doing that on the fly, on the back of what could be the back of a reverse sweep. He could certainly be learning to swim. He doesn't want to sink.
And Pomona looks like they're drowning. Fusion now with the blade. That's going to be a crucial one. But look at the pick. Courier, once again, he still decides to pop the blade. Is he going to find anything? He drops low. But that blade is puzzling to me.
No.
Maybe a swap in the near future, but down to immediately. Shark Candy was the first to fall. No swap out of Fusion. He's gonna want that one back badly.
This is not looking good if you're CPP Black. You're now sitting on 2 ults, that are going to be very, very hard to get value out of, especially with such a strong brawl as UCLA. Aldo is doing his best to sustain as Maga into this, hoping that by answering their brute force with his own, that he can make an answer, but I don't think it's responsive enough. Aldo goes in for the charge.
He wants a cage here. He's looking for one, but he catches Courier with the high noon. Is this going to be the end of Courier? No, it won't, but Aldo will fall. Fusion, Boto combined together to still find the value needed to flip this point. That's exactly what Pomona were looking for. Aldo did fall, but it wasn't in vain.
Aldo, a very, very efficient pawn in setting up a beautiful play from the rest of CPP Black. Incredible ult usage there. UCLA Varsity, though, look how many ults they have. Look at their ult bank. It's going to be scary going into this, especially considering CPP Black is very, very dependent on their rotations. And these rotations need to happen in a matter of seconds. Should Learn to Swim get a big hazard ult here, it could just be a fight flip in favor of UCLA.
I mean, Ian, this could just be too overwhelming. Prove to be too overwhelming. for Pomono. You look at Kansa. He wants this blade. He's going in. The slide for Boto catches onto the wall of Learn to Swim. It's excellently executed. He only finds the one, though. Pomono Black is still in it, especially with the rally coming out from Plutonic to sustain his team further. The backline is still alive and well, and as this fight continues longer, the health begins to dwindle from UCLA Varsity. 85% counting on the point. Learn to Swim dangerously low. The rest of UCLA Varsity will fall, and it looks like Pomona is set to capture this second point on New Junk City.
Pomona must have heard me doubting, and they clearly did not like it, having taken over that point in very convincing fashion. They know exactly the plays they need to make, and they know how to secure fight wins even as they die. I'm actually noticing CPP Black is slowly but surely cleaning up their game. I think they're slowly coming to realize, slowly cleaning up their formula when it comes to how they want to play their Maga comp into UCLA's Hazard comp.
I mean, if you were looking for a rollover, Ian, you came to the wrong string. Both these teams came to fight, put their best foot forward. UCLA with the space advantage also looks to break it open with the Malga Slam. He'll sustain with the Orbital Ray coming out from Shark Candy.
Courier goes down first, Boto!
First pick. That's a big pick. Courier has fallen. Learn to Swim, trying to match the value. Kansa does find a pick on the back end, but I just don't think it's going to be enough.
Ray and Rally used on the side of UCLA Varsity, and just Ray used on the side of CPP Black. I think this very much owes to the difference in compositions. If UCLA Varsity wants to take that Brig Rally needs to be used offensively. Immediately secure a kill, because the longer that fight goes on, that Maga gets more value, and UCLA clearly must have heard me too. Matching the Maga of CPP with a Maga of their own.
Wow. Just wow. Learn to Swim and the rest of UCLA Varsity seemed to feel and know that there was a switch that needed to be made, and now we have the Malgamurics doing. Learn to Swim is going to collide with Aldo, but Aldo's the one with the cage. He's trying not to burn, but the blade is too much damage. Boto follows up. The High Noon isn't able to find anything. 55% in counting, and I think UCLA Varsity, if they're lucky, might get one clean team fight off before this capture point ends.
I have a recurring joke with one of my friends that CPP Black seems to have this map 5 curse, where they end up choking, where they collectively end up failing just a little bit in terms of closing out a fight. But this CPP Black clearly does not want this to happen. Sitting on lots of ults, this second point could easily turn in their favor.
Where's
Swim is now in CPP's backline. Boto gets the kill on the Costa. Plutonic with the kill on his mirror, dropping K50. Courier does tries his best to trade out with a kill onto Shark Candy, but it's not enough. Plutonic immediately shuts him back down. Boto uses that social ult, and we are now at map point on New Junk City.
Let's come to this. Pomona, trials and tribulations on map 5, on the verge of getting reverse swept. They say no. They're looking for the denial. One flashpoint map, one flashpoint points, I should say, is all they need. All between them and a grand finals victory. Pomona looking to press the issue.
This blade could certainly be critical, but it doesn't get anything! Fusion shuts down the blade within seconds! Dropping Kevin's in a dangerous position, goes down after trading out for Plutonic 7! Courier is doing his best to struggle to fight, but I'm not sure it's gonna be enough! No, it might be enough! He gets a kill on Demonto in response! Fusion and Shark Candy are doing their best to make them time! Oh, beautiful shot from Courier!
It is disgusting, the work that Courier is putting on this Cassidy pick. It's absolutely ridiculous. How many times do I have to point it out? He keeps on performing. It's insane what these two teams have been able to put out in terms of their DPS frontline. And now it's UCLA Varsity with the cap advantage.
Ray Blade easily coming out on the side of CPP Black. If they take this fast and aggressive, this could be an easy fight win for them. But Aldo's taking so much poke going in. Courier sitting on point. He is in a very, very dangerous position. We don't see any ults committed yet, but it needs to happen soon from either team.
UCLA, the ult bank is full and it's heavy. Courier is going to be the one to initiate with this High Noon. Can he find a pick? The Juno ring is going to try and help him, but it's not. The cage
is committed
now.
By Learn to Swim. Boto does get kills. Then what the hell is happening? Aldo managed to get 2 with that cage of... No, he didn't even use his cage. It was Learn to Swim's cage that let him secure the kill.
A 74% advantage for UCLA Varsity on what could be the last point.
But look at the ult difference. UCLA Varsity is only sitting on a rally. CPP Black has a rally, a cage, and a Sojourn ult. I realistically see just one of those ults being enough to turn the fight in favor of UCLA and getting a lot of percentage.
Here's the engage.
Oh,
the game is canceled.
Okay, Jackson! Rally is committed by Plutonic 7! Plutonic 7 gets a kill onto Consta! This is a terrible, terrible place to be. If you're UCLA, Plutonic with the second final blow onto Courier!
If you're UCLA varsity, there needs to be a reset, a call for a reset now. That's good. You've got the cage out, the blade expended, the rally expended by Plutonic. Botum now left with the overclock, Consta with the blade, Courier with the high noon. These are the ults at play for what could potentially be the last team fight on this map 5. We'll have to see how UCLA varsity chooses to use their ults.
It is entirely onto Consta to make the play for his team. Boto is going to be looking to set up onto this high ground, get a lot of damage in. Boto wisely deciding to make some space. Courier takes the wide angle with his Deadeye. Fusion is doing his best to cover him. Does not go down. Alto gets the opening kill. Alto dropping 1050 with another kill on a Lunar Swim. Boto gets the headshot onto Consta. Ladies and gentlemen, this could be over. JJ goes out of the hands of Shark Candy. And then it's G. Ladies and gentlemen, 3, 2, map 5, your winner for Aztec Games Spring 2025, CPP Black! What
The
an
journey.
amazing series.
The journey we took to get here. Everything. These teams gave everything at Pomona in the final hour. Pushed to the limits, is able to take New Junk City and are crowned our Aztec Gaming Spring Games Overwatch 2 Tournament Grand Finals champions.
CPP Black must have heard me talking smack because about that map 5 curse, because they clearly did not want to let that happen again. Coming out on top, I guess breaking the curse in my eyes. What a
The production is fanning out just as much as you are, just as much as we are. There was a lot that happened in those final fights that led to this outcome. All
Ladies
of it
and gentlemen,
absolutely ridiculous.
long day. It's certainly been a long day. Lots of action today from here at STSU campus. Aztec Games, I consider this a resounding success. We saw a map 5 absolute barn burner, concentrating back and forth. CPP definitely happy to crown themselves the winners of this event.
It's running late at San Diego State University. It's 11:25 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. As of current, both the teams have been here all day fighting multiple rounds of competition to get to where they are now, in Pomona finally able to pull it back in that map 5. And Ian, it's been a pleasure. I don't know that we could have asked for a better tournament, a better grand finals ending to the tournament. And really, I think we've seen everything that there is to see. We've gotten everything we could have asked for.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a pleasure to cast for you from effectively the afternoon to this late at night. For those of you who were there from the beginning, thank you for tuning in. It has been an absolute privilege. And for those of you who might have just tuned in for the last couple months, thank you regardless. Every bit of support helps, and we very much appreciate you watching, and we hope you enjoyed the show.
Have a good night, everybody. As we recap and end off this stream for Aztec Spring Games, we thank you for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in to all the incredible competition we had today. And a big thank you to all the participants that came and participated at today's LAN event at San Diego State University. Thank you to the production team behind the desk in front of us that have put in the hours and put in the work to make this possible. And a big thank you to the staff that are off camera that have continued to make this possible, not just for Overwatch, but for the rest of Aztec Gaming, Spring Games, all the weekends and tournaments to come. I'm Lag. He's Ian, and a big thank you to all the viewers at home. This has been the Aztec Gaming Spring Games Overwatch 2 tournament.
Have a good night.